Chapter 535, Difference in Background. Chapter 535, Difference in Background. Begin selling them in the shops, then. Shifeng nodded. During the past 2 days, Shifeng had nearly 100 basic forgers produce light stones constantly. Their stock of light stones was enough to supply multiple cities. In addition, the proficiency gained during this period had allowed many advanced forging apprentices to earn the promotion to basic forgers. With this, they could meet the public's demand even after their current stockpile ran out. Guild leader, how much should we sell them for? Melancholic Smile asked. Previously, she had focused on her work fully, giving no thought as to how much they should sell the light stones for. The materials used to produce the light stones were very common. A 20-piece stack of light stones cost less than 3 silver to craft. Factoring in a basic forger's success rate, which was just slightly above 50%, the total cost would be around 6 silver per stack. Simple. Sell each piece for 1 silver and each stack for 19 silver, Shifeng stated directly. Unlike the basic strengthened armor kits, which were considered luxury items to most ordinary players, light stones were commonly used items, so its price was also very low. In the past, the starting price for light stones had also been roughly 1 silver per piece. Any higher and players would begin to feel cheated. However, as the number of players who could produce the item increased, the light stone's price would eventually fall to 50 copper per piece and 10 silver per stack. What about the intermediate mana armor kits? Melancholic Smile asked. In reality, Melancholic Smile didn't believe that the light stones were candlelight trading firms' trump card. Rather, she believed that their success lay in the intermediate mana armor kits. Only Shifeng could produce the intermediate armor kit, as nobody else had the design. This was the candlelight trading firm's greatest advantage. Others might not realize this, but the reason behind Starstreak trading firm's fierce competitive edge was the basic mana armor kit. Even now, the basic mana armor kits were still highly sought after by elite players. Intermediate mana armor kit can be made into either physical or magical intermediate armor kit. Bound to character after equipping. Intermediate physical armor kit. Defense plus 200, strength plus 10, endurance plus 12, agility plus 10. Maximum binding limit per character. 3. Can only be bound to level 25 equipment or above. Intermediate magical armor kit. Defense plus 60, intelligence plus 10, endurance plus 12, vitality plus 10. Maximum binding limit per character. 3. Can only be bound to level 25 equipment or above. If a player equipped 3 intermediate mana armor kits, the total attributes they received would be the equivalent of wearing an additional piece of level 25 dark gold equipment. One could not buy level 25 dark gold equipment through the market, even if they had the money. Many people offered prices of 20 gold or more for non-MT dark gold equipment, not to mention dark gold weapons and equipment for MTs. Currently, God's Domain's elite players were around level 25, so they could conveniently use the intermediate mana armor kits. Hence, now was the best time to sell them. However, it was also this reason that made it difficult for Shifeng to set the price for the kits. He could neither sell it too cheap nor too expensive. Moreover, there was also the fact that he wouldn't have a lot of free time to produce the intermediate mana armor kits. Let's set them of 5 gold for now, Shifeng said after pondering for a long moment. Although the various guilds currently busied themselves with commerce and had already spent a significant sum of money, they should still possess a small amount of gold. To claim the first clears of large-scale team dungeons, they would have no qualms about spending several hundred gold to equip a team fully with intermediate mana armor kits. Following which, Melancholic Smile began to prepare. Meanwhile, the overwhelming trading firm had also begun selling the Fire Dragon potions. This Fire Dragon potion is awesome. It can stack attributes and fire resistance. With this potion, raiding level 25 team dungeons will be a breeze. The only downside is the price. Each bottle actually costs 10 silver. The MT alone will require 5 bottles per run. Everyone else in the team will have to drink at least 1 bottle as well. What can you do about it? The overwhelming trading firm is the only place that sells this potion. However, if we can successfully raid 10 and 20-man hard mode team dungeons, we will more than earn back the cost. Overwhelming Smiles advertising had been very well timed. As the Fire Dragon potions went on sale, people began to promote the potion at the various lively locations throughout White River City. As a result, many teams who had struggled with the level 25 dungeons that required high fire resistance grew interested, and they had promptly run towards the overwhelming trading firm to purchase the Fire Dragon potion. Shortly after the Fire Dragon promotion went up for sale, some of the players visiting the Candlelight trading firm to purchase daily necessities discovered that something had changed. There were several new counters in the hall on the first floor. Initially, due to the recent increase to Candlelight space, the first floor had felt relatively empty. Now, however, it was just right. What is this? Curious players quickly flocked around the new counters. Hello, sir, this is our Candlelight trading firm's newest product, the Lightstone. With this item, you won't have to worry about not being able to grind at night, the NPC beauty slowly explained. To ordinary players, nothing was more of a headache than grinding at night. At night, not only was monsters' vision unaffected, but there was also a certain increase to monsters' combat power. On the other hand, players' vision was considerably limited during nighttime, significantly affecting their combat power. However, this was still not the biggest problem. At night, because of the vision problem, it was much easier for monsters to ambush parties. Hence, ordinary players were normally afraid of grinding monsters in the dark. Meanwhile, the Lightstone just happened to brightly illuminate a large area, allowing players to see as if it were daylight. With this item, not only would monster strength remain unchanged, but it was also easier for players to avoid ambushes. Since players would be able to see as normal, they could also fight with their usual combat power, so grinding monsters would be as easy as it was during the day. Crap, there's actually such a good item available. How much is it? A player asked. As this is a new product, we're selling each Lightstone at the low price of 1 silver coin. You can also buy a stack of 20 at a discounted price of 19 silver coins. The NPC beauty smiled brightly as she spoke. It's so cheap. I want 1 stack. Wait, I want 2 stacks. Suddenly, the players inside the hall began to purchase light stones madly. Although ordinary players did not make a lot of money, they normally formed parties when grinding in the fields. If they split the cost of 19 silver between each party member, they could easily afford the light stones. Moreover, each stack of light stones could last a party up to 2 nights. As long as one casually tallied up the counts, the majority of the independent players would not miss out on this opportunity. An ordinary party could definitely earn more than 19 silver coins from 2 nights of grinding, not to mention an elite party. Very quickly, news of the Lightstones spread. Players who received the news immediately disregarded whatever they were currently doing and hurried to the Candlelight trading firm. For a time, the Lightstones became far more popular than the Fire Dragon potion. What? You're saying that the Candlelight trading firm is selling light stones in large quantities? Foam Xianyang was baffled when he heard this latest report from his subordinate. How is that possible? We even have to limit the number of Fire Dragon potions we sell each day. How could they possibly afford to sell light stones in large quantities? Where are they finding so many people to produce them? He had spent more than 50 million credits just to poach the 3 people capable of producing the light stones from the Candlelight trading firm. Yet, now the trading firm was still able to offer so many light stones. How could he possibly believe such a ludicrous report? Wasn't that item extremely rare and precious? How could there be so many light stones suddenly popping up? Even if the 3 forgers of Candlelight focused on producing lightstones without rest, it would not be possible to produce so many. Young Master Feng, this information has been verified. It is real. Based on our initial estimates, more than 1,500 stacks of lightstones have already sold. Even so, the candlelight trading firm continues to sell them without limit. Now, many of the overwhelming trading firm's customers have already run to the candlelight trading firm to shop. Shit. They scammed me of more than 50 million credits. They will pay for this. At this moment, Feng Xianyang finally came to a realization. The previous 3 advanced forging apprentices had been a trap set by the candlelight trading firm. He had lost over 50 million credits, just like that. Moreover, it had all been his own money. Instruct someone purchase light stones immediately. Buy as many as you can. I don't believe that they have an unlimited supply. Feng Xianyang commanded furiously. Chapter 536, Unshakable. Chapter 536, Unshakable. Under Feng Xianyang's command, Yulan, who is currently in Maple City, gave a new command. Reduce their prices further. Miss Yulan, we won't earn much money if we reduce our prices any more than this, a female assistant cautioned. I don't want this either. Yulan shook her head, helplessly. The candlelight trading firm's new move is simply too effective. It actually obtained such a valuable product. Both ordinary players and elites require this light stone. Although our fire dragon potions are also very useful, only elite teams and various guilds can afford to buy them. Meanwhile, our stock of fire dragon potions is very limited. As a competitive edge, it stands no chance against the light stone at all. If they wanted to lure players to the overwhelming trading firm, their only option was to do so with their common products. Right, from this moment onwards, halt all sales of the Fire Dragon Potion in White River City, Yulan said after giving it some more thought. Their supply of Fire Dragon Potions had already been insufficient to meet the demands of Maple City. Now that they had opened a shop in White River City as well, their stock had stretched even thinner, further reducing the overwhelming trading firm's competitive edge. Moreover, there was a city tax imposed for selling the Fire Dragon Potions in White River City. This was also a considerable expenditure. So now their best option was to maintain the overwhelming trading firm's competition in Maple City above all else. Understood. The female assistant then left the meeting room. Overwhelming trading firm's price reduction on its common goods had indeed attracted more ordinary players. Common items such as whetstones and advanced whetstones, various food and beverages, regeneration potions and mana recovery potions, basic scrolls, and more were must-have items when grinding in the fields. Now that the overwhelming trading firm offered a 40% discount on these items, many ordinary players ran to its shops to purchase these items. For a time, the weakened, overwhelming trading firm in Maple City suddenly stood on equal footing with the Candlelight trading firm. The Candlelight trading firm had the basic strengthened armor kits and the light stones. The overwhelming trading firm possessed the Fire Dragon Potion and discounts on common goods. This situation overjoyed Maple City's players. While the Candlelight trading firm did not possess too large of an advantage in Maple City, in other cities, however, it was an entirely different story. The trading firm was like the sun at high noon in these cities. Because of the light stones, a large number of players swarmed the Candlelight trading firm shops. Most of these players might have initially arrived with the intention of only purchasing the light stones. However, upon seeing the wide array of products the trading firm offered, they fell prey to temptation and bought other items as well. Suddenly, the Candlelight trading firm's income exploded. Meanwhile, the trading firm's most exaggerated sources of income were still Star Moon City and White River City. As the Candlelight trading firm had set up its shops on these two cities' golden lands, it had instantly become an unshakable, player-owned trading firm there. The traffic other player-owned trading firms enjoyed was nothing compared to what the Candlelight trading firm saw. Star Moon City and White River City were Star Moon Kingdom's first and second most populated cities, respectively. Naturally, the income they could offer was astonishing. In a short few hours, the candlelight trading firm had earned over 1,000 gold. Guild leader, why don't we set up a few more shops in other cities? Melancholic smile suggested when she saw the trading firm's profits. This was only the income from 7 cities. If they set up a shop in every city throughout Star Moon Kingdom. There is no rush. Right now, we are relying on the light stones produced by almost 100 basic forgers to barely meet the demands of these 7 cities. If we expand any further, it will do more harm than good. We should focus on nurturing a large number of forgers and alchemists, Shifeng said with utter calm. As for the income of over 1,000 gold in just a few hours, Shifeng did not consider it odd in the least. However, players only purchase the light stones in large quantities at the moment due to their lack of the item. Once they had their own stock, they would only need to purchase them to resupply. Hence, the candlelight trading firm's income would decrease gradually as more time went by. Regardless, it would still be a frightening amount of money. Guild leader, what about the intermediate mana armor kits? Melancholic smile asked. Previously, Shifeng had told her to hold off on offering the kits for sale, confusing her. Have you not noticed that someone in White River City is buying light stones in absurd quantities? Shifeng laughed. There seems to be someone like that. When I examined the statistics, I discovered that someone had purchased 500 stacks in one go for a total of 95 gold. Afterward, 2 others had purchased 300 stacks and 400 stacks, respectively. Even if these people bought the light stones for their own guilds, they should not need to buy so many. Melancholic smile nodded. Someone is intentionally trying to clean out our stock of light stones. If we push out the intermediate mana armor kits right now, what would we do if that person stops buying our light stones? Since someone is willingly purchasing our light stones in large quantities, who are we to stop them from giving us their money? Shifeng laughed. The production of light stones was very fast. If a basic forger crafted them, the process for each stone would typically take around 6 to 8 seconds. After all, the materials only needed a little processing, and the finished product just needed a coating of magic runes. Though the process of adding the magic runes was somewhat troublesome initially, that would not be a problem once the forgers were accustomed to it. After that, the only problem remaining was the success rate. Basic forgers had a 60% success rate for forging the light stones. If they had good equipment and tools, their success rate could be increased to around 70% or so. In other words, as there were 48 hours in each day in God's domain, a single basic forger could produce roughly 20,000 light stones per day. If 100 people worked for 2 days continuously, they would have 4 million light stones. Moreover, this was only with the condition that basic forgers produced the light stones. This time, Shifeng had distributed all of the light stone forging designs, allowing many other advanced forging apprentices to learn it as well. Only their production speed was slightly slower. 4 million stones were the equivalent of 200,000 stacks. If they sold each stone at 1 silver and each stack at 19 silver, one would have to spend 38,000 gold to purchase them all. In all of God's domain, Shifeng did not believe that anyone possessed 38,000 gold. And even if someone did, nobody would be so stupid as to spend it all on light stones. They would have long since invested it into buying lands. Currently, Feng Xianyang sat at one of the open-air tables in a high-class restaurant. He held a light stone in his hand, admiring it. This item's effects are truly impressive. If we buy out all the candlelight trading firm stockpile, they will have no choice but to limit the amount they sell. At that time, it will be the overwhelming trading firm's time to shine. Feng Xianyang laughed coldly. It would be just like the basic mana armor kits. Back then, the supply of the basic mana armor kits had been too limited. As a result, the kit's price had risen from 20 silver to 40 silver when other players resold it. Even then, plenty of people still purchased them. As soon as the candlelight trading firm began limiting the amount of lightstones it sold, he could turn around and sell the lightstones he bought at an increased price. At that time, even if he sold them at 5 times the original price, a large number of players would still buy them. He would not have to fear a lack of customers. Young Master Feng, after using all the coins we bought with credits, as well as the coins earned through the overwhelming trading firm, we've purchased over 4,000 stacks of lightstones. However, the candlelight trading firm shows no signs of limiting its sales. The slightly chubby middle-aged man reported worriedly, wiping the sweat from his forehead. What are you worried about? Now that we've purchased so many, they can't possibly have much left in their inventory. It won't be long before it is our time to shine. Feng Xianyang comforted the man, utter confidence filling each word. He had already asked the 3 advanced forging apprentices he had previously poached, so he knew that advanced forging apprentices had less than a 30% success rate for producing the lightstones. Moreover, each stone required more than a dozen seconds to craft. Even if the candlelight trading firm had over a dozen people forging lightstones constantly, it could not accumulate a large stock over a few days. After they had purchased so many stacks, even if the candlelight trading firm was not currently at its limit, it soon would be. Now all he had to do was wait. Chapter 537 Legend Resurfaces. Chapter 537 Legend Resurfaces. Inside the candlelight trading firm's serene and quiet special forging room. After spending a long time planning for the trading firm's future, the sound of his communicator ringing suddenly entered Shifeng's ears. He sure is fast. Shifeng's lips curled up when he looked at the name of the caller. The person contacting him this time was none other than Everlasting War, the person who had invited him to participate in the dark arena before. Shifeng promptly removed the demon mask's disguise, returning to his appearance as Yi Feng. He then accepted the call and said, "Brother Everlasting, long time no see. It seems that your strength has risen significantly once again." He could not see Everlasting War's current level through the screen, but judging from the change in the other party's equipment, he could tell at a glance that Everlasting War had undergone quite an improvement. The last time Shifeng saw the Guardian Knight, Everlasting War was geared in a mix of fine gold and dark gold equipment, with the latter numbering only 3 or 4 pieces. Now, however, the majority of his equipment was giving off the glow effect of dark gold equipment. One could easily imagine how much his combat power had increased. Everything I am wearing right now came from the corporation. As long as Brother Yi Feng officially joins the battle team, the corporation will naturally give you their full support as well. Everlasting War laughed. He was delighted with the equipment he was wearing right now. Otherwise, he would not have purposefully revealed their special effects. In reality, his objective in showing off his equipment was to display to Shifeng the strength of the corporation sponsoring their battle team. Such strength was indeed not something the guilds that one could find in the game could compare with. Take level 25 dark gold equipment, for example. In the current God's domain, such an item was scarce, and every piece could sell for an astronomical amount. Moreover, even if one could afford it, there was no guarantee that they would have a chance to buy one. Even first-rate guilds only possessed several pieces. On the other hand, the majority of Everlasting War's equipment was level 25 dark gold equipment. The force backing him was evidently powerful. The time and venue for the test have already been set. It will be held 4 days from now in the Beast Empire's capital city, Beast City. At that time, you only need to come to the underground arena of Beast City. I will be waiting for you there, Everlasting War said, his expression suddenly turning serious. I hope that Brother Yi Feng treats this matter seriously. During these 4 days, try to improve your equipment's quality as much as possible. I've heard that the higher-ups of the corporation have also found quite a few experts to participate in the test this time around. Among them, a few even possess powerful backers themselves, and they are mostly apex experts of the virtual gaming world. The competition this time is sure to be very intense. However, as long as you manage to pass it, the treatment you will receive will surely exceed your imagination. Thank you for your reminder. I will make sure to arrive on time. Sherfone laughed, not bothering to add anything else. As for Everlasting War's advice for him to upgrade his equipment, Sherfone had previously thought about doing so before. However, how could epic equipment possibly be that easy to obtain? Epic equipment? Sherfone could not help but ponder. At this point, he had already used up all the excess life force points he had saved up in the Icarus's heart. If he wished to upgrade the necklace to epic rank, he would have to collect the full 5,000 life force points required. However, after using that many life force points to open Twilight treasure chests, he had also obtained quite a harvest. Currently, he had also completed the Tier 1 set equipment for Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights. There were even a few extra set pieces for a second set. He had also completed the Tier 1 set equipment for Assassins, Elementalists, and Clerics. As for Berserkers, Rangers, and Druids, he was still missing one set piece for each class. He also obtained 2 extra set pieces for Swordsmen. Other than these Tier 1 set equipment, he had also obtained plenty of level 30 fine gold and dark gold equipment. Overall, his harvest was quite bountiful. It's been some time since I last targeted Overwhelming Smiles members. If I go for them again right now, they should not be too on guard against me. Sherfone licked his lips. There weren't many Twilight treasure chests remaining. If he could upgrade the Icarus's heart to epic rank and obtain another shop promotion order, at that time the Candlelight trading firm would truly become unstoppable. Saying so, Sherfone immediately went into action. After leaving the special forging room, he immediately headed towards the teleportation hall. Although it was somewhat inconvenient to take action during daytime, with the standards he would have no problems ambushing a bunch of elite players. Just as Sherfone arrived at Maple City, Melancholic Smile called him. Guild leader, that group of people has finally stopped buying lightstones in bulk. Do we begin now? Melancholic Smile asked with anticipation. It had been quite some time since the lightstones first went on sale. Now, the Candlelight trading firm's income was gradually decreasing as the enthusiasm of players began to cool down. If they added more fuel to the fire at this moment, they were bound to deal the other player-owned trading firms a significant blow, as well as solidify the Candlelight trading firm's position further. Okay, since we've wrung them dry already, begin selling then. Sherfone nodded. The reason why he chose not to sell the intermediate mana armor kits until now was his concern that some people would intentionally purchase them in bulk. Then, when the Candlelight trading firm's supply of the kits ran out, these people could take advantage of the situation to deal with the Candlelight trading firm, as well as earn a fortune while they were at it. Hence, Sherfone planned to utilize the lightstones first, to deplete the funds of these people. Soon, another new counter appeared simultaneously in the first-floor halls of the various Candlelight trading firms. Why was another counter added to the Candlelight trading firm? A berserker, who had come to purchase lightstones, asked curiously. Hello, sir. This here is our Candlelight trading firm's latest product, the Intermediate Mana Armor Kit. This item will greatly increase your attributes. Moreover, you can equip up to 3 kits at a time, the beautiful NPC saleswoman explained. What? This is the Intermediate Mana Armor Kit. The berserker was stunned. The basic mana armor kits had long since become a legend in the city. Currently, each kit sold for 50 silver. Even so, many still wished to buy it. Unfortunately, there just was no supply for the item. Now that the intermediate version of the kits had suddenly appeared, how could this not be surprising? After the berserker read the item description of the intermediate mana armor kit, multiple times. He was finally sure that he was not hallucinating. Such powerful attributes. Just a single intermediate mana armor kit is equal to 3 pieces of the basic version. The Berserker's eyes shone dazzlingly, his drool nearly leaking out of his mouth. The attributes of the intermediate mana armor kit were simply too shocking. As long as one could equip 3 of these kits, it would be equivalent to wearing an additional piece of level 25 dark gold equipment. Currently, despite the high demand for level 25 dark gold equipment, supply for it was practically non-existent. Countless people could not buy one even if they wanted to. If he could equip 3 intermediate mana armor kits right now, it would be equivalent to having an additional piece of level 25 dark gold equipment. Just imagining it exhilarated the Berserker. Battles in God's domain relied on 2 things: the player's techniques and the player's attributes. At this stage of the game, even if one had passable techniques, they would still have to consider the attributes of their equipment before they could try raiding a dungeon. To an ordinary player, even being fully geared in mysterious iron equipment was a dream, not to mention owning a piece of dark gold equipment. The attributes of a single piece of dark gold equipment could easily rival that of multiple pieces of mysterious iron equipment. If an ordinary player could equip 3 intermediate mana armor kits, it would no doubt result in a massive increase in strength. Crap, I was only missing just that bit of attribute to qualify for that 20-man team dungeon last time. If I can equip 3 of these intermediate mana armor kits right now, the team leader will definitely beg me to join them. The Berserker could not help but fantasize. However, when he laid his eyes on the price of the kits, each intermediate mana armor kit actually cost 5 gold. Suddenly, the Berserker was dumbfounded. Although ordinary players could not afford to buy the kit, news about it still spread like lightning. The kits became the headline news on the official forums right away. Shocking emergence of the intermediate mana armor kits. Chapter 538, causing a commotion in Starmoon Kingdom. Chapter 538, causing a commotion in Starmoon Kingdom. The appearance of the intermediate armor kits immediately caused a commotion. News about the candlelight trading firm spread like a pandemic throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom. In just a dozen minutes or so, the initially fading hype over the candlelight trading firm surged once more. Players throughout the kingdom were behaving even more wildly than before. The Lightstone was merely common goods. Although it was of significant help to players, it did not provide any direct improvements towards a player's strength. It belonged to the category of support items. However, the intermediate mana armor kit was different. This was an item whose sole purpose was to increase a player's attributes. Moreover, it provided a considerable increase. Upon receiving news regarding this matter, many elite parties and teams that were out in the field immediately dropped what they were doing and rushed back to their respective cities. They made a straight dash to the candlelight trading firm to purchase the intermediate mana armor kits. If they were even a little too slow, other players would no doubt buy out the kits. It would be just like the basic mana armor kit, which had already passed into legend. According to the legend, many players who had managed to purchase the basic mana armor kits when they were initially released had already become experts by now. Some ordinary teams had also become top-tier teams capable of challenging hard mode and even hell mode team dungeons. However, hell mode was only limited to 10-man dungeons. To the majority of independent players, 20-man team dungeons were simply too difficult a challenge. The requirement of such dungeons on a player's equipment foundation was just too high. The requisite level in combat techniques was also extremely high. Only a small number of guild elite teams could clear such dungeons. Team leader, I've just received news that the intermediate mana armor kits are selling for a fraudulent price of 5 gold per kit. We can't afford them even if we want to buy them. They are indeed expensive. Even so, we still have to buy them. We must obtain them even if we have to borrow money to do so. I have deeply regretted not getting the basic mana armor kits. You should know our performance inside team dungeons as well. We are always short of just that small amount of damage and defense. Unfortunately, no matter what we do, we aren't able to upgrade our equipment any further. In the end, those teams that had the luck to buy 3 basic mana armor kits managed to brute force their way through the bosses. Right now, a single intermediate mana armor kit could match up to 3 basic mana armor kits. As long as we get our teams empty 3 of these kits, we will be able to defeat the bosses of the team dungeon. At that time, won't it be easy to earn back the money we spent? Many independent teams out in the field maps began taking action, using all means to collect money. To elite teams, collecting 5 gold was still relatively easy. However, it would be very difficult if they wished to obtain 15 gold. Even so, they still endured the hardship as they tried to amass 15 gold. After all, the effects of having an additional piece of level 25 dark gold equipment on an MT was quite significant. Normally, 20-man normal mode team dungeons dropped Mysterious Iron rank. Secret Silver equipment only dropped if one possessed heaven-defying luck. Meanwhile, there were only 3 or 4 bosses inside a team dungeon, and each boss dropped just 2 or 3 pieces of equipment. On average, one could get roughly 10 Mysterious Iron equipment with each dungeon run. After factoring in the money and items obtained from the dungeon monsters, a team earned around 4 gold to 5 gold each time they raided a 20-man normal mode team dungeon. There was also the need to factor in the team's various expenses, loss of EXP and such, which further reduced the team's profits. Not to mention, the team's 20 members would split this profit. In the end, each member of the team would receive only a meager amount of money. However, the income one could obtain from a hard mode team dungeon was significantly higher. The bosses inside such a dungeon would drop at least 1 secret silver equipment with nearly a 100% certainty. There was even the possibility of bosses dropping 2 or 3 pieces of secret silver equipment at the same time. Even the monsters of the dungeon had a fixed chance of dropping Mysterious Iron equipment. Another point was that only hard mode team dungeons dropped certain necessary raw materials. After adding up the various types of income, a team would typically earn at least 10 gold from every dungeon run, more than double that of normal mode team dungeons. If a team managed to clear a normal mode team dungeon, they would be able to sate their hunger at most. However, if they succeeded in raiding a hard mode team dungeon, they would be able to dine like kings. Every time in sidebars, there was bound to be some amazing teams celebrating their successful raid over a hard mode team dungeon, earning the envy of the surrounding players. Now that everyone received such an opportunity again, the players naturally had to make a desperate effort for it. For a time, players swarmed the Candlelight trading firm. However, a majority of the players who came were only here to act as a placeholder for now. That was right, a placeholder. The teams backing these players were currently still in the midst of collecting money. As soon as they gathered enough, they would immediately purchase the intermediate mana armor kits from the trading firm, afraid that the kits would sell out. Although few independent players could afford the intermediate mana armor kits, it was an entirely different story for guilds. Guilds were already willing to invest thousands of gold in a single shop, not to mention spending several hundred gold to equip their core teams with intermediate armor kits. If guilds could fully outfit their core teams with intermediate armor kits, the combat power of these teams would rise to a whole new level. There was no question that it was a worthwhile investment. All the guilds that had received news regarding the intermediate mana armor kits immediately hurried over to the Candlelight trading firm. Moreover, these guilds were incredibly ambitious, each and every one of them asking to buy 100 or more kits without hesitation. "What did you say? Why aren't you selling it to me?" A guild representative shouted angrily. "Have a good look. I don't lack the money to pay for them." "Sir, my apologies, but since the supply for the intermediate mana armor kits is too limited, we are only selling it in limited quantities." Ordinary players are allowed to buy at most one kit each time. As you are representing a guild, you will only be allowed to buy a maximum of 9 kits. If you are from one of the guilds partnered with a candlelight trading firm, you will be allowed to purchase up to 21 kits at a single time. The beautiful NPC saleswoman smiled faintly, paying no heed to the actions of the angry player before her. Damn, give me 9 for now then. The guild representative was helpless about the situation, as the guild he belonged to was not a partner of the candlelight trading firm. He had no choice but to buy 9 kits for now and have the guild send more members to make additional purchases. Only, they would have to waste a lot of time using this method. There were just too many players coming to buy the kits, and even lining up was extremely troublesome and time-consuming. Although the candlelight trading firm had only set up shops in a few cities, when players and guilds of other cities heard of the news regarding the intermediate mana armor kits, they had promptly made their way over to cities that housed the candlelight trading firm. Among them, the number of players running over to White River City was the highest. The candlelight trading firms based in White River City had the largest allocation of intermediate mana armor kits. That number was practically the total of all of the branch shops. Hence, many players from the various major cities and guild representatives all came over to White River City. Moreover, this allocation was something Shifeng had deliberately instructed Melancholic Smile to do. He had done so with the intention of increasing White River City's population. Once everyone realized the uniqueness of White River City, some players would surely consider developing themselves here instead, out of convenience. Meanwhile, this would indirectly increase Zero Wing's strength. At this moment, the guilds that had previously chosen to partner themselves with the candlelight trading firm were celebrating in joy. Previously, most, if not all, of them felt that they had taken a huge loss by partnering with Candlelight. Now, however, they had become the envy of all the other guilds. Being able to purchase 21 kits at a single time had saved them plenty of trouble. Right now, the intermediate mana armor kits were priceless. Currently, people were offering to buy the kits for 8 gold coins, and this price was still rising. Even so, nobody was willing to sell their kits. Moreover, under the oversight of the system, independent players could purchase only 1 intermediate mana armor kit. Nobody wished to waste this precious opportunity, so they would not readily sell the kits they had obtained. Just as many guilds were fighting to purchase the intermediate mana armor kits, silence filled Overwhelming Smile's guild residence in White River City. Inside the guild residence's meeting room, several veins were bulging on Feng Xuanyang's forehead. He was very nearly at the point of erupting. Boom! 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 Feng Xuanyang violently slammed his fists down on the wooden table, and after a few consecutive blows, even the wooden table shattered. Young Master Feng, you must calm down. Calm down. How do you want me to calm down? Feng Xuanyang's eyes had already turned blood-red by now. If possible, he wished he could devour the candlelight trading firm whole, right this instant. In order to purchase the light stones in large quantities, he had invested another 100 million of his own money. Meanwhile, he had done so with the intention of earning back the 50 million he had previously lost. He had even thrown in all the earnings of the overwhelming trading firm into the mix. But all he had accomplished was purchasing a bunch of goods that had a seemingly endless supply. The most infuriating part was that, upon receiving news regarding the candlelight trading firm, his superiors had immediately ordered him to buy 300 intermediate mana armor kits. However, where was he supposed to get so many coins? 300 kits would cost 1,500 gold. Previously, he had indeed possessed this amount of money. Now, however, it was already gone. Chapter 539 Dominant Force. Chapter 539 Dominant Force. Young Master Feng, if there really is no other way, then let's sell the light stones we bought cheaply. This way, we can get back most of the money we lost. Sell them cheaply. Feng, Xianyang pondered. He had indeed thought about this method before. However, who would want to buy them? Currently, everyone had their eyes on the intermediate mana armor kits, throwing everything they had into accumulating money. Since the appearance of the intermediate mana armor kits, even the exchange rate for coins had risen significantly. How could anyone possibly bother to buy lightstones? Even if someone were to buy his lightstones, just how many could he possibly sell? He had a full 10,000 stacks piled up in his hands right now. Forget it. If I have to make a loss, so be it. I have to complete the task the higher-ups gave me. Sell the lightstones at a 20% discount, then. Sell as many as you can. Even if we can't sell them all, we can at least make some trouble for the candlelight trading firm. Foam, Xianyang sighed. The management of Underworld was extremely strict. If he did not complete his assignment, the consequences would be very severe. He had only managed to reach this position in the organization after many difficulties. Naturally, he could not fall short after coming this far. These 10,000 stacks of lightstones had cost him 1,900 gold, more than half of which came from Underworld and the overwhelming trading firm. Although he would lose a significant sum of money by selling the lightstones at a 20% discount, at least he could earn back Underworld's and overwhelming Smile shares of the money. He would also have the 1,500 gold required to purchase the 300 intermediate mana armor kits. Sometime later, the overwhelming trading firm also began selling lightstones. Moreover, due to Underworld's connections, Foam Xianyang managed to quickly get in touch with the various guilds around Starmoon Kingdom. Lightstones were still not available in many cities around the kingdom, which left the demands of many players unsated. So, selling the lightstones at a 20% discount prompted many players to fight to purchase them. Only, for every stack of lightstones sold, Foam Xianyang would feel a painful sting in his heart. Just as the intermediate mana armor kits were selling hotly in White River City, Starmoon City had also gone into a frenzy. Currently, upper managers of the various large guilds based in the capital stood in front of the counter inside the candlelight trading firm, their eyes bloodshot. I am the vice leader of the Wind God Guild. Call out your boss for me. I have a big business proposal that I wish to discuss with him. I am an elder of the Rainbow Guild. Why aren't you calling your upper management to come to greet me yet? Various guilds in Starmoon City were thinking of ways to contact the upper management of the candlelight trading firm. Unfortunately, no matter what words they used, the NPCs hired by the candlelight trading firm completely ignored them, leaving them restless. Initially, the various large guilds in Starmoon City were only somewhat surprised when the candlelight trading firm had set up a shop in the city. They never expected that someone could actually afford to buy a plot of land in the golden area of the city and even set up a shop there. Now, however, they could not help but wish they could purchase the entire candlelight trading firm. Using credits, of course. If they had to buy using coins, even if they added up the funds of every guild in the city, they would not be able to afford to buy the trading firm. Guild leader, I've received information stating that the candlelight trading firm's main branch is in White River City. Although the firm has set up a shop in the capital, its management seems to be based at White River City. A graceful and elegant female elementalist reported to the strong and dignified-looking man beside her. Meanwhile, inside a coffee shop a short distance away from the candlelight trading firm, many male players had promptly shifted their gaze to this tall beauty upon noticing her. In this day and age, with the popularity of nutrition and fitness, one could easily find handsome men and beautiful women. However, it was still extremely difficult if one wished to have a top-tier beauty accompany them inside the game. Not to mention, that beauty appeared to be that man's young secretary. "Bro, when do you think we can live like that guy?" a level 24 Guardian Knight muttered enviously. "What nonsense are you spouting?" the level 25 Ranger beside the Guardian Knight scoffed. "Do you know who that man is? Isn't he just a little rich? What's there to be proud of?" If I had that kind of money, beauties would surely throw themselves at me. I could also look for a group of little secretaries to play God's domain with me, the guardian knight replied with disdain. Look at yourself. It's no wonder you've been in this pitiful state all your life. The level 25 ranger slowly explained. Let me tell you, that man is not just some useless Prince Charming. He is someone who has achieved success due to his own efforts. Moreover, he's only 34 years old. I am also certain that you have heard of his name before. What's he called? The guardian knight asked curiously. He's the Star Alliance's guild leader, Galaxy Past, the ranger laughed. He then looked towards the woman standing beside Galaxy Past, adding, That beauty is also no ordinary person. She is Purple Eye. She was ranked 931st in the latest God's domain ranking list. Although her rank is lower than Red Feather's, her strength is even superior to his. Do you think you can hire such a beautiful expert as your secretary just because you have money? The guardian knight fell silent, no longer daring to speak another word. Star Alliance was currently one of the 2 top guilds in Starmoon City. However, as Ouroboros recently had a change in leadership and was facing problems with internal strife, Star Alliance had more or less become Starmoon City's #1 guild. He would simply be seeking his own death if he dared to fool around with Galaxy Past's little secretary inside Starmoon City. He might even end up returning to level 0 in the very next day. Guild leader, do you think they are talking about you? Purple Eye laughed. How could it possibly be me? They are clearly talking about the great beauty at my side, Galaxy Past laughed. All right, ignore them. We have more important matters to address. Now that the intermediate mana armor kit has appeared, nobody in Starmoon Kingdom can afford to sit still and do nothing. It seems that we'll have to make a trip to White River City. Starmoon Kingdom's eastern region has always been secretly controlled by that mysterious organization named Underworld. We have always minded our own business. If we head over to their territory right now, I'm afraid that it would bring about negative effects, Purple Eye warned. I don't care. If we let Underworld monopolize the intermediate mana armor kits, what will we do about our development, then? A cold glint flashed across Galaxy Past's eyes as he said, In reality, Underworld has long since been an eyesore. Unfortunately, the organization's strength is altogether too massive and extensive. It has spread its influence across multiple kingdoms, and even into the Black Dragon Empire. So, before this, I would only avoid looking for trouble with Underworld if possible. However, if Underworld thinks it can monopolize the intermediate mana armor kits, they can think again. The impact of the intermediate mana armor kits was too massive. Just being able to have every member of their core team receive the attributes of an extra piece of level 25 dark gold equipment was already very frightening. Moreover, these kits would not drop upon death. If they could equip even their guild's elite members with these kits, their guild would practically be invincible. Meanwhile, inside Ouroboros' guild residence. Snow, are you really going to go? Zhao Yueru asked, her brows knitted together. We've just managed to stabilize the situation over here recently. If you head over to White River City, it would be troublesome if someone tries something in Starmoon City while you are away. Yueru, you should know that I don't wish to leave at such a time, either. However, I must make a trip there personally for this matter. Gentle Snow shook her head. I'll leave this place to you for now. I'll try to return as quickly as possible. At the same time, the upper managers of the various large guilds in Starmoon City had also begun bringing along their men to White River City. Chapter 540 Grand Gathering. Chapter 540 Grand Gathering. While Sherfong hunted and harvested members of Overwhelming Smile, White River City had become the focal point of Starmoon Kingdom. Many upper managers from first-rate and second-rate guilds had arrived in White River City. What's going on? Why are so many guilds in White River City? I've never seen many of them before. I heard that they've come to partner with the Candlelight trading firm. There are even guilds from the surrounding kingdoms, including the Black Dragon Empire, who have shown up, let alone Star Moon Kingdom's guilds. Weren't others saying how Empire players were much stronger than Kingdom players? That doesn't seem to be the case to me. In the end, haven't they still come over to our White River City for some advantage? They've only come here because of the Candlelight trading firm. Look at the other kingdoms. Which one of them possesses a shop that sells intermediate mana armor kits? Right now, nobody has any level 25 dark gold equipment for sale at all. Meanwhile, the intermediate mana armor kits are even more powerful than level 25 dark gold equipment, and the Candlelight trading firm can produce it in large quantities. Having it and not can make a huge difference to dungeon raiding progress and PvP fights. Naturally, these guilds realize how important such an item is. The players filling White River City streets and alleyways discussed the large number of guilds gathering in White River City, and a sense of pride bloomed in their hearts. No one would have thought that a lifestyle guild could possess so much influence. Damn, why have so many people come here? At this moment, Feng Xianyang watched the growing number of guild representatives enter the Candlelight trading firm, wrathful flames burning in his eyes. To collect the required 1,500 gold, he had gone through a lot of trouble to sell the light stones. He also had to add in a large sum of his own credits. Meanwhile, it was obvious that the reason many guilds had come here today was none other than to purchase the intermediate mana armor kits. The Candlelight trading firm did not offer a large supply of intermediate mana armor kits. It had been a huge challenge for him to buy 300 kits for himself. Now that more competitors had appeared, his chances of fulfilling the quota had shrunk further. Among the guilds that had arrived, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion from the Black Dragon Empire was the most powerful. It was the first-rate guild that was the closest to becoming a super guild. Unfortunately, the pavilion was younger than those true super guilds, having been established later. Otherwise, it would have joined the super guilds' ranks by now. Meanwhile, the force and financial prowess backing the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was no less than that of an organization like Underworld. Currently, the pavilion was the Black Dragon Empire's #1 guild. Other first-rate guilds stood no chance against it. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had sent one of its 2 pavilion masters, the Dragon Pavilion Master, as its representative. In the guild, the Dragon Pavilion Master status was only below that of the Great Pavilion Master. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's management style was different from other guilds. Normally, a guild's management personnel consisted of the guild leader, vice leaders, elders, and so on. On the other hand, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could be split into 2 pavilions, the Dragon Pavilion and the Phoenix Pavilion. Each pavilion was the equivalent of a single guild, and both pavilions developed themselves independent of each other. Meanwhile, a pavilion master governed each pavilion. One could say that the pavilion masters were the equivalents of the guild leader of a guild. Moreover, the influence each pavilion wielded equaled that of a top-tier, first-rate guild. With both pavilions merged, one could just imagine how powerful the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was. The Great Pavilion Master managed the coordination between the 2 pavilions. This Great Pavilion Master was extremely mysterious and secretive. Even until now, there had yet to be anyone who knew the Great Pavilion Master's identity. However, the fact that this person was capable of managing 2 first-rate guilds at the same time showed how capable they were. "Young Master Feng, we should be celebrating," the slightly chubby man beside Feng Xianyang said, smiling. "Celebratory alcohol, what are you trying to say?" Feng Xianyang frowned, saying, "With so many competitors here right now, how will I possibly be able to buy 300 intermediate mana armor kits?" "Young Master Feng, hasn't our initial goal been to defeat the Candlelight trading firm and establish our own trade empire in White River City?" Celebratory alcohol slowly explained, "If only little fish and shrimp visit the firm, it would indeed be a good thing for the Candlelight trading firm. However, Those who have arrived are all tigers and leopards. This is not good news for the trading firm. Think about it. The people that have shown up are either here to purchase the Candlelight trading firm or seek a partnership. However, who doesn't want to monopolize the intermediate mana armor kits for themselves? It is especially true for the people from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. In order to become a true super guild, the pavilion has ignored all costs and recruited a large number of experts. They even managed to recruit 5 of last year's top 10 newcomers to the virtual gaming world, not to mention experts who have already been famous for many years. Currently, the intermediate mana armor kit is the perfect item for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to advance itself. Naturally, the guild will not let go of this chance to obtain the kit for itself. The other guilds should feel the same. However, young Master Foam, you have personally seen the personality of the Candlelight trading firm's manager. Even Miss Yulan was helpless against her. One can just imagine what kind of response these newly arrived guilds will receive. At that time, things will definitely end on a sour note, and the Candlelight trading firm will make enemies of the various guilds. At that time, not only will we have the opportunity to complete the task given by the higher-ups, but we can also take the opportunity to deal with the Candlelight trading firm. When celebratory alcohol finished speaking, realization dawned upon Feng Xianyang. You're right. We'll have a good show to watch this time. Feng Xianyang began laughing madly. On the surface, although this seemed like a grand gathering, in reality, it was a festival of murder. If the Candlelight trading firm offended the guilds that had arrived, these guilds would hold nothing back to suppress the Candlelight trading firm. If Underworld added fuel to the fire, who would dare to supply the Candlelight trading firm? Who would dare sell their materials to the Candlelight trading firm? Any guild or workshop that did would lose any hope of succeeding in God's domain. Even if the Candlelight trading firm were only a lifestyle guild and could not be dealt with like a combat guild, it could not survive without materials, forging designs, recipes, and other such items. Sooner or later, the items that were highly sought after now would become obsolete. At that time, the Candlelight trading firm would be finished. Big Sis Melancholic, there are so many guilds in the first floors hall today that I nearly lost count. There are over 100 guilds who registered to meet with us to discuss business. Among them, there are over a dozen first-rate guilds. It also seems that they have come with bad intentions. What should we do? One of Melancholic Smile's female assistants asked nervously. No ordinary player would ever have dreamed such a scene. Starmoon Kingdom only had several first-rate guilds. Now, not only had every one of these first-rate guilds arrived, but there were even first-rate and second-rate guilds from other kingdoms and empires as well. I understand. Have the NPCs welcome them for now. I'll try to think of a solution in the meantime. Melancholic Smile also struggled with the situation. She had never expected that the intermediate mana armor kits would have such a huge influence. They had attracted a pack of hungry wolves and beasts to their doorstep. If she had known something like this would happen, she never would have suggested that Shifeng sell the intermediate mana armor kits. Even if they wanted to sell them, they should have only done so after the Candlelight trading firm had secured its position in Starmoon Kingdom. Now, however, they were surrounded by enemies on all sides. Although Melancholic Smile really wished to solve this problem by herself, she could not come up with any ideas. This situation was different than the previous one she had handled with the guilds. If she approached this forcefully, she would offend the major powers of several kingdoms and an empire. To put it simply, she would be seeking her own death. Helpless, Melancholic Smile had no choice but to contact Shifeng. She was truly out of options, and she could only hope that Shifeng had something up his sleeve. Chapter 541, Terrifying Great Demon King. Chapter 541, Terrifying Great Demon King. The Barren Ridge was a wasteland located in the Maple City region. The land was parched and cracked. Not even a blade of grass could grow here. Yellow sand choked the wind as it was lifted into the air all year long. Yet, at this moment, many players could be seen grinding and leveling in this desolate area. The barren ridge was a level 25 to level 32 leveling map. Although it was a wasteland, various kinds of stone beasts lived there. Stone beasts were elemental creatures made of excellent stone materials. There was a 20% chance to obtain advanced stones when killing these monsters, and they even had a small chance of dropping rare ores. Nowadays, the forging industry was very popular, and many lifestyle players who disliked combat would learn forging. Hence, all sorts of forging materials were in high demand right now. Even if the barren ridge did not contain treasure chests or advanced quests, many players still preferred to grind for stones and ores here while leveling up. The various large guilds had monopolized the high-resource maps surrounding every city, leaving no room or access to ordinary players. If an ordinary player were discovered trespassing into a guild-run zone, the guild members would either chase them away or kill them on the spot. Knowing this, ordinary players naturally avoided these high-resource maps. Instead, they could only explore ordinary maps such as the Barren Ridge. However, after Fang's last visit to the Dragon Ridge, Overwhelming Smiles members avoided the zone at all costs. Instead, they had come to the Barren Ridge to grind and level up. This resulted in ordinary players flooding the Dragon Ridge, and Maple City's ordinary players came to admire the name Black Flame. One man was capable of forcing an entire guild to concede. Black Flame's strength was inconceivable. Laughing Heaven, Overwhelming Smiles guild leader, wanted nothing more than to hack Fang into thousands of tiny pieces. Unfortunately, even Laughing Heaven's hands were tied. Based on Warwolf's report, Fang's base attributes were simply too high. He was far beyond experts like them. If they wanted a fighting chance against him, they needed to upgrade their equipment and base attributes first. Before that happened, however, they could only try their best to keep hidden. Of course, there were other methods they could use, such as hunting Fang in large teams. However, a team of several hundred players would not be enough. A single large-scale destruction spell would be more than enough to annihilate most of the team. At the very least, they needed to mobilize armies of over 1,000 players. Unfortunately, Fang's whereabouts were unknown. It was practically impossible to trap him with thousands of players. So, they had no choice but to endure until they possessed a strategic-level expert capable of rivaling Black Flame. Damn! Just how long do we have to grind here? A level 24 summoner from Overwhelming Smile grumbled. Since when have Overwhelming Smile members ever suffered such a loss before? We are actually forced to this godforsaken place. Isn't he just one expert? I don't believe that we can't take him out if several hundred of us gang up on him. Sure. Be quiet. What if your big mouth really summons that person? The level 25 elementalist serving as the team's leader warned the summoner softly, frowning as he carefully observed his surroundings. You were lucky that you weren't out that night. If you experienced that volcanic power, you would know that even a team of hundreds of players would be no different than ants. Moreover, not even the shield warriors and guardian knights with high HP and defense survived a single hit from that expert. Many among the team nodded their agreement to the elementalist's words. Although it was currently daytime, they could still recall the madness of that night as if it had happened yesterday. Team leader, aren't you over-exaggerating? Although our current equipment isn't top tier, even someone fully geared with level 25 dark gold equipment should not be able to kill our team's guardian knights and shield warriors in one hit, right? The summoner replied, refusing to believe his team leader's claim. Moments after this summoner finished speaking, a black figure suddenly descended from the sky. Don't believe it. Why don't you experience it yourself then? The person who had flown down from the sky was none other than Fang himself. The Barren Ridge was ridiculously large, and Overwhelming Smiles members had scattered across the map. For efficiency's sake, Shifeng had no choice but to activate Wind Rider to hunt these people. When Shifeng noticed this 100-man team from Overwhelming Smile, he had immediately flown towards them. The instant Shifeng descended, he switched the aura of wind to the aura of fire and launched a firestorm from above, covering a radius of 30 yards. Flames filled the sky, burning everything in its vicinity to ash and dust. Even the level 27 stone beasts, which possessed high magic resistance and 5,000 HP, died with the first wave of damage, not to mention players whose HPs were below 5,000 and had 0 magic resistance. In the blink of an eye, less than 30 players remained of Overwhelming Smile's 100-man team. Their two spread out. After landing, Shifeng frowned slightly when he noticed that many had escaped his firestorm. However, the massive AoE had dumbfounded Overwhelming Smile's members. Crap, it's the Great Demon King. Split up and run. Contact the guild leader and notify everyone else immediately. The Elementalist team leader responded quickly as he shouted in the team chat. Team leader, what should we be afraid of? He's just one person. Watch me take care of him. Although the summoner was also stunned by Shifeng's firestorm, he quickly began chanting an incantation and summoned a flame beast, ordering it to attack the newcomer. The flame beast was a fire-type elemental creature possessing extremely high flame damage. Moreover, it also had a very powerful skill. Self-detonate. When activated, the flame beast would self-destruct and cause 300% damage to all enemies within a radius of 10 yards. It was a considerably powerful AoE skill. However, upon activating self-detonate, the flame beast could not be summoned again for another 4 hours. So, self-detonate was not a skill that could be used to grind monsters. Die. The summoner controlled the flame beast to dash towards Shifeng. However, when the flame beast was only 10 yards away from Shifeng, a streak of black light penetrated the elemental's body. The flame beast began to dissipate instantly. Impossible. Terror gripped the summon upon losing control over his flame beast. The flame beast was the strongest summoned creature he could currently call forth, and it had an HP of 10,000. Yet, before it could even get close to Shifeng, it was already killed. Even the summoner had not seen how his flame beast had died. To end the battle quickly, Shifeng activated Defensive Blade and Purgatory's power, increasing his attack range and damage. To Shifeng, the flame beast's 10,000 HP and attack range of 10 yards was nothing. By the time the summoner had reacted, he had discovered that he could not move his body. Someone stood right in front of him, and although this person hid his appearance behind a black cloak, his imposing aura and horrifically cold-killing intent shattered any thoughts of resistance the summoner had. The summoner was truly and thoroughly terrified. Is this even a human? He finally understood why his team leader had sounded so unsettled. Just mentioning the name Black Flame was a huge taboo. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng's figure disappeared. Am I hallucinating? Before the summoner could say anything, his vision began to gray. Suddenly his body fell to the ground. When did he even attack me? In a short moment, Overwhelming Smile's 100-man team had been annihilated. I've wasted too much time. They should have already contacted their guild mates by now. It will probably be more difficult to find other members now. Shifeng sighed as he looked at the loot scattered across the ground. He still had a long way to go to collect 5,000 life force points. Just as Shifeng finished gathering the drops and was about to search for the next batch of life force points, he received a call from Melancholic Smile. Chapter 542 Manager. Chapter 542 Manager. White River City, inside the Candlelight Trading Firm's first-floor reception hall. Currently, the upper managers from various guilds occupied the large reception hall. Among the guilds present, the weakest were second-rate guilds, while the strongest guild was close to becoming a super guild. Some of these guilds were allies, while others were enemies. Hence, The reception hall's atmosphere was extraordinarily intense. Even the NPC beauty receiving these people felt uncomfortable. I didn't think Guild Leader Snow would show up as well. It is indeed a rare sight, Galaxy Pass said, laughing as he glanced at Gentle Snow sitting a short distance away. I heard that you have a mountain of work to do back at Ouroboros and that Chao Qinghua is trying to split up the guild. Chao Qinghua has many of his supporters stationed in Star Moon City. Guild Leader Snow, is it really a good idea for you to be here right now? There is no reason for Guild Leader Galaxy to worry. Ouroboros is getting by quite well right now. Otherwise, why would I come here? Gentle Snow did not reveal a trace of weakness as she replied. On the contrary, aren't you, Guild Leader Galaxy, having a bad time right now? I've heard that Star Alliance's branch in the Lion Kingdom has suffered a major loss, losing over 10,000 people in a single guild war. In the end, you even allowed others to profit. First-rate guilds would usually develop themselves in several major regions. Naturally, the Star Alliance was no exception. The Lion Kingdom was west of the Star Moon Kingdom, though the kingdom only occupied half as much area as the Star Moon Kingdom. The kingdom's player population was still significant. 2 first-rate guilds and multiple second-rate guilds constantly fought over the Lion Kingdom. The Star Alliance was one of the 2 first-rate guilds. However, in order to fight over a treasure, many of the guilds in the Lion Kingdom had gone all out. In the end, the Star Alliance had suffered heavy losses. To make matters worse, the other first-rate guild had snatched the treasure. Despite Gentle Snow striking a sore spot, Galaxy Pass did not grow angry. Instead, he laughed and said, as expected of Guild Leader Snow, you really are well informed. You truly do possess some of your brother's aura from when he controlled Ouroboros. Unfortunately, the Ouroboros of today is not the Ouroboros of the past. Purple Eye, the beautiful female elementalist sitting beside Galaxy Past, on the other hand, radiated an intense killing intent as she glared at Gentle Snow. You want to make a move? Gentle Snow laughed. Suddenly, a frightening aura surged forth. Smiling at Purple Eye, she said, I heard that the Star Alliance possesses 5 great experts, and they are Galaxy Past, Red Feather, Flourishing Willow, Flying Jade, and Purple Eye. Among them, Flying Jade is the most mysterious and Purple Eye is the strongest. I really want to know if this rumor is true. Let's put it to the test, then. Purple Eye provoked, showing no intention of backing off. For a time, it felt as if the temperature in the reception hall had fallen by a few degrees. Ouroboros and the Star Alliance were known enemies. Both guilds had competed against each other for over a dozen years, and at this point their rivalry would not stop until one of them was wiped out of existence. Hence, the standoff between the 2 guilds did not seem out of place to anyone watching. The many guild representatives promptly moved to the side, hoping to watch the fight between the 2 beauties. Meanwhile, sitting at the forefront of the reception hall, a robust man resembling Zhang Fei suddenly turned to the handsome and dashing youth seated beside him, respectfully saying, Pavilion Master, this subordinate will go and remind them of where they are lest they ruin Pavilion Master's good mood. Saying so, this robust man strode towards Gentle Snow and Purple Eye. Suddenly, however, a single hand halted his advance. Forget it. Doing nothing but waiting here is quite boring. Watching them fight will be a nice change of pace, the dashing youth said, smiling faintly. Understood. The robust man returned to his seat. Everyone present had seen the handsome youth's actions, and though that high and mighty attitude of his displeased the other guild representatives, nobody felt that the youth's attitude was inappropriate. This handsome youth was one of the 2 pavilion masters of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The pavilion had possessed the strength of a super guild for a long time now. It lacked a stage to display its might. Meanwhile, in the eyes of super guilds, first-rate guilds were nothing but children. It was only natural that the handsome youth thought little of the others. Just as Gentle Snow and Purple Eye were about to face off, a loud shout suddenly echoed through the hall. "Everyone, stay your hands!" A clear, crisp voice swept through the crowd. When everyone turned to look at the owner of this voice, they discovered another great beauty. Unlike Gentle Snow and Purple Eye, this beauty did not possess a frightening aura. However, although she seemed somewhat ordinary, every guild representative took her seriously. This beauty was the Candlelight Trading Firm's manager, Melancholic Smile. This is the Candlelight Trading Firm, not the arena. All forms of fighting are prohibited here. If someone wishes to challenge the rules of the Candlelight Trading Firm, then I will have no choice but to send you on your way. Melancholic Smile scolded. Nobody doubted Melancholic Smile's power. Inside a private shop, the manager was invincible. The manager of the shop could teleport someone out with a single thought and bar that person from entering the building ever again. Sure enough, she is indeed formidable. It is no wonder why she can ignore even Underworld. Galaxy Past could not help but focus on Melancholic Smile. The upper managers of the other guilds were similarly surprised. They had not expected Melancholic Smile to be so fearless. Every player here was an overlord in their own right. Their status and identities were extraordinary. It was especially true for the first-rate guilds present. Yet, Melancholic Smile had not left any room for argument. Her mighty attitude was exactly as the information they received stated, so much so that she appeared even more overwhelming than before. At Melancholic Smile's appearance, Gentle Snow and Purple Eye glanced at each other before turning away. Everyone had come here today to do business. Nothing good would come from provoking the Candlelight Trading Firm. Peace returned to the reception hall, and everyone began to observe Melancholic Smile. Although she did not emit any sort of aura, there were not many people who had the courage to reproach two first-rate guilds. After all, the Candlelight Trading Firm was but a single lifestyle guild. Without any combat power of its own, it would have no choice but to purchase its materials from combat guilds. One could say that the trading firm's survival relied on combat guilds. Moreover, as the game progressed, the trading firm would require more precious materials. At that time, the firm's reliance on combat guilds would grow stronger. Hence, it was not a good idea for the firm to offend powerful combat guilds. At this moment, the Dragon Pavilion Master seated at the forefront of the hall opened his mouth and said, "Miss Melancholic, since you have arrived, shouldn't it be about time to begin our discussion?" Everyone nodded their agreement to the Dragon Pavilion Master's words. They had waited for quite some time now, and they had only waited for so long out of respect for the Candlelight Trading Firm's prestige. Now that its manager had arrived, it was only natural that they began discussing business. Certainly, however, a manager like myself does not have the power to make the decisions you are all looking for. Melancholic Smile shook her head. "What are you trying to say?" various representatives asked, curious. "Are you saying that you're not going to do business with us?" What a joke! They had come from so far and had spent a significant sum on teleportation fees. Now that they were told that there was nothing to discuss, was the Candlelight Trading Firm just toying with them? Suddenly, the temperature in the reception hall dropped sharply. Not a single person present was someone that should be easily offended. Not only were they powerful experts, but the influence they commanded was also frightening. Standing by the side, Melancholic Smile's assistant felt her legs grow weak, her complexion paling. To an ordinary player like herself, this pressure was immense. Fortunately for the female assistant, everyone focused not on her, but on Melancholic Smile instead. However, even Melancholic Smile did not feel too well right now. This was her first time experiencing such an immense pressure, so much so that even her hand trembled slightly. She found it astonishing. This was merely a virtual reality game, yet she could still feel such intensity. She nearly lost her breath. "I am only the manager of the Candlelight Trading Firm. Only my boss can make decisions regarding the business you wish to discuss. If you are really interested in working with us, then you'll be able to meet my boss if you wait for a little while longer." After Melancholic Smile finished speaking, she turned and left the reception hall. For a time, silence overtook the reception hall. Although they had long since guessed that Melancholic Smile was not the candlelight trading firm's proprietor, hearing her statement had surprised them. Since Melancholic Smile had been able to establish such a powerful trading firm, the force backing her would naturally be extraordinary. Moreover, nobody present had yet to uncover the tiniest bit of information about this hidden backer. One could just imagine this mysterious backer's power. Chapter 543: The Boss Behind the Scenes. Chapter 543: The Boss Behind the Scenes. Just as everyone inside the reception hall pondered the identity of the candlelight trading firm's true boss, Sherfong finally arrived in White River City. Overwhelming Smile's reaction this time was really fast. "I just ambushed one group, and it immediately became difficult to find any players." Sherfong had originally intended to collect more life force points after Melancholic Smile had contacted him. However, he never expected Overwhelming Smile to have such decisive precautions. In the end, he had to give up on his endeavor. It was indeed possible for a single top-tier expert to delay the development of an entire guild. However, it was not possible for a person to single-handedly annihilate a large guild, particularly a cautious guild. Otherwise, many guilds would have long since fallen into ruin. After returning to White River City, Sherfong noticed that both the number and quality of players had increased significantly. "I wonder what has happened to Zero Wing's recruitment." Sherfong then called up the guild system. Sherfong had busied himself with the candlelight trading firm. He had paid no attention to Zero Wing. He had left the guild's management to Aqua Rose and Blackie. If the two of them had not encountered any major issues, they normally would not contact him. So, Sherfong was not all that worried that anything had happened to the guild while he had been away. Currently, Zero Wing was White River City's publicly acknowledged #1 guild. It stood at the very forefront in every aspect. Although Zero Wing continued to wage war on Overwhelming Smile, and plenty of battles still occurred between both guilds every day, with the candlelight trading firm's financial support, this kind of expenditure was practically negligible. On the contrary, the ongoing war had stimulated guild members' motivation, allowing them to improve their combat techniques continuously. They had even made a huge profit through killing their enemies, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Upon opening the guild system panel, Sherfong suddenly noticed that the guild's population had greatly increased. Previously, the member count had balanced around 40,000. Now, however, there were already more than 50,000 players in Zero Wing. Moreover, this number continued to rise. Throughout this time, Zero Wing had never changed its recruitment standards. On the contrary, the minimum requirements had been raised further in order to increase the quality of the new players. However, instead of seeing a decline in the number of players joining the guild, the opposite had happened. 50,000 people? Sherfong pondered the situation. During the initial stages of God's Domain, a guild with 50,000 members could definitely be considered a large guild. Normally, such guilds would split its members and develop themselves in multiple cities. Even for a major city like White River City, having 50,000 members at a time was about the limit. As for why there was a limit, it was because there was a limit to the number of high-resource areas available. Once the player population reached a certain level, the high-resource areas would reach full capacity. Any increase in the player population would result in the decrease in their development speed. Hence, large guilds would usually assign their members to various cities, allowing their members to develop quickly. Zero Wing already had 50,000 members. Moreover, the players Zero Wing recruited all had strong techniques. Even if they had not reached the standards of an elite player, they were not too far. Overall, Zero Wing was stronger than second-rate guilds and only slightly inferior to first-rate guilds. Not even first-rate guilds could match Zero Wing's top combatants. Naturally, Zero Wing required more resources to strengthen itself. It seems that I have to begin development in other cities earlier than expected. Phone had never expected for Zero Wing to develop so quickly. His initial plan to expand Zero Wing to other cities would not have begun for another month. He had also expected for Zero Wing's member count to reach 50,000 only 2 or 3 weeks after that. Now, however, he had to initiate his plan ahead of time. For now, however, I need to deal with the Candlelight trading firm's problem. Phone then contacted Aqua Rose. Guild leader, do you need something? I'm quite busy at the moment, Aqua Rose asked pleasantly, smiling. She had been extremely busy while Phone had been away. Fire Dance and the others had focused on their special training, so all important matters regarding the guild had been left to her to handle. However, thanks to Shifeng's massive daily shipments of top-tier equipment, particularly level 30 fine gold and dark gold equipment, and the flood of enthusiastic players who wanted to join Zero Wing, she was quite happy with her work. Currently, Aqua Rose dared to pat her chest and guarantee that no elite members of other guilds in Starmoon Kingdom were better equipped than Zero Wing's members. As for Zero Wing's core members, the equipment they wore consisted of a mix of level 25 fine gold and dark gold equipment, with dark gold equipment being the majority. If other guilds discovered this, their eyes would pop out of their sockets. Someone's here to make trouble. What do you think we should do? Phone laughed. Who's the blind fool? They actually dare to cause trouble in White River City? Aqua Rose was initially surprised. However, very quickly she laughed and said, Where are they? This lady will annihilate them this instant. Although Aqua Rose was very busy, her level had not lagged behind the other core members whatsoever. It was the same for her equipment. Currently, she was level 27 and fully equipped with dark gold equipment. The staff she wielded was also a staff exclusive to elementalists that Phone had obtained from the Twilight treasure chests. Although the staff's attributes were inferior to Blackie's epic rank staff, her weapon's attributes were very well suited for elementalists. In PvP battles, it was in no way inferior to an epic ranked staff. The Candlelight trading firm. When Phone uttered those 4 words, a realization instantly struck Aqua Rose. Guild leader, are we really going to do this? Aqua Rose could not help but ask. Currently, all players in White River City knew of the gathering of the many upper managers of first-rate and second-rate guilds at the Candlelight trading firm. Presently, however, no one had discovered just who stood behind the Candlelight trading firm. Only a few core members of Zero Wing knew. After all, it wasn't just guilds that were capable of setting up a shop. Individuals could do so as well. Many of the shops set up in minor cities were mostly set up by workshops that focused on lifestyle classes. Not to mention, Phone had also set up the Candlelight trading firm under the name of the Horizon Alliance, making it nearly impossible to trace back to Zero Wing. Everybody will learn the truth sooner or later. This is just a little sooner than we had planned. Phone had never bothered hiding the fact that he had established the Horizon Alliance. It was far more convenient to manage a shop through a lifestyle guild. After all, combat guilds and lifestyle guilds had completely different specializations, and the specialization of lifestyle guilds made them more suitable to develop shops. In the past, after discovering this matter, many large guilds had promptly established a lifestyle guild to manage their shops. Phone had only established a lifestyle guild ahead of time. Guild leader, leave it to me. Aqua Rose also grew excited. Inside the Candlelight trading firm's reception hall, due to Melancholic Smile's statement, everyone inside the hall had begun to make their guesses of who might be the Candlelight trading firm's owner. However, even if the boss behind the scenes was impressive, what could he possibly do against so many large guilds? As everyone occupied themselves with their discussions, time slowly ticked by. This Candlelight trading firm, sure, knows how to treat its guests. They've already made us wait for such a long time. Do they really think we are easily bullied? A representative of a second-rate guild complained. Everyone was greatly displeased with the situation. Who were they? They were the overlords of God's domain. Moreover, they had brought both money and sincerity with them. Yet the candlelight trading firm actually dared make emperors like them wait so long. Whoever was behind the firm must truly be tired of living. Meanwhile, seated in a corner of the hall, Feng Xianyang watched the souring situation with a smile. The candlelight trading firm might have been able to get away with angering the various small guilds of White River City, but if it angered all of these large guilds, who would dare supply the firm? Without materials, the candlelight trading firm would not produce a single product. However, Feng Xuanyang's smile had not lasted long as the doors to the reception hall suddenly slammed open. In the next moment, a large group of players, roughly 100, marched into the hall. These players all radiated imposing auras. Not a single one looked ordinary, and they were all level 26 or above. Judging from the dazzling glow effect on their equipment, the most inferior equipment they had was fine gold ranked, with the majority of their equipment consisting of dark gold rank. On their chests, every player wore a 6-winged silver emblem. This was none other than Zero Wing's guild emblem. Sorry, I made you all wait for me. Shi Feng suddenly crossed the reception hall's threshold, smiling. Sweeping a glance over everyone present, he laughed and said, I'm the owner of the candlelight trading firm, Black Flame. Chapter 544, Devour Everything. Chapter 544, Devour Everything. Zero Wing's arrival had silenced the reception hall. At this moment, practically every guild representative in the hall focused on Shi Feng. Why does it have to be him? So that's the case. It is no wonder the candlelight trading firm set up its headquarters in White River City. Everyone suddenly came to a realization. However, at the same time, the upper managers of the various large guilds reevaluated their impression of Zero Wing. The majority of the people present had not understood Zero Wing's true strength. They had only read some reports about the guild. Before arriving in White River City, each guild had investigated the various guilds residing in White River City. The reports had contained a lot of information about Zero Wing. Moreover, after the guild's intelligence agents' detailed investigation of the number 1 guild in White River City, they had quite the high evaluation of Zero Wing. Practically every agent had evaluated Zero Wing as a guild that was above a second-rate guild, but below a first-rate guild. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, was even Star Moon Kingdom's number 1 expert. Up till today, Black Flame had yet to suffer a single defeat. Even Overwhelming Smile, the guild secretly supported by Underworld, could only hold the position of number 2 in White River City. When everyone had received these reports, they had simply laughed it off and placed no particular importance on Zero Wing. Now, however, the upper managers of the various large guilds even considered firing those intelligence agents of theirs. Just what had they investigated? How can Zero Wing be so powerful? Galaxy Past's expression became grim when he saw the members of Zero Wing. Guild leader, the woman standing beside Black Flame, isn't she Aqua Rose? An indescribable bitterness welled up in Purple Eye's heart when she saw Aqua Rose. They were old acquaintances. In the past, Aqua Rose had once invited her to join Twilight Echo. However, she had rejected the offer. She had been greatly shocked to find out that Aqua Rose had left Twilight Echo. Twilight Echo was an even stronger guild than the Star Alliance. However, Aqua Rose had left it without hesitation. Moreover, she had even joined a newly established and unknown guild after the fact. When Purple Eye had received this news, she even thought she had heard wrong. She had also felt it was somewhat unfortunate. A capable gamer such as Aqua Rose had taken such a foolish route. Now, however, it would seem that Aqua Rose's decision had not been the wrong one at all. A guild with a single expert was not particularly frightening. However, it was a different story if said guild possessed a large group of experts. Moreover, looking at the nearly 100 people who had entered the hall, each one of them wore equipment that could rival the best equipment the Star Alliance had to offer. So much so that the best geared members of the Star Alliance were even inferior to some of Zero Wing's core members. Furthermore, the Star Alliance could only scrape together, at most, enough equipment to gear a team of 20 players. It was absolutely impossible for them to equip a 100-man team. One could just imagine how powerful Zero Wing's background was. Moreover, Aqua Rose's current equipment actually consisted of only dark gold equipment. As for the dark red staff in her hand, purple, I could not even begin to imagine its rank. However, judging from the amount of pressure it emitted, it was most likely above dark gold rank. Now that Zero Wing had displayed its strength, even Gentle Snow, who was very familiar with Zero Wing, was surprised, not to mention the Star Alliance, which was also a Star Moon Kingdom Guild. Regarding this revelation, Gentle Snow could only reveal a bitter smile. She did not know whether she should rejoice or lament right now. Previously, when Sherfong had offered to annex Ouroboros, she had thought that he was being wildly arrogant. However, looking at this dazzling and imposing 100-man team, there might not be a second guild in all of Star Moon Kingdom capable of building up such a team. With the two first-rate guilds of Star Moon Kingdom reacting in such a way, there was no need to mention the guilds that had come from a foreign country. Pavilion Master, this Zero Wing seems quite amazing. It has actually obtained so much dark gold equipment. Every one of these players also seemed extraordinary, with a few even radiating dangerous auras. A blue-haired girl with bright eyes and slender eyebrows sitting beside the dragon Pavilion Master exclaimed, giggling. Contrary to her words, her actions made it seem as if she did not take Zero Wing seriously at all. As expected of the #1 guild of White River City, it really does possess an impressive number of experts. The equipment it possesses is even more surprising. Only, it is a pity that such good equipment is actually being wasted on these people, the handsome youth stated, his gaze revealing a hint of greed. He could not help but admit that the equipment worn by Zero Wing's members was indeed amazing. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion did not have so much top-tier equipment, much less first-rate guilds. If he could snatch all of it away, at that time, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would definitely become a bona fide super guild. It might even become even more powerful than a few current super guilds. Pavilion Master, should I secretly rob them all? The robust man named Blood Dragon asked softly. Let's discuss it first. The handsome youth waved his hand. Faintly smiling, he said, whether it is the Candlelight trading firm's intermediate mana armor kits or Zero Wing's equipment, it seems that my trip to White River City has not been wasted. If I deal with this matter properly, the great Pavilion Master will definitely be pleased. Pavilion Master is truly wise. At that time, I want to see just how the Phoenix Pavilion plans to contend with our Dragon Pavilion, Blood Dragon laughed. Even after silence had gripped the reception hall for some time, Sherfong had not hurried to dive straight into business. Instead, he waved his hand and signaled Melancholic Smile. At this moment, Melancholic Smile opened her mouth and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, if you are here to purchase intermediate mana armor kits, please follow me. As our stock is limited, the Candlelight trading firm intends to hold a small-scale auction exclusively for you." Saying so, Melancholic Smile led the way out of the reception hall. In response, however, the guild representatives only turned to look at each other, showing no signs of leaving their seats. Who among them was not here to purchase the Candlelight trading firm, hoping to earn a massive profit through the transaction? How could they possibly come all the way here just to purchase a few measly intermediate mana armor kits? Particularly, The Dragon Pavilion Master from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion looked utterly uninterested in the intermediate mana armor kits. With the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion taking the lead, everyone would naturally follow. However, among these people, one person stood up from their seat and followed, melancholic smile. Has Gentle Snow gone insane? Galaxy passed, watched Gentle Snow's departing figure. There were so many guilds putting pressure on Zero Wing right now. Even if Zero Wing were strong, it would have no choice but to tread carefully when faced with so many large guilds. Offending so many large guilds at once would be tantamount to suicide. Anyone who had a brain would definitely choose to stay. After all, they could take advantage of the situation to rake in even more profit for themselves, and that was not something a few measly intermediate mana armor kits could hope to compare with. Yet, Gentle Snow had actually chosen to leave. Don't tell me that no one else here is interested in the intermediate mana armor kits. Shifeng asked as he glanced at the seated guests. At this moment, Feng Xinyang stood. Righteously, he said, Guild Leader Black Flame, many of us here have journeyed from far away. We have already shown the Candlelight Trading Firm sufficient respect. If you turn us away empty-handed, our reputations will suffer. That's right, Guild Leader Black Flame. Let's prosper together. Wouldn't it be better if we invest into and develop the Candlelight Trading Firm together? That way, everybody can profit. Many among the crowd began advising Shifeng as they laughed merrily. Among those present, aside from the upper managers of a few first-rate guilds, everyone promptly voiced their agreement. Are all of you of the same opinion? Shifeng calmly asked. You could say that the Dragon Pavilion Master, 9 Dragons Emperor, suddenly said. However, aside from my interest in the intermediate mana armor kits, I am also very interested in the equipment you all wear. Why don't you state a price? I'll buy all of it. Although 9 Dragons Emperor wore a lukewarm smile, his tone indicated that he would not take no for an answer. Suddenly, the entire venue fell silent. Many of the guild representatives sucked in a breath of cold air. Initially, they had thought that the conditions they had proposed were sufficient. They had never expected that this Dragon Pavilion Master would be even greedier than they were. He actually wanted to devour both the Candlelight Trading Firm and Zero Wing. Chapter 545 Super Guild. Chapter 545 Super Guild. Although 9 Dragons Emperor's words were quite arrogant, all of the various guild representatives present knew that this handsome youth before them had certainly earned his arrogance. The fact that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was hailed as a super first-rate guild, which was the closest existence to a super guild, was not without reason. Great strength had built that reputation. In today's era, virtual reality had long since integrated into everyone's life. Practically everyone would come into contact with virtual reality games in some form. Meanwhile, there were countless virtual gaming guilds. Any guild that the public officially recognized became a third-rate guild. Even though third-rate guilds were nowhere near the top of the gaming industry, they still stood out among the countless guilds in the virtual gaming world. Not only did a third-rate guild possess a certain degree of financial support, but it also possessed a large number of members. Normally, third-rate guilds had also earned some form of achievement in some virtual reality games. Standing above third-rate guilds were second-rate guilds. Not only did second-rate guilds possess abundant capital, but they also possessed quite a number of experts. These experts were normally those who held some fame in the virtual gaming world. As for a second-rate guild's member count, there was no need to even mention that. Normally, a second-rate guild would develop itself in multiple cities simultaneously. As for first-rate guilds, they were normally guilds that had been crowned as overlords in at least a dozen large-scale virtual reality games. Such guilds generally had over a decade of history, having overcome countless painstaking trials. First-rate guilds had perfected expert training programs and a large network of contacts. Most importantly, these guilds had recruited a large number of experts over the years. Practically all up-and-coming experts of the virtual gaming world would be split between these first-rate guilds, with more experts joining the guild every passing year. There would always be a large number of experts present to support, to battle for, and to bring endless glory to the guild. They were existences far above second-rate guilds. As for super guilds, they were the titans of the virtual gaming world. There were even many virtual reality games that these super guilds had produced personally. They also had their own research teams that were set up to study and improve a person's gaming skills. Super guilds had no shortage of ordinary experts. Aside from recruiting some experts who possessed extraordinary talents, they would usually nurture their own army of experts. As for the various major competitions held in the virtual gaming world, these super guilds organized practically all of them. Meanwhile, the majority of the top-tier experts that had emerged from these competitions every year were usually experts that these super guilds had nurtured. Take Purple Eye and Aqua Rose, for example. Both had been nurtured by the same super guild. After undergoing the sharpening of various major competitions and emerging victorious, both had become Rookies of the Year. They had then separated from the super guild they had belonged to develop themselves separately. In fact, this wasn't just limited to the two of them. Many well-known experts in the virtual gaming world had originated from super guilds. This was the amazing part about super guilds. With this aspect alone, super guilds were already leaps and bounds above first-rate guilds. Take the financial prowess backing super guilds, for example. All super guilds already stood at the peak of the virtual gaming industry. In a society where virtual reality was so well developed, the economic value of the virtual industry constantly rose. Whether it regarded financial prowess or influence, super guilds were not one bit inferior to international corporations. There were some super guilds that were even stronger. Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was not a super guild, in reality, it was not far from becoming one. Only, the pavilion was somewhat young. However, that was only true when compared to actual super guilds. When compared to other first-rate guilds, the pavilion's history was a lot longer than many first-rate guilds in the virtual gaming world. "This should be fun," Galaxy Pass said as he looked at Sherfong standing near the door, a meaningful grin appearing on his face. "Guild leader, you still have the heart to make jokes? If the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion really buys out the candlelight trading firm, wouldn't we have come here for nothing?" Purple Eye asked as she frowned at Galaxy Pass. She had come from a super guild, so she knew full well just how powerful a super guild's background could be. Although Black Flame was very strong, his strength only mattered in Star Moon Kingdom. If he were in a super guild, he would be considered average. As for the other experts of Zero Wing, a super guild had armies of such individuals. Not to mention, super guilds also possessed plenty of old monsters. Those players were no longer considered human. Only, these old monsters would not normally appear in the public eye, so not many people knew of them. A single flick from a super guild could easily annihilate Zero Wing. If it came down to a fight, Zero Wing wouldn't even be powerful enough to resist. In reality, even an amazing first-rate guild would stand no chance against a super guild, much less Zero Wing. At most, it could only provide a momentary struggle. This was also one of the reasons why there was only a small number of super guilds, despite there being a large number of first-rate guilds in the virtual gaming world. The only reason why super guilds did not go out of their way to compete with first-rate guilds, only contending with opponents of the same level, was because they did not like bullying the weak. It was the same concept as for how an adult would not participate in a fight between children. Doing so would only harm to their reputation. It seems that Gentle Snow's decision was correct. If I had known something like this would happen, I would have gone along to purchase some intermediate mana armor kits. Galaxy Pass sighed ruefully. Once the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion purchased the candlelight trading firm, It definitely would not sell the intermediate mana armor kits. Rather, it would use those kits to strengthen itself and challenge those super guilds. If he wanted to buy the intermediate mana armor kits, now was his only chance to do so. Meanwhile, sitting in the corner of the reception hall, Feng Xianyang was thoroughly dumbfounded. The situation left him utterly speechless. The higher-ups of Underworld had instructed him to purchase 300 intermediate mana armor kits. If the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion bought the Candlelight trading firm, how was he supposed to buy the kits? Melancholic Smile entered the reception hall on the second floor with Gentle Snow behind her. The location Melancholic Smile had led Gentle Snow to was still inside the reception hall. Only, it was situated on the building's second floor. It could be considered a VIP room of sorts. And while the occupants of the first floor could not see the occupants on the second floor, the reverse did not hold true. Not only could one see everything that went on inside the reception hall on the first floor, but one could also hear the first floor's ongoings clearly. "Why have you brought me here?" Gentle Snow asked, surprised. "Miss Snow, please wait a moment," Melancholic Smile said. "Guild leader knows that you want a large number of intermediate mana armor kits. However, the supply for the kits is truly too scarce. As the demand for it is very high, he plans to hold an auction for the kits. Meanwhile, the auction will be held right here. As soon as he sends away the guild representatives below, the auction will begin. Send them away." Gentle Snow could not help but glance at the Nine Dragons Emperor. She had seen the Nine Dragons Emperor many times before, so she knew this man's temper. He was the very definition of the word hypocrite. If both sides were on equal footing, then there wouldn't be a problem with discussing business. However, if the other side's strength were inferior to his, only a painful slaughter awaited them. Nine Dragons Emperor was also willing to do whatever it took to achieve his goals, and that included unscrupulous means. Hence, very few people were willing to deal with him. However, it was also this personality that had allowed him to reach the position of Pavilion Master. In a super first-rate guild, it was not easy for one to reach the position of Pavilion Master. Knowing a few tricks was far from enough. One also needed strength and ability. Otherwise, one would not be able to secure their position even if they did manage to obtain it. The fact that Nine Dragons Emperor had held his position firmly for so many years spoke volumes about his strength. "Hopefully he wouldn't do anything stupid," Gentle Snow said somewhat worriedly as she glanced at Sherfong. Inside the reception hall on the first floor, silence filled the venue. Everyone had focused on Sherfong, waiting for his reply despite having already guessed what the outcome would be. "You want to buy the Candlelight trading firm and Zero Wing?" Sherfong laughed. Smiling at the Nine Dragons Emperor calmly, he said, "Sure, but I want 60% of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion shares." Chapter 546. Even Dragons Have to Bow. Chapter 546. Even Dragons Have to Bow. Immediately after Sherfong finished speaking, silence overtook the venue. Every guild representative in the hall was stupefied. Black Flame has gone insane. They all stared at Sherfong with dropped jaws. Who was the Nine Dragons Emperor? He was the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. He stood at the very top of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. With a single word, he could easily bring an end to the existence of any second-rate guild in the virtual gaming world. Moreover, the Nine Dragons Emperor was famed for being vicious and merciless. There was once a vice leader of an ordinary first-rate guild who had competed against the Nine Dragons Emperor in an auction for an item. Enraged, Nine Dragons had sent a notice to the first-rate guild and demanded that the vice leader in question grovel and apologize to him, as well as return the item in question. Otherwise, he would take action against this first-rate guild. How could an ordinary first-rate guild possibly hope to contend with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? Furthermore, the first-rate guild in question had many competitors. Nine Dragons had only needed to give the word, and many other first-rate guilds would have joined hands to take out the offending guild. Having no other option, the first-rate guild sent for the vice leader in question to apologize and offer the item. In the end, however, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion still annihilated the first-rate guild, forcing the guild to migrate to a different virtual reality game. Currently, although Shi Feng had not outright stated that he refused to sell, the price he demanded was the same as slapping the Nine Dragons Emperor in the face. Although Nine Dragons was one of the 2 pavilion masters of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, he only possessed less than 10%. The majority of the pavilion's shares remained in the great pavilion master's hands. Shi Feng's demand of 60% of the pavilion's shares was no different than demanding ownership of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and a position above even his, the Nine Dragons Emperor's. This black flame is exactly as the rumors made him out to be. He is simply fearless. Galaxy Past could not help but voice his admiration. Throughout God's domain, other than those super guilds and a few guilds with extremely powerful corporations backing them, there were no guilds that dared provoke the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Even the upper echelons of super guilds would consider their options carefully before humiliating this pavilion master. Although a virtual reality game was only a game where there were people, there was bound to be conflict. The Nine Dragons Emperor was the face of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Even if Shi Feng refused to give in to Nine Dragons' coercion, he should have handled the situation with a more delicate hand. Yet, Shi Feng had thrown all pretenses out the window and made a mockery of the Nine Dragons Emperor. Even if it were just for his reputation's sake, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would now go all out to destroy him. Hence, Galaxy Past truly admired Shi Feng's courage. He should have shown some restraint and refrained from such an impulsive comeback. If he could have endured the humiliation he has suffered today in order to retaliate another day, he would have gained more of my respect. However, with him acting like a boorish fellow, Zero Wing is truly finished this time. Purple, I said as she glanced at Shi Feng. She then turned to look at Aqua Rose, silently lamenting as she said, "It seems that Aqua Rose has still made the wrong decision. In the end, a small guild will only ever be a small guild. Though it might triumph temporarily, it could not make it last." Meanwhile, in the second-floor reception room, "Your guild leader has gone insane. That's the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Moreover, that's the Nine Dragons Emperor he is provoking. Just what is going through your guild leader's head? Even if Nine Dragons doesn't take offense, if word spreads, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion will definitely try to annihilate Zero Wing with everything it has to restore its reputation." Gentle Snow exclaimed as she stared at Melancholic Smile. Based on what she understood of Shi Feng, the man was not ignorant. On the contrary, he was quite shrewd with great foresight. Yet now he had actually offended the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. She had no idea why Shi Feng had done such a thing. Even I don't know what he is trying to do. Melancholic Smile shook her head. She then said, however, after hearing the guild leader's words, "I can't help but feel proud. Why are they allowed to bully us, while we are not allowed to resist?" Gentle Snow failed to think of a response. Although he was not in the wrong, there was a price to pay for those words. Similarly, the precondition for resisting was to have sufficient strength. Although Zero Wing was relatively powerful, it was still far from a titanic existence like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Challenging the pavilion at his point was simply suicide. Meanwhile, back in the first-floor reception hall, even the Nine Dragons Emperor himself was stunned. He had never expected Shi Feng to be so foolish. Even the heavens would laugh at such folly. However, Nine Dragons could not find it in himself to laugh. Instead, his expression shifted slightly as a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. However, this killing intent quickly disappeared. In the next moment, a bright, dazzling smile appeared on the Nine Dragons Emperor's face. "Since Guild Leader Blackflame has no intentions of selling, I won't overstay my welcome. Goodbye." The Nine Dragons Emperor smiled. He then left the reception hall with his subordinates. Everyone else in the reception hall turned to look at each other. What had just happened? That's it. Wasn't he supposed to warn Zero Wing and teach them a lesson? Purple, let's leave as well, then. At this moment, Galaxy Past smiled faintly as he prepared to leave the building. Guild leader, are we not going to negotiate with Zero Wing? Are we just leaving? Purple, I asked curiously. It had taken quite some effort to embark on this trip. After all, Galaxy Past was the guild leader of the Star Alliance. If he left White River City without obtaining even the tiniest harvest, he would become a laughingstock. It will be meaningless. If even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has been treated in such a way, do you think Black Flame will agree to sell the Candlelight trading firm to us? Galaxy Past shook his head. He then explained, also, a war is going to begin in White River City, so don't you think we should return quickly? War. Purple, I suddenly came to a realization. Although Nine Dragons Emperor had left the building peacefully and had not made any vicious remarks, in reality, killing intent filled his heart. It would have been foolish of him to reveal his thoughts inside the Candlelight trading firm. Inside this shop, Black Flame's words were law. Anyone who dared spout profanities inside the building would only be sentenced to death. Only a brain-dead fool would risk that just to sate his pride. Most likely, the Nine Dragons Emperor would notify his subordinates, instructing them to annihilate Zero Wing the moment he returned to the Black Dragon Empire. He would not give Black Flame the chance to react. Ha ha ha, Black Flame, so even you will have such a day. Feng Xianyang grinned like a drunk fool. At this point, there was no doubt that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would obliterate Zero Wing. However, based on the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's prestige, it would abhor remaining in a small location like White River City. Once Zero Wing was annihilated, Overwhelming Smile would automatically become the #1 guild of White River City without even needing him to expend any effort. Afterward, the various guild representatives promptly left the Candlelight trading firm. Not a single guild chose to stay behind. At this moment, Aqua Rose turned to Sherfong, wearing a grim expression as she said, Guild leader, now that you have provoked the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the pavilion will not let us off the hook. The pavilion's background is also not something first-rate guilds like the Star Alliance and Ouroboros could hope to compare with. They have countless experts in their midst. They also have plenty of great experts who are famous in the virtual gaming world. If they dispatch a large number of experts to ambush our guild mates, the resulting death count will far surpass that of our war with Overwhelming Smile. Even Underworld was already capable of dispatching over 200 battle-experienced experts, not to mention the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The pavilion most likely had plenty of top-tier experts as well. It was simply not in existence that Zero Wing could contend with. Within the region of White River City, even a dragon has to bow before Zero Wing. You should prepare. There will be fun to be had soon, Sherfong laughed. He then left the first-floor reception hall and headed to the VIP room on the second floor. Naturally, Sherfong had his own reasons for slapping the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's face. The first reason, it had felt awesome. He was an expert who had set foot into the flowing water realm. He was even geared with a complete Tier 1 set equipment and fragmented legendary and epic ranked rings. He even wielded a magic weapon. So, how could he possibly concede to a pavilion master of a super first-rate guild? In the past, even a real super guild had to cower in fear when facing the Midnight Tea Party, a 20-man independent team. Currently, he was in possession of weapons and equipment that were far superior to anyone else's. He also had several large-scale destruction spells. Not to mention, White River City was his home ground. Why wouldn't he challenge a super first-rate guild? As for the second reason, it was to forge the guild. If one wanted to improve on their skills, they only needed to do one thing: fight. Experts were not nurtured through dungeon raids, but through live battles against other players. Overwhelming Smile was no longer a challenge, so they had to choose a stronger opponent to pit themselves against. In any case, Zero Wing did not lack money. They could afford to fight the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Chapter 547, Shocking God's Domain. Chapter 547, Shocking God's Domain. Answer. Aqua Rose revealed a bitter smile as she watched Shi Feng's departing figure. However, when she considered the situation from a different perspective, Shi Feng's decision was not necessarily a bad thing. In the past, other than super guilds, there really weren't any guilds that had dared provoke the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Now that Zero Wing had made a fuss, even if they were defeated, it would be a glorious defeat. Moreover, suffering defeat in God's domain did not equal annihilation. God's domain was not as simple as other virtual reality games. Thoroughly annihilating a guild was easier said than done. It was similar to Zero Wing's efforts to chase Overwhelming Smile out of White River City. Despite having massacred Overwhelming Smile's members, not only did the guild still reside in White River City, but it was also getting by quite well. Only the guild was forced to maintain a low profile, and its development had slowed significantly. Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had a lot of experts, and its financial prowess was enormous, it would not be able to extinguish Zero Wing in White River City easily. Not to mention, Zero Wing also had the Candlelight trading firm, supplying it with coins. All right, let's head back and prepare. White River City won't be so peaceful from now on. Saying so, Aqua Rose left the Candlelight trading firm with Zero Wing's core members. Meanwhile, inside the VIP room on the second floor, Shi Feng had already begun to discuss business with Gentle Snow. Guild leader Black Flame, this move of yours is truly incomprehensible, Gentle Snow said, confusion plastered on her snow-white face. She could not help but ask, Guild leader Black Flame, you should know that there are a total of 7 first-rate guilds competing over the Black Dragon Empire. Although 2 of them are not based in the Empire, they have invested a significant sum into the branch's development. Yet, despite there being so many first-rate guilds in the Empire, only the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has a branch guild set up in the Imperial capital. None of the other first-rate guilds have set up their branch guilds there yet. Do you know why? The Imperial capital isn't a nice place to live. Shi Feng laughed. Gentle Snow rolled her eyes. He was clearly pretending to be stupid. Helpless, she explained, that is because the branch leader there is Blood Dragon, one of 9 Dragon's Emperor's most formidable generals. Blood Dragon is a violent man, and he loves battles more than anything. He also has a group of experts under him, called the Blood Legion. If any guilds refuse to submit to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and dare to reside in the Imperial capital, then this Blood Legion will come forward. The Blood Legion will secretly target these guilds, going as far as to ambush the upper echelons, even while still within the city limits. None of these first-rate guilds wish to drop all pretense of cordiality with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and allow others to take advantage of the situation. Hence, they had no better option but to withdraw from the Imperial capital and develop in other cities. If the Pavilion sends the Blood Legion to White River City, it won't be a good thing for Zero Wing. Shi Feng simply revealed a faint smile in response to Gentle Snow's words. Naturally, he knew all of this information. Moreover, his understanding of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was even more thorough than Gentle Snow's. The Blood Legion's fame was not one bit exaggerated. The Blood Legion was also known as the Assassination Legion, comprised of a group of assassins that the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion had carefully nurtured. Anyone who opposed the Heavenly Dragon Legion would oftentimes find themselves killed back to level 0 the following day. The result would not change even if one hid inside a city. It was not an easy feat to kill players inside a city. It was especially so for a major city. Even if one managed to kill a player, the city guards would still kill them and deliver a severe punishment. In mild cases, this punishment would be a jail sentence of several days. In severe cases, it was highly possible that the guards would first execute the player multiple times, then jail them for a dozen days or so, and finally chase them out of and bar entry to the city. If this player dared show their face in the city, the guards would execute them on the spot. Unless that player did not mind losing a few levels and being locked up for a few weeks, or they no longer wished to reside in the city any longer, they normally would not take action inside an NPC city. During the initial stages of God's domain, the various large guilds already wished they could split in two to hasten their development. One could just imagine how much of a loss it would be for a guild to have its experts locked up for days or weeks. Every guild treated its experts like treasures. Losing an expert for a single day could cause immense damage to a guild, not to mention a jail sentence of a few days. However, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion paid these consequences no mind. They had plenty of experts to go around. This was the pavilion's strength. Forget it. I've already told you about the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Since you made me wait so long, may I know how many intermediate mana armor kits Guild Leader Blackflame intends to sell to me? Shifeng's unperturbed attitude left Gentle Snow utterly speechless. At this moment, however, her own situation did not look too well, either, so she could not be of any help even if she wanted to. Miss Snow, how many do you want? Shifeng simply laughed off Gentle Snow's worries, not bothering to offer her any explanation. However, he knew that Gentle Snow sincerely wanted to help him. He also understood that she was currently powerless to help him. Hearing Shifeng's question, Gentle Snow pondered for a moment before asking softly, "Do you have enough to gear a 50-man team?" Everybody knew how precious the intermediate mana armor kits were. Even partnered guilds were only allowed to purchase 21 kits at a time. That amount was only sufficient to gear 9 players at most. Beyond that, it was extremely difficult to obtain any more kits, as all those who had managed to purchase them refused to part with them. It was impossible for any guild, other than Zero Wing, to obtain a sufficient number of intermediate mana armor kits to gear a 50-man team fully. Okay, but the Candlelight trading firm requires a large amount of rare materials. In the future, I will require Ouroboros to sell the majority of the materials it obtains to the Candlelight trading firm, Shifeng said. Currently, Zero Wing was still capable of meeting the Candlelight trading firm's demand. However, as the firm developed, the materials it required would increase. At that time, Zero Wing alone would not be enough to satisfy the demand of the Candlelight trading firm. However, if a first-rate guild like Ouroboros supplied the firm, there would no longer be any problems. Once I return, I'll instruct my subordinates to send you the materials. Gentle Snow nodded in agreement. In any case, she was tight on money right now. If she could convert some of the guild's materials into coins, it would help her greatly. After Shifeng and Gentle Snow concluded their trade, the matter of Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, provoking the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had already spread throughout God's domain. As a super first-rate guild, any minor matter relating to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would receive the attention of the various large guilds in the virtual gaming world, not to mention a major incident such as a guild openly insulting them. For a time, everyone began to pay attention to the Star Moon Kingdom, to Zero Wing, and to Black Flame. Crap, Black Flame must have gone insane. He actually dared to slap the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in the face. Does he not want to play God's domain anymore? What do you know? Black Flame is super amazing. He is a titled expert on the God's domain ranking list. He has his own pride, naturally. So how could he possibly hand over the Candlelight trading firm he had built by himself? I wonder what the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion will do. Isn't it obvious? If Dragon Phoenix Pavilion does not flatten a guild like Zero Wing, will it still qualify to be called a super first-rate guild? News and talk of the conflict between the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Zero Wing filled God's domain's forums. As for super guilds, they, too, had fun watching from the sidelines. Currently, while all of God's domain was in an uproar, the atmosphere inside one of White River City's high-class restaurants was extremely awkward. Pavilion Master, leave this matter to this subordinate. I will give Black Flame more than what he bargained for, the robust blood dragon requested respectfully. I never expected to encounter such a blind fool in this far-off city. Now, every player in God's domain knows of this incident. The great Pavilion Master has even sent me a message personally, telling me to deal with this matter as visibly as possible and show those super guilds that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is no longer just a super first-rate guild. Rather, it is a super guild that stands on equal footing, Nine Dragons Emperor said, a bone-chilling glint flashing in his eyes. Curling up his lips, he said, "Since the great Pavilion Master has issued the command, we cannot take this matter lightly. Notify the War Dragon Legion and have them meet us here immediately. I want to destroy Zero Wings, guild residents, personally." Chapter 548, War Dragon Legion. Chapter 548, War Dragon Legion. The War Dragon Legion? Blood Dragon could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when he heard this name. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was divided into two pavilions, the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion and the Phoenix Pavilion. Both pavilions had their own strongest legions. The Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's strongest force was the War Dragon Legion. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion nurtured its own experts internally. Among these experts, only the best of the best were allowed into the War Dragon Legion. One could say that the War Dragon Legion was the strongest legion specially established to contend with super guilds. Blood Dragon had also come from the War Dragon Legion. Who wouldn't be shocked by the Nine Dragons Emperor summoning the War Dragon Legion? Pavilion Master, aren't we just dealing with a small guild? Is there really a need for such a commotion? Chaos Dancer, the beautiful woman seated beside Nine Dragons Emperor, advised. In fact, we can rely on the Blood Legion to get rid of Zero Wing. If we expose the strength of the War Dragon Legion right now, won't we waste a trump card that we could use against those super guilds in the future? It doesn't matter. Since joining God's domain, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has yet to achieve anything significant. Now that everyone is watching the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it is a good opportunity for an excellent performance, Nine Dragons Emperor said, smiling playfully. Moreover, Zero Wing's reputation is not insignificant. If we can finish off Zero Wing swiftly, it will serve as a shock to some of those weaklings and let everyone know that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is no longer a super first-rate guild, but a true super guild. Understood. This subordinate will notify the War Dragon Legion immediately. Chaos Dance then began contacting the War Dragon Legion. Time passed little by little. While the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion prepared to deal with Zero Wing, other guilds did not idle and do nothing. Every one of them gathered their members in White River City. For a time, experts swarmed White River City. Despite it obviously being daytime, the number of players filling the streets surpassed even nighttime. Among all these players, aside from those that large guilds had sent, there were plenty of ordinary players who had hurried over from other cities. Players throughout God's domain knew about the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's intentions to take out Zero Wing. Although this was clearly a one-sided battle, many players still wanted to witness the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's strength. Hence, many ordinary players had hurried to White River City to watch the show. However, it was also this reason that boosted the candlelight trading firm's business. Among the items sold by the firm, light stones were the most popular. The candlelight trading firm's income had practically recovered to its peak, earning nearly 1,000 gold in 1 hour. As a result, Melancholic Smile and the others at the candlelight trading firm focused fully on their work. Old 5, I heard that Black Flame defeated you, and Old 6, even after you two cooperated. This incident has not impressed the higher-ups, and they've started to look down on our 7 ghosts. When the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion deals with Zero Wing, we need to deal with this matter properly A thin, middle-aged man with bronze skin said seriously. Brother 3, rest assured. I will not damage our reputation, Fifth Ghost said, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Previously, even though he had worked with Sixth Ghost, Black Flame still defeated them. Moreover, they had even lost all of their equipment they upon dying and had been barred from entering the game for 2 whole days. By now, they had both become laughingstocks in Underworld. This time, in order to restore the 7 Ghosts' reputation, they needed to avenge themselves properly and complete the tasks the higher-ups had given them. All is well as long as you know it. Our task is very simple this time. Assist young Master Feng in obtaining 300 intermediate mana armor kits. It will be even better if we can obtain even more equipment and kits. However, since the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is spearheading this matter, it is best if we keep a low profile. So first, let's focus on getting the 300 intermediate mana armor kits, the Thin Man Third Ghost said. This time, to ensure we complete our task, I have even called Old 4 and Old 7 to help us. With the 5 of us, we should be able to take down Black Flame easily. The only thing we have to worry about is the pavilion itself. It is best if we form a proper plan. On this point, Brother Third Ghost, please rest assured. Based on my investigations, the Blood Dragon's subordinates, the Blood Legion, will not be involved this time. The 9 Dragons Emperor has called in the War Dragon Legion instead. Every member of the War Dragon Legion is proud and arrogant, and they usually look down on everyone else. They should not pay any attention to us should we move against Zero Wing, Feng Shenyang explained, smiling faintly. As insurance, I have even had a large group of elites come over from Maple City. With such a powerful force, Black Flame will have no hope of survival. Having the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion deal with Zero Wing is already overkill. Adding us into the mix, Black Flame will die with a 100% certainty. Even if he is even more powerful than we suspect, he will have to consider his options carefully. At that time, he will willingly hand over the 300 intermediate mana armor kits. Fifth Ghost laughed coldly. If he refuses, then I'll give him a taste of what it feels like to wish for death. All of White River City's various large guilds, including Overwhelming Smile, considered and prepared to strike against Zero Wing while it was down, taking the opportunity to benefit from the guild's downfall. Meanwhile, in a high-class bar a short distance from Zero Wing's guild residence, many upper managers of guilds had gathered. The entire 3-story building was packed full of players. Among them, first-rate guilds fully occupied all of the private rooms on the 3rd floor. From these rooms, one could clearly see every movement around Zero Wing's guild residence. Guild leader, don't you think that Zero Wing is acting strangely? Even now, they're still so carefree. They have not taken any precautionary measures at all. Is this Black Flame pretending to be a fool? Or is he actually one? Purple Eye frowned as she watched Zero Wing's guild residence through the window. There's nothing surprising about this. Black Flame simply does not understand the 9 Dragons Emperor's character. Look at the people inside the bar, for example. Aren't most of them members of first-rate guilds? Meanwhile, a newly established guild like Zero Wing and a newcomer to the virtual gaming world, like Black Flame, don't know 9 Dragons' style of conduct. Thus, he continues with his carefree manner, Galaxy Pass said, laughing. Downing a mouthful of flame beer, he continued, The 9 Dragons Emperor is someone who conducts himself with a lofty tone and does not play his cards according to common sense. This time, he has even secretly mobilized the War Dragon Legion to deal with Zero Wing, making a fuss over a minor incident. Naturally, the only reason why he would mobilize such a powerful legion is to destroy Zero Wing's guild residence. A guild residence is different from a private shop. While inside the shop, the manager is invincible. However, it is a different story for a guild residence. It is slightly troublesome to deal with the residence's hired guards, and there are also the city guards who patrol the streets. With current players' levels and equipment, it is still impossible to resist the patrolling guards. Hence, no sane guild would attempt to attack another guild's residence. However, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is no trivial existence. One cannot measure by the strength of an ordinary guild. Moreover, the Nine Dragons Emperor is no fool. I keep getting the feeling that he has some sort of trick up his sleeve. Otherwise, he would not have sent the War Dragon Legion, a trump card that he had prepared for facing super guilds. What we need to do now is wait for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to make its move. Once they take action and Zero Wing falls, we can begin our operation as well. Purple Eye nodded silently. This time, the Star Alliance had sent quite a number of elites and experts. They were not afraid that Zero Wing would not fall today. Instead, it was only a matter of how much profit they could gain. However, the various large guilds, including the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, was ignorant of one point. Sherfone was a reincarnator. Moreover, he had also been the guild leader of a second-rate guild in the past. In order to survive in God's domain's harsh conditions, he had endured relentless pain and suffering. As far as understanding massive existences like the Nine Dragons Emperor, the Nine Dragons Emperor most likely did not have a better understanding than Sherfone. Chapter 549, Leave None Alive. Chapter 549, Leave None Alive. Inside the meeting room in Zero Wing's guild residence. Zero Wing's core members filled the large meeting room. Everyone could feel the tension in the air. War was imminent. Although Zero Wing had succeeded in suppressing overwhelming smile in White River City, their current enemy, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, was a lot stronger than overwhelming smile. The two guilds were on entirely different levels. Every player present fully understood how severe of a situation they were in. They also knew that it was highly unlikely that they would overcome this hurdle. Seated on the guild leader's throne, Sherfone suddenly asked, "You must think that I am a fool, right?" However, the only answer he received was silence. Not a single person answered his question. Everyone only stared at their guild leader, who was shrouded in mystery, quietly. "I know the answer even without you saying a word," Sherfone laughed. Casual and relaxed, he said, "Everyone must think that I have gone insane, that I overestimate myself by challenging a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Until now, aside from super guilds, not a single guild dares to make an enemy of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Do you know why? The reason is very simple. They are simply too strong. They are strong enough that other guilds despair at the thought of them as an enemy. I believe that you should know all that, at this time, many guilds have already begun to prepare to take advantage of our misfortune. Every one of them is closely eyeing us like prey. There's not a single guild out there that thinks we might come out of this on top. They all believe that we will lose without a doubt and that our names will soon be wiped from God's domain. Do you know why? I'll tell you why. Since the very beginning, whether it is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion or the various other first-rate guilds, none of these people have seen us as equals. Since the very beginning, they have thought of us as weak. So they have come to bully us, to drink our blood and eat our flesh, to destroy us. However, I will warn them now. They will be disappointed. Since there has never been a guild courageous enough to challenge the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, then, today, we will be the first to make history. We will show everyone that Zero Wing is not a guild they can afford to provoke. If they wish to plunder our corpses, they'll have to seek permission from the swords in our hands first. The battle is to the strong. Today, let us teach the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion a lesson. The moment Sherfone finished his speech, everyone suddenly felt their blood boil. None of them had ever thought that such a day would come. Throughout the virtual gaming world, other than super guilds, there had never been a guild daring enough to provoke and challenge the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, Zero Wing dared. Moreover, Zero Wing's guild leader himself led this challenge. Isn't it just a super first-rate guild? I've long since grown tired of looking at their faces. Today, I'll use them to release some stress. Kola laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha. Guild leader, I've been waiting for you to say that. I'm bored of battling, overwhelming smile, constantly. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has arrived at just the right time. It just so happens that I can use them to test my recent improvement. Blackie licked his lips, revealing an eager grin. Guild leader, tell us how we should deal with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. I want to be the first one to have a go at them. Flying Shadow said excitedly, This is seriously insane. Aqua Rose shook her head, helplessly. In the next moment, however, she smiled and said, But I like it. For a time, every Zero Wing member of the meeting room talked and laughed with each other, the heavy atmosphere from before vanishing. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was indeed strong. However, they were not a bunch of weak and powerless noobs, either. Since the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion dared to oppress them using force, they would show the pavilion that it had chosen a wrong opponent. They would let the pavilion know that the opponent it was about to face was not a weak little cub, but rather it was a ferocious beast with sharp fangs and claws. If I am not mistaken, it is highly possible that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion will strike once the sun sets. Fire Dance! How are the preparations going on your side? Shifeng asked as he turned to the sharp and mesmerizing Fire Dance. Based on Shifeng's understanding of Nine Dragons Emperor, there was an 80% chance that he intended to destroy Zero Wing's guild residence. If a guild residence were destroyed, it could not be repaired within 10 days' time. Moreover, if a guild residence were destroyed, all members of the corresponding guild within the city would receive a penalty. Not only would all members lose a level, but their EXP gain would also be halved for the following 10 days. The guild's popularity would drop by 50,000 points as well. Moreover, after the destroyed guild residence was reconstructed, the quality of the guild quests the guild would receive would be significantly affected. The best time to destroy a guild residence was at night. Players' greatest foe when trying to destroy an enemy guild residence was not other players, but the patrolling NPC city guards. These city guards were no trivial matter. They were all level 150 NPCs. To players, they were nightmares. These NPCs only needed one hit to finish off the current players of God's domain. However, the number of patrolling city guards would change depending on the time of day. During the day, these NPCs always patrolled in groups of 20. By the time night arrived, however, that number would decrease to 10. If a guild attacked an enemy guild residence at night, it could notably lessen its losses. That way, the guild would have more combat power to spare for destroying the enemy guild residence. Meanwhile, since Shifeng dared to provoke the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, he had naturally prepared. If one wished to destroy a guild residence, aside from the city guards, there were also the hired guards inside the guild residence to contend with. Although the hired guards were not as powerful as the level 150 city guards, they were still genuine level 50 NPCs. Meanwhile, depending on the employed NPC's strength, the asking price of said NPC would vary. Tier 0 guards cost 5 silver per day, whereas Tier 1 guards cost 30 silver per day. When hiring these guards, one had to prepay 10 days of their services. Shifeng was a Viscount, and all this time he had been hiring a mix of 50 Tier 1 and Tier 0 guards to defend Zero Wing's guild residence. However, seeing as the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion led this assault, he had not hesitated to replace all of his guards with Tier 1 NPCs. In any case, what he had was money. In addition, since early on, Shifeng had told everyone in the guild to focus on raising their reputation. Hence, at this moment in time, there were also many people within the guild who had high reputation. For example, Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, Blackie, and several other core members of Zero Wing did not lack reputation points, although they had yet to become Viscounts like Shifeng. They were barons, and every one of them was capable of hiring 10 level 50 Tier 1 NPCs. In total, they had over 200 Tier 1 NPCs employed right now. This was a very powerful force. It's done. They all are hiding and lying in wait. Fire Dance nodded. a playful smile appearing on her face. Time slowly ticked by. While everyone waited for the start of the battle, night arrived in God's domain. Currently, players clogged the streets, neighboring Zero Wing's guild residents. Pavilion Master, all 1,000 men from the War Dragon Legion are in position. A valiant and extraordinary-looking youth reported to Nine Dragons Emperor. The War Dragon Legion was the strongest force in the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's arsenal. As of today, it had never been used to deal with any guild less than a super guild. The Legion consisted of 1,000 players, and every one of these players wore level 25 fine gold equipment. A few even had level 25 dark gold equipment. These Legionnaires' levels also ranged from level 27 to level 28. These players were definitely at the peak of God's domain in terms of levels. Every member also radiated a sharp and penetrating aura. Although the War Dragon Legion consisted of 1,000 members, they felt like an army of tens of thousands that was capable of mass destruction. Meanwhile, among these players, the man reporting to Nine Dragons Emperor was even more extraordinary. He was the War Dragon Legion's commander, Martial Dragon. He was a level 28 Berserker, and the majority of his equipment consisted of level 25 dark gold equipment. The great sword he wielded was also of indiscernible quality. However, judging by the blade's capability of even tearing apart air, one could tell that it was an exceptional item with a single glance. Aside from the War Dragon Legion's 1,000 players, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had also dispatched close to 10,000 elite players. These elite players were all level 25 and above. It was a truly shocking sight. Only a first-rate guild would be capable of dispatching so many elite players. Were it not for the transportation fees, this number would have most likely been several times higher. Many players involuntarily trembled when they saw the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's war formation from afar. This was the power of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Regarding both financial prowess and manpower, ordinary first-rate guilds simply could not compare to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Ha ha ha! Zero Wing is truly finished this time. Sitting in a third-floor private room of a high-class bar, Feng Xianyang felt indescribable joy well up in his heart when he saw the pavilion's army. It's as expected of Martial Dragon, the commander of the War Dragon Legion. I can feel that terrifying aura of his even from such a distance. Fear filled Fifth Ghost's heart when he looked at the valiant Martial Dragon. Martial Dragon is a true mutant. He is not human at all. Even our boss has said so. Otherwise, he would not be capable of becoming the War Dragon Legion's commander. If we encounter him, it is best that we avoid provoking him, Third Ghost reminded his brothers in arms. Meanwhile, standing on the street, Nine Dragons Emperor swept a glance over the army before him. In the next moment, he waved his hand and pointed at Zero Wing's guild residents. Very calmly he said, "Go! Leave none alive." Chapter 550, Exceeding Expectations. Chapter 550, Exceeding Expectations. Under Nine Dragons Emperor's command, the members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion charged towards Zero Wing's guild residence. The pavilion's army's attack was organized. A majority of the pavilion's elite players were positioned in the front of the army, whereas the War Dragon Legion occupied the middle, and the remaining elite players took up the rear. These players were further separated into groups. However, unlike guild wars that usually involve thousands of players, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had grouped its members into parties of 6. Each party consisted of MTs, healers, and ranged and melee damage dealers, the standard compositions of a dungeon party. Although this militaristic configuration was not suited for a large battlefield, it was perfect for battles in narrow terrains such as a city. The army could react to all sorts of problems in a timely manner. It has finally begun. Purple, did you order those assassins under you to record this battle? Galaxy Past, who sat comfortably in a third-floor private room of the high-class bar, asked. Smiling, he stated, "This is a good opportunity to collect data on the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, particularly the experts from the War Dragon Legion. Every member of the Legion is worth noting. It might come in handy in the future." This high-class bar offered an excellent vantage point. He could see practically everything that occurred around Zero Wing's residence. However, Galaxy Past was still not satisfied with this. He had positioned assassins under his command in several other buildings in order to record the battle from the closest distance possible. Just how strong was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? Particularly, how was the pavilion's strength after joining God's domain? Other than a few upper managers of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, nobody knew the answer to these questions. Now that the pavilion launched an assault on Zero Wing's residence, it was clear to see that their strength was nothing to scoff at. Otherwise, every large guild would have already attacked guild residences that they found to be an eyesore instead of letting those guilds with little strength live this long. Just the patrolling guards were enough trouble. The hired guards were no trivial matter either. They all were level 50 NPCs. To current players, these level 50 NPCs were still too powerful to handle. However, the truly troublesome issue was the players of the guild itself. Zero Wing had definitely taken some precautionary measures. It was normal for around 20 to 30,000 players to defend the guild residence at all times. Even if the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had deployed the War Dragon Legion, Zero Wing's guild residence would not be so easily destroyed. The pavilion would have to reveal some of its true capabilities, and this was precisely what Galaxy Past and all of the other large guilds watching wanted to witness. As God's domain was still in its early stages, there had yet to be any major conflicts between the various first-rate guilds, super guilds, and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, that would not necessarily remain the case in the future. It was better to prepare ahead of time. Hence, the Star Alliance wasn't the only guild to send a large group of assassins to record the battle. Many other guilds had also dispatched their assassins, all of them hoping to uncover even the smallest detail about the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's background. Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's residence, the guild's members had long since prepared for the upcoming war. Every one of them stood, waiting inside the guild residence. Guild leader, they've arrived. Initial estimates put their number somewhere over 10,000, with the weakest among them being elite players. Their equipment is also a match for our elite members, Aqua Rose reported. Everyone's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Aqua Rose's report. Although Zero Wing had 50,000 members, they only had around 14,500 elites. Yet, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had casually mustered a force of 10,000 elite players. This was simply too frightening. Sure enough, the pavilion is both rich and powerful, Sherfong laughed. This situation did not surprise him. After all, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild. Even though White River City was not the pavilion's home ground, it would still be child's play for it to obliterate a second-rate guild. Move out, then. Coordinate your attacks with the NPCs. Core members, your main goal is to fend off the pavilion's War Dragon Legion. As for the enemy elites, they are just cannon fodder. Don't worry about them. Yes, sir. Everyone from Zero Wing unsheathed their weapons as a single unit, preparing to meet the oncoming threat. This time, Sherfong did not bother to send for many members to defend the guild residence. The defending players consisted only of Zero Wing's elite and core members with a total just over 14,000 players. It was not because Sherfong did not want more people defending the residence. Only having more people was not necessarily a good thing. A normal member of the guild would only find their death by joining this battle. Moreover, the battlefield was very cramped. There was simply no way to display the advantage of numbers here. On the contrary, having too many members in the battle would only obstruct the elite members. As the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's army was about to charge through the residence's entrance. The range classes of Zero Wing got ready to launch their spells and arrows. If an outsider barged into the residence without explicit permission, guild members were allowed to kill said outsider without needing to fear any repercussions. The city guards would not take action against the guild members. On the contrary, if an outsider attacked people inside the residence, the city guards would rush towards the residence to apprehend them. As elemental mana began to gather above Zero Wing's residence and patrolling city, guards began to charge over. Nine Dragons Emperor suddenly shouted, "Activate the scrolls!" Suddenly, several MTs at the forefront of the army revealed black magic scrolls that they had kept hidden for quite some time now. The MTs immediately unfurled the scrolls and activated them. In the next moment, the elemental mana filing the space above Zero Wing's residence started going berserk. Cursed scroll. Sherfone was genuinely surprised when he saw the magic scrolls in his enemy's hands. Magic scrolls fit into various categories. However, the rarest had to be ones that carried curses. This was a type of forbidden spell. All curses possessed an astonishing might, and it was not easy to turn it into a magic scroll. Hence, it was extremely difficult to obtain even one cursed scroll. Yet, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had actually managed to reveal 4 such scrolls. It was simply inconceivable. At this moment, however, even Nine Dragons Emperor's face twitched slightly. For cursed scrolls, he had only managed to obtain these 4 scrolls after gathering the entirety of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's power. Now that he was using all of them in one go, and on a small, nameless guild no less, even he felt the sting of the loss. 4 cursed scrolls. Consider this your burial. Zero Wing. Nine Dragons Emperor smiled faintly at the dark clouds gathering in the sky. Suddenly, black rain began to fall. As if these black raindrops had lives of their own, they attached themselves to all players caught within the spell's vicinity. Dark God's Descent. Sherfone paled instantly. Although he wanted to defend against this spell, Dark God's Descent was unblockable. Even if he had magic immunity, it wouldn't change a thing. Dark God's Descent was a silencing curse. With 4 of these curse scrolls being used simultaneously, the forbidden spell's effective radius and duration increased significantly. It was definitely an efficient weapon for team battles. At this moment, a Dark God status imperceptibly appeared in everyone's status window, the duration lasting for 1 full hour. In other words, within the next hour, any players within the curse's effective radius were unable to use any of their spells. They could not even use the tools they had inside their bags. To put it simply, players could only participate in melee combat. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had obviously prepared these curses as a countermeasure for large-scale destruction spells and NPCs. Blood Dragon, lead some elites to pin down the patrolling guards and let Martial Dragon handle the rest, Nine Dragons Emperor ordered. He then turned to look at Chaos Dancer, saying, "Let's go. We'll watch the show from upstairs." After receiving the command, Blood Dragon led the elite players, who were positioned at the rear line and remained unaffected by the Dark God, and charged towards the 10 level 150 patrolling guards. At the same time, Martial Dragon shouted, "Kill! Annihilate Zero Wing! Leave not a single player alive!" The War Dragon Legion suddenly charged into Zero Wing's residence. As for the other elite players, they were tasked to delay the residence's NPC guards. When silenced, an expert's strength stepped into the spotlight. When the War Dragon Legion's 1,000 members charged into Zero Wing's 10,000-plus elite members, they were like wolves among a flock of sheep. Immediately, the members of the War Dragon Legion started a slaughter. At this point, Zero Wing possessed more than 400 Tier 1 players. It had more Tier 1 players than every guild in White River City combined. Naturally, all those capable of becoming Tier 1 classes at this stage of the game employed powerful techniques. Even if they were not yet experts, they were not far from that hurdle. Zero Wings members were also famed for having amazing equipment. Even if their techniques were lacking, they could make up the gap with their equipment. In front of absolute strength, all manner of tricks were useless. Even so, Zero Wing possessed far fewer experts than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Not to mention, the members of the War Dragon Legion were experts who had undergone careful screening. Do you think we're that easily bullied? All guards to the lines! Sherfong commanded. Suddenly, an additional 200 Tier 1 NPCs emerged from the guild hall. Moreover, these Tier 1 NPCs were all melee classes. Chapter 551 Fleeting Scene. Chapter 551 Fleeting Scene. The originally imposing Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members were immediately shocked by the appearance of the 200 level 50 Tier 1 NPCs. 9 Dragons Emperor, who watched the battle from afar, also wore a grim expression. Didn't the reports say that they only had around 50 plus NPCs? 9 Dragons Emperor turned to the intelligence agent beside him. Snapping, he yelled, "Just what have you all been doing? You failed to report on 200 Tier 1 NPCs. Tell me, what is going on here?" A single level 50 Tier 1 NPC was very difficult to deal with. Each one required a team of elite members to pin down. Now that there was an additional 200, this would greatly affect his plans. Suddenly, cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the reconnaissance unit's leader. He was so frightened he could not utter a single word. Originally, he had tried to think of an excuse to save himself. However, he knew full well what kind of personality the 9 Dragons Emperor had. The more he tried to justify himself, the graver the consequences would be. Forget it. You won't have to do your job anymore. Someone will replace you in the future. 9 Dragons Emperor waved his hand, having his subordinates escort the recon leader out of the building and dismissing him from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Chaos! Instruct the Blood Legion to send help. With the Blood Legion strength, they should be able to hold back 200 NPCs. At this moment, 9 Dragons couldn't care less about how Zero Wing had managed to obtain all of these NPCs. He had no choice but to involve the originally inactive Blood Legion in the battle. Understood. This subordinate will lead them over now. Chaos Dancer nodded and smiled. A short moment later, the 1,000-strong Blood Legion, which had been on standby, charged into Zero Wing's guild residence. Meanwhile, the various large guilds watching the battle from afar were also shocked by the sudden change. Sure enough, Zero Wing is quite capable. With so many Tier 1 NPCs, even the Blood Legion will not be able to hold them off for long. After all, each level 50 Tier 1 NPC is the equivalent of a level 50 special elite. Galaxy Pass side. If any other first-rate guild stood in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's place right now, they would have no chance against Zero Wing. Particularly, that large-scale silencing spell the pavilion had used before the battle began significantly restricted the NPC's combat power and had even sealed Zero Wing's large-scale destruction spells. Zero Wing had lost all their advantages with just this single move. Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's residence, a melee battle had broken out. The scene in the residence looked just like a battlefield from ancient times. Currently, the magical classes who boasted the highest power could only fight using their staffs. The magical classes in God's Domain were different from other virtual reality games. They were not completely incapable of participating in melee combat, but they were not specialized in it. They possessed very few skills that could be used in a melee battle. In addition, their classes mainly focused on intelligence and vitality, making them even more inferior in melee combat. At this moment, however, nobody could care less. Even the healers of either side fought each other, not to mention the other magical classes. Compared to the one-on-one fights between the magical classes, the battles between the physical classes were intense. Currently, none of them could use any skills or tools and had to rely solely on their combat techniques. It was especially true for the War Dragon Legion. A majority of the War Dragon Legion members consisted of physical classes, and everyone was an expert among experts. Normally, they were capable of soloing a special elite of the same level, and some were even capable of putting up a good fight against a chieftain of the same level. Elite players could become elites in the first place, not solely because of their levels being above average. It was more due to the fact that they could solo an elite monster of the same level. Hence, they were called elite players. Meanwhile, in the eyes of God's domain's ordinary players, experts were individuals capable of soloing a special elite of the same level. As for top-tier experts, in the eyes of ordinary players, they were individuals who could contend with a chieftain of the same level. Chieftains were normally bosses in party dungeons. Every member of the War Dragon Legion, at the barest minimum, was capable of confronting a chieftain of the same level by themselves. Some were even capable of killing a chieftain of the same level. Having these experts deal with 4 or 5 elite players simultaneously was a trivial matter. They might even be able to defeat 4 or 5 elite players without losing a single HP. It was just like how a chieftain could easily defeat 4 or 5 elite monsters. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000 members of the War Dragon Legion had already killed close to 3,000 Zero-Wing members without suffering even a single fatality. If not for many of the War Dragon Legion's members and the Blood Legion holding back the Tier 1 NPC guards, Zero-Wing's death count would have been much higher by now. However, compared to the War Dragon Legion's captain, Martial Dragon, these ordinary members of the War Dragon Legion were nothing. Martial Dragon was like a silver storm. Everywhere he passed, a rain of blood would follow. When half a dozen elite members of Zero-Wing dashed up to Martial Dragon, they were instantly struck by Martial Dragon's bone-chilling and immeasurably heavy aura, their complexions turning pale and movements becoming extraordinarily sluggish. Immediately after, multiple red streaks of light weaved across their bodies, sending them flying into the air. In the next moment, blood poured out like a fountain from multiple wounds. When these elites returned to the ground, a piece of equipment dropped beside them. Their bodies were no longer capable of movement. The War Dragon Legion is truly frightening. There are many among them who are even stronger than I am. That Martial Dragon is especially impressive. If I fought him, I'm not confident that I could even block a handful of moves before he defeated me. It is no wonder why people are saying that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion strength is the closest to a super guild. This Martial Dragon can indeed put up a fight against those old fellows, Galaxy Past stated incredulously. Super guilds had not become such because of their massive financial prowess or their large army of experts. The true reason was those inhuman experts that stood at the very top of the virtual gaming world. Martial Dragon had precisely the potential to become such an expert. I heard that Martial Dragon is a talent that only appears once every 10 years in the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. It seems that this was not an exaggeration. Purple Eye watched Martial Dragon's figure that resembled a god of war, awe and anticipation, as well as some hints of jealousy filling her eyes. To experts like herself, it was an instinct to revere the strong. At the same time, she also wished to challenge those powerhouses who stood at the summit. Martial Dragon was someone who had already obtained the right to challenge such individuals. So how could she not be jealous? Purple Eye even considered exchanging a few moves with Martial Dragon right this instant. Even though she knew she was no match for the man, the exchange would still benefit her immensely. If an expert wished to improve themselves quickly, they could not just rely on self-research and experimenting. They needed to fight various other experts, using the experience to learn and improve their own shortcomings. Only then could they improve quickly. While Purple Eye focused on Martial Dragon's every move, hoping to learn something through his actions, she suddenly noticed Martial Dragon's gaze shift to another location, his eyes revealing both traces of shock and excitement. Turning to look where Martial Dragon had shifted his attention to, Purple I similarly found herself shocked. Who is that person? Purple Eye's small mouth widened as if she had just seen a ghost. She had just watched 3 War Dragon Legion members die instantly. That's right. All 3 of them were killed in the blink of an eye. Moreover, they were the experts of the War Dragon Legion, not some noobs that could be found on the streets. Against multiple of such experts, not even Purple Eye was confident that she could emerge victorious. Yet that person had succeeded. Moreover, she had done so with ease. After a moment of shock, Purple Eye was finally able to get a clear view of that player. Possessing an alluring appearance, she wore form-fitting black leather armor that fully displayed the graceful and mesmerizing curves of her body. She also wielded 2 blood-red short swords that emitted dazzling flames. At this moment, it was as if she stood at the center of Zero Wing's residence. That is Fire Dance! Purple Eye dared not even believe her own eyes right now. Chapter 552, Enviable Zero Wing. Chapter 552, Enviable Zero Wing. Purple Eye repeatedly rubbed her eyes and did a double take at the alluring figure. In the end, she was 100% sure she had not seen wrong. Why is this so different from what was reported? Purple Eye had read many reports on Zero Wing. The Star Alliance had gathered on every noteworthy expert in Zero Wing. There were also videos of every one of these noteworthy experts. Fire Dance was one of the few most noteworthy experts in Zero Wing. Hence, Purple Eye had a very good understanding of Fire Dance's strength. However, the data on Fire Dance had only noted her as a top-tier expert, and that she was only barely able to contend with a chieftain of the same level. Hence, Purple Eye had not placed any importance on Fire Dance at all. Only Aqua Rose could be considered a worthy foe for her. Fire Dance had not even ranked on her list. Now, however, Fire Dance had easily defeated 3 top-tier experts. How could this strength not shock Purple Eye? It was especially true for that blade-like aura surrounding Fire Dance. Even while watching from such a distance, she could feel a sense of great danger with that aura. It felt as if Fire Dance could appear right before her at any time and launch an attack. With such a dazzling and dangerous aura, it was difficult for Fire Dance not to attract attention. Not to mention, there were many experts present on the battlefield, and every one of them possessed the sensitivity of a mouse. These experts detected the source of the danger instantly. 4 of the War Dragon Legion members closest to Fire Dance charged towards Fire Dance simultaneously. As if they had planned this, they coordinated their actions perfectly, launching an attack from all sides. Facing the encirclement of the 4 legionnaires, Fire Dance's figure swayed slightly. In the next moment, only an afterimage remained in her place, denying the legionnaires their chance to strike. Immediately, she dashed towards the closest level 27 assassin, the 2 flame-red short swords in her hands transforming into multiple blades of light that struck like vipers. As a member of the War Dragon Legion, the assassin was no ordinary player. When faced with this sudden attack, instead of retreating, he advanced. The assassin quickly saw through the trajectory of Fire Dance's short swords. Brandishing his own daggers, he deflected her attacks. One after another, after deflecting the swords of light, the assassin kicked at Fire Dance. "You're still too green," the assassin sneered. Attacks were not limited to the player's weapons. A player could use their body to attack as well. However, most players had adopted the mindset that one could only launch melee attacks with their weapons, nothing else. Hence, they would normally focus their attention on an enemy's weapons and hands. This unexpected kick right now would cost Fire Dance her life. At this moment, however, a berserker, who was a short distance away from the assassin, shouted, "Little Six, behind you!" Thanks to the warning, the assassin called Little Six suddenly noticed that he had only kicked an afterimage. Behind. Little Six suddenly felt his back grow cold. His many years of combat experience and acute senses alerted him that someone was behind him. Immediately, he tried to bend his body forward in an attempt to dodge the incoming attack. However, Fire Dance did not use her short swords to attack at all. Instead, the instant she circled to the assassin's back, her slender leg kicked the assassin's thigh. Caught unprepared, the strike sent the assassin spinning into the air. Immediately after, Fire Dance swiped her blade across the assassin's throat. Overall, her actions were simple and direct, with no wasted movement whatsoever. At this moment, she looked just like a veteran killer. By the time the 3 other War Dragon Legion members caught up to Fire Dance, this assassin had become a disembodied soul under Fire Dance's swords. Although the entire process seemed slow, in reality, everything had happened in the blink of an eye. In the time it took Fire Dance to steal the assassin's life, the Legionnaires had only crossed a distance of 10 yards. When the 3 Legionnaires arrived before the female player, they slid to a halt, their eyes locked onto Fire Dance's seductive body. At this moment, they no longer dared to approach this charming, yet deadly assassin casually. Purple, why haven't I heard anything about this Fire Dance? She can actually slaughter 3 War Dragon Legion members so easily. Even now, facing 4 Legionnaires simultaneously, she dealt with one of them swiftly. Could she be a new talent that some super guild has recently nurtured? Galaxy Past asked, unable to help his shock. As the guild leader of a first-rate guild, he was very well informed regarding the virtual gaming world. Even so, from the information he had received, there was no news about a character named Fire Dance. However, his knowledge of Super Guild's activities was limited. As Purple Eye was someone who had come from a Super Guild, she should have a better understanding of Super Guilds. Moreover, judging from how Fire Dance had defeated the members of the War Dragon Legion so efficiently, she definitely wasn't someone new to gaming. Normally, only experts nurtured by Super Guilds possessed such outstanding skills. Guild leader, although I, too, think that she might be a new talent from some Super Guild. From what I have seen of her techniques, I can say with certainty that no Super Guild has nurtured her. Her every move looks more like she is fighting a real battle. Her attacks do not resemble combat techniques used in a virtual reality game. Purple Eye said, a bitter smile on her face. That makes sense. Galaxy Past nodded, a hint of jealousy surfacing in his heart. Why was he jealous? It was because Fire Dance wasn't the only person performing exceptionally on this battlefield. There was also the Guardian Knight Cola, the Assassin Flying Shadow, and many other members of Zero Wing. The combat power each of them displayed was extraordinary. Only Fire Dance shone brightest of them all. Zero Wing could not even be considered a second-rate guild, yet it possessed so many experts. Hence, how could he not grow jealous? So what if Zero Wing has a lot of experts? So what if you can pick a fight with first-rate guilds? Now that you've offended the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, today will be your last. Watching the battle from afar, while Feng Xinyang was envious, he also celebrated Zero Wing's misfortune. Inside Zero Wing's residence, although Fire Dance and the other core members of Zero Wing were wantonly slaughtering the members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, at the end of the day, its enemy was still the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. As the strongest legion in the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion, the War Dragon Legion would not be taken down by just a few experts. Immediately, a large number of experts began to circle Zero Wing's few top-tier experts. However, Fire Dance's situation was slightly unique from the others. Only one person came forth to deal with her. This person's appearance immediately attracted many people's attention. He was none other than the War Dragon Legion's commander, Martial Dragon, the man that stood at the apex of the War Dragon Legion. You're very skilled. Join the War Dragon Legion. I guarantee that you will immediately become one of its party leaders. After some training, you can even become the vice commander, Martial Dragon proposed as his gaze took in Fire Dance's figure. The members of the War Dragon Legion were stunned. They had never thought that Martial Dragon's evaluation of Fire Dance would be so high as to offer her the position of Vice Commander. The highest position in the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion belonged to the Pavilion Master, and following that was the commander of the War Dragon Legion. As for the Vice Commander, that person would definitely be the third most influential person within the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. There were countless experts within the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion hoping to climb the ladder to become the Vice Commander, and now that position was already at Fire Dance's fingertips. You sure are insincere. I am the commander of Zero Wing's core team. Why should I head over to your side to become a measly little Vice Commander? Fire Dance revealed a playful smile. She was not interested in the position of Vice Commander in the slightest. It seems you still do not know what significance the position of Vice Commander holds, nor do you know the significance of the position of Commander. Then, I'll show you just what the commander of the War Dragon Legion is. Martial Dragon was not at all angered by Fire Dance's refusal. Unsheathing his blood-red greatsword, step after step, he slowly walked towards Fire Dance. With every step that Martial Dragon took, the aura surrounding his body grew stronger. The instant Martial Dragon reached 10 yards away from Fire Dance, the latter almost retreated several steps instinctually, increasing the distance between them. At this moment, Fire Dance's expression had become extraordinarily grim, as if she were greeting a great enemy. Oh, sure enough, I wasn't mistaken. You are able to see it, Martial Dragon laughed, becoming more satisfied with Fire Dance. Chapter 553. The Difference of Top-Tier Equipment. Chapter 553. The Difference of Top-Tier Equipment. How about it? This should be sufficient to convince you to join the War Dragon Legion, right? Martial Dragon asked once again. This time, instead of replying, Fire Dance quietly stared Martial Dragon. Just what kind of monster is this person? Why did I feel that death was right before me when he was still 10 yards away? After undergoing special training for a time, Fire Dance's strength had undergone a qualitative improvement. Lei Bao's training had especially helped her improve her control over her own body. Her senses had become far more sensitive as well. Meanwhile, as Fire Dance stared Martial Dragon, she felt as if she stood before a towering mountain. Particularly when Martial Dragon was only 10 yards away from her, it felt like that towering mountain had instantly appeared above her and physically pressed down on her. At that very instant, she felt as if her life was no longer under her control. This feeling was different from the pressure she normally felt when facing a powerful enemy. It felt as if everything within a 10-yard radius of Martial Dragon was completely under the Berserker's control. Fire Dance could not believe it. She could not figure out just how Martial Dragon had achieved such a feat. Martial Dragon was clearly a Berserker. Aside from a few specific skills, a Berserker's normal attack range was limited to 5 or 6 yards. Moreover, the Dark God's descent had silenced everyone, and none of them could use any skills. Yet, Martial Dragon had an attack range of 10 yards, and could even inflict a feeling of impending doom. Even Fire Dance began to wonder if she was hallucinating due to her fatigue from her recent training. However, ever since she had started playing God's Domain, her senses had not led her astray. So how could she possibly be mistaken now? Hence, Fire Dance immediately retreated from Martial Dragon. However, dragging on this fight was not a solution. After giving it some thought, Fire Dance gritted her teeth as she prepared to test herself against Martial Dragon. In the next moment, Fire Dance transformed into a black shadow as she dashed towards Martial Dragon. In terms of attributes, Fire Dance was confident that she was superior to Martial Dragon for no reason other than the Tier 1 set equipment for assassins, the Dark Melody set equipment that Sherfong had given her. After equipping this set, not only had her attributes received a massive boost, but she was also able to display her combat power more efficiently. In front of absolute strength, all manner of trickery was useless. Regarding techniques, Fire Dance and the others had already improved significantly due to Lei Bao and Shifeng's training. They could be considered super first-rate experts. In actual combat, they were definitely superior to the ordinary members of the War Dragon Legion. They might not be able to solo a chieftain of the same level, but they could hold their ground against one for a relatively long time. After factoring in the Tier 1 set equipment and their top-tier dark gold weapons, they could easily solo a chieftain of the same level. They could even challenge a lord. After all, a Tier 1 set equipment was only inferior to an epic set equipment. The attribute increase it provided was no small matter. Furthermore, every one of them had equipped 3 intermediate mana armor kits. In terms of attributes, they completely overwhelmed the War Dragon Legion's ordinary members. Even against the commander of the War Dragon Legion, Martial Dragon, this was the case. The instant Fire Dance reached the 10-yard range, she turned her feet slightly and suddenly she split into 2 identical figures. It was practically impossible to tell which woman was real. The 2 figures then proceeded to attack Martial Dragon separately. Any ordinary player would be caught off guard and fail to react if their enemy suddenly doubled. Even an expert would hesitate. In addition, Fire Dance was very skilled. There were almost no excess movements in her attack. With lightning speed, the 2 true fire blades in Fire Dance's hands flew towards Martial Dragon's vital point and blind spot. The various large guilds watching the fight from afar were momentarily stupefied. Fire Dance's speed and ferocity were unstoppable. Their eyes could not even keep up with her. Even an expert would be finished. However, the instant before the true fire blades struck Martial Dragon, a red streak flashed, deflecting both of Fire Dance's attacks. At the same time, the resulting impact forced Fire Dance into a retreat. Is he even a berserker? How can he draw his sword so fast? Fire Dance was forced to retreat 3 steps before she stabilized her body. At this moment, however, both of her hands were numb. Berserkers were famed for their strength, so Fire Dance did not find it surprising that Martial Dragon's counterattack had repulsed her. However, she was an assassin, a class that was famed for its speed. She had clearly struck first, yet Martial Dragon still managed to block her attacks. This Fire Dance is not bad at all. Unfortunately, the gap between her and Martial Dragon is immense. It is so wide that even she hasn't realized its extent. Watching the fight from afar, Nine Dragons' Emperor revealed a faint smile. Pavilion Master, how could you possibly compare that little girl to Martial Dragon? It is impressive that this little girl possesses such skill at such a young age. If she joins the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, her future will be limitless. In a few years, she might even become a second Martial Dragon. The old man serving Nine Dragons' Emperor similarly smiled. Martial Dragon was one of the strongest combatants that the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion had to offer. He was also a rare talent that only appeared once a decade. The virtual gaming world changed by the day, and every year the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would recruit a large number of players with potential. Meanwhile, the fact that Martial Dragon was known as a genius that only appeared once every 10 years in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion showed just how much talent he possessed. How could a little girl, who had never been nurtured by a super guild, possibly compete with such an individual? Before, although it seemed as though Martial Dragon's block had been extremely fast, in reality, that was not the case. It was only because Fire Dance had failed to notice Martial Dragon taking half a step backward. And it was precisely this distance that had given Martial Dragon's great sword sufficient time to catch up to Fire Dance's short swords. The subtlety this half step contained was the difference between Fire Dance and Martial Dragon. Before Fire Dance could recall how Martial Dragon had managed to counterattack, Martial Dragon suddenly moved. The instant he moved, Fire Dance focused all of her attention on the berserker's body. Martial Dragon's movements were very fast and polished. However, this speed was slower than Fire Dance's reactions. In an instant, Fire Dance predicted the Berserker's attack route and prepared to counterattack. Since my strength is not a match for him, I'll use speed to face him. Through the previous exchange, Fire Dance had discovered her advantages and disadvantages against this opponent. Assassins possessed extremely high agility. Hence, regarding movement speed, they were leaps and bounds above Berserkers. With that in mind, Fire Dance planned to fight a moving battle with Martial Dragon. Fire Dance instantly dodged the attack from Martial Dragon's great sword. She then sidestepped and sent an strike at the Berserker's neck. Evade. Counterattack. It was a simple attack pattern. However, Fire Dance had completed both steps almost simultaneously. Just as Fire Dance considered following up her counterattack with another attack, her complexion suddenly paled as she felt that something was off. When her counterattack landed, she had not felt her blade slice flesh. Unfortunately, it was too late to react. Martial Dragon, who stood proudly before Fire Dance, had raised his blood-red great sword and swung it down. A red blade of light flashed towards Fire Dance. The immense wind pressure generated by Martial Dragon's great sword rolled up a cloud of dust along with a splatter of fresh blood. In the next moment, Fire Dance flew back, her HP rapidly falling. Fortunately, Fire Dance had a Tier 1 set equipment and 3 intermediate mana armor kits. In total, she had over 6,000 HP, even with her high defense. Although Martial Dragon possessed frightening strength, he could not kill Fire Dance with one hit. He could only reduce her HP by half. Such powerful equipment. Martial Dragon was somewhat surprised when he saw Fire Dance still standing. However, he quickly discerned the reason why he was unable to kill the assassin with a single hit. Equipment capable of allowing an assassin to survive one of his strikes definitely possessed powerful attributes. At this moment, even Martial Dragon envied Fire Dance. Even Nine Dragons Emperor, who watched the battle from afar, glared at Fire Dance enviously. It really is a wonder how you people from Zero Wing managed to obtain such exaggerated equipment. However, although your equipment is excellent, it will only prolong your suffering. Saying so, Martial Dragon advanced once more, swinging his great sword towards Fire Dance, who had only barely recovered from her fall. Just as the red blade of light was about to strike the assassin, who? Martial Dragon's hands suddenly froze as his gaze quickly swept through his surroundings. An expert who has awakened a domain is actually bullying a young woman who has yet to even enter the refinement realm. Aren't you ashamed? Chapter 554, Overwhelming Attributes. Chapter 554, Overwhelming Attributes. Although this new voice was not loud, Martial Dragon's sharp gaze immediately locked onto its origin. In the direction Martial Dragon was looking at, a plain-looking man in armor slowly emerged the warring crowd. Despite so many players focusing on killing each other, nobody had bothered to attack this man. It was as if none of these people had noticed him. Everyone was still focused on dealing with their own opponents. Only when this man's black sword pierced through the backs of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's elites did these elites notice the man's existence. By then, however, it was too late. Since the war had begun, nobody had noticed that this ordinary-looking man had killed many War Dragon Legionnaires and Dragon Phoenix Pavilion elites. He was practically a god of silent death. One-hit Azura. Surprise and excitement filled Martial Dragon's eyes as they landed on Sherfone. Sure enough, your reputation is well-deserved. You really do possess some ability. A technique that could allow one to move unnoticed was no trivial matter. The concept might sound very simple, but when it came to its realization, not many could achieve it. This required a combination of special breathing techniques and footwork. Not to mention, Sherfone even wielded this technique with such ease. Despite having met many experts in the past, Martial Dragon had never encountered one capable of such a technique. One could say that such a technique was extremely convenient in a group battle. Since this technique could allow a player to avoid attention, then it could naturally be used in reverse as well, forcing others to focus on oneself. Martial Dragon had originally intended to finish off Fire Dance with his last attack. However, due to that sudden surge of killing intent from Sherfong, Martial Dragon felt as if someone had suddenly appeared behind him. Martial Dragon had no choice but to halt his attack in order to respond to the new enemy, allowing Fire Dance to escape with her life as a result. Fire Dance, go deal with someone else. Leave him to me. Sherfong sent Fire Dance a private message. Guild leader, be careful. Fire Dance nodded. Although Fire Dance was reluctant, she turned and moved to deal with other enemies. Martial Dragon glanced at Fire Dance's departing figure, not bothering to chase after the assassin. Instead, he focused his attention on the slowly approaching Sherfong. What's going on with Martial Dragon? Fire Dance was within his grasp. Why didn't he finish her off before moving on to deal with Black Flame? Feng Xianyang, who watched the fight from afar, shouted with frustration and confusion. His hatred for Zero Wing ran deep, and he wanted nothing more than to kill Zero Wing's upper managers hundreds of times. If not for Zero Wing, he would not have encountered so many problems. He would have long since become the hidden overlord of Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region rather than ending up in his current dire state. He even had to obey the 7 ghosts. Young Master Feng, Martial Dragon, is not at fault here. It isn't because Martial Dragon didn't wish to finish her off, but because he couldn't, Third Ghost said, laughing bitterly. He then explained, Fire Dance is much faster than Martial Dragon. If she focuses on running away, even Martial Dragon cannot catch her. Not to mention, Black Flame has currently locked onto Martial Dragon. If he attempts to chase after Fire Dance, he will reveal a gap in his defense, giving Black Flame an opportunity to attack. Black Flame's combat power is astounding. He is far above Fire Dance. Moreover, the technique that makes others ignore his presence is also the perfect technique for assassinations. If Martial Dragon focused on Fire Dance, it is very likely that he would feel the bite of Black Flame's sword. How could Martial Dragon possibly dare to focus on Fire Dance? Then, are you saying that there is a possibility that Black Flame will defeat Martial Dragon? Resentment boiled up in Feng Xianyang as he listened to Third Ghost's words. In the beginning, Black Flame had been a nobody, insignificant, while he was a member of Underworld. Black Flame had spoiled his good fortune many times, yet the more he fought Black Flame, the more he discovered how helpless he was against the man. At this point, he could do practically nothing against Black Flame. Chuckling, Third Ghost confidently said, Martial Dragon is very powerful. I only said that Black Flame had a chance against Martial Dragon while he was distracted. However, if Martial Dragon focuses on his opponent, Black Flame has almost no chance of emerging victorious. What do you mean? Feng Xianyang asked curiously. This is something I heard from Boss First Ghost, but it seems that Martial Dragon has already awakened his domain. In a direct confrontation, it is simply impossible to defeat Martial Dragon. Even if we, the 7 ghosts, work together, it is unlikely that we could defeat Martial Dragon in a head-on clash. When Third Ghost uttered the word domain, reverence appeared on his face. Domain. Within a certain range, the wielder of the domain could achieve absolute control. One could even count the number of raindrops that fell in their domain. Only by training one's 5 senses to their extreme limits could one reach such a realm of control. Domains were practically a myth. Normally, only the geniuses among geniuses had the possibility of grasping such a technique. One could say that domains were the dreams that countless experts sought. While Third Ghost explained the situation, Martial Dragon and Sherfong gradually approached each other. 30 yards, 20 yards, 15 yards. One after another, the upper managers of the various large guilds witnessing this war shifted their gaze towards these two players. One was Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert, Black Flame, while the other was the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's top fighter, Martial Dragon. Both were peerless experts that could deter an army by themselves. So how could they possibly miss out on a battle between the two? Guild leader, who do you think will win? Purple Eye asked. Although she was a top-tier expert herself, she had no idea what the outcome of this battle would be, as she had never witnessed either of the two fight with their full power. I suspect Martial Dragon will win. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is a super first-rate guild. Moreover, you should have seen the strength Martial Dragon displayed a moment ago. That's a domain. Envy and admiration filled Galaxy Past's gaze as he looked at Martial Dragon. Rumor has it that Martial Dragon qualifies to compete with those old monsters, and it would seem that those rumors are true. I wonder when I will be able to set foot on that stage as well. Purple Eye nodded in agreement. In reality, she really hoped that Black Flame would emerge victorious. After all, there had yet to be a single first-rate guild daring enough to provoke the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Yet, Black Flame had done just that. One could not help but admire the man. Now he even faced off against a combat genius like Martial Dragon. Unfortunately, Black Flame had yet to reach that stage. Moreover, the difference in the number of experts between Zero Wing and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was simply too huge. There was no room for Zero Wing to resist. When there was only a distance of 10 yards, Shifeng suddenly stopped. Why aren't you advancing? Martial Dragon stood proudly, his gaze fixed on Shifeng. With a disdainful look, he asked, Or do you intend to run away? Shifeng remained silent, paying no heed to Martial Dragon's provocation. Since you aren't going to come to me, I'll go to you. Martial Dragon brandished his great sword and dashed toward Shifeng like a fierce tiger, his body carrying an overwhelming momentum that pressed down on Shifeng. Yet, Shifeng remained motionless as he welcomed Martial Dragon's attack. Martial Dragon took no time at all to cross the distance of 10 yards. Arriving before Shifeng, Martial Dragon swung his blood-red greatsword, the weapon transforming into a streak of red light as it slashed towards its target. Martial Dragon's attack was both simple and crude. At this time, Shifeng, who had made no effort whatsoever to dodge the oncoming attack, finally moved, the abyssal blade in his hand transforming into a streak of light as it met Martial Dragon's greatsword. Boom! When the two swords clashed, a crisp, low-pitched sound echoed throughout the Zero Wing residence. The pure exchange of blows between the two powerhouses caused even the pavement to crack and shatter beneath their feet. Martial Dragon was abruptly forced to retreat by 5 steps, the numbness in his arms spreading to his scalp. Martial Dragon then shifted his gaze to Shifeng, and what he saw left him stupefied. Shifeng stood steady in his original position like an immovable mountain. The difference in their strengths was obvious. Chapter 555 Winner and Loser. Chapter 555 Winner and Loser. Black Flame pushed Martial Dragon back. Silence. Every Dragon Phoenix Pavilion member within Zero Wing's residence was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the players watching from afar were similarly rendered speechless, their minds repeatedly playing that scene from before. Although neither side had used any profound techniques and had only exchanged a straightforward blow, it was precisely this simplicity that allowed everyone to see the difference between the two very clearly. Shifeng's attributes were absolutely mind-blowing. Shit, just what kind of equipment is Black Flame wearing? Feng Xuanyang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets at this scene. Martial Dragon was a level 28 berserker. Moreover, the majority of his equipment was level 25 dark gold equipment. The weapon he wielded was even one of indiscernible quality, but judging from its appearance, it should certainly be above dark gold rank. This equipment composition could definitely be among the very best in God's domain. Even if Black Flame were fully geared in dark gold equipment, he would not be that much stronger than Martial Dragon. Moreover, Black Flame was only a swordsman, a very well-balanced class in terms of attributes. Normally, a swordsman's strength would be inferior to a berserker's, and his agility would be inferior to an assassin's. Yet now, Black Flame had actually managed to force back an apex berserker like Martial Dragon with a single hit. Just how outstanding was Black Flame's equipment to pull off such a feat? At this moment, Nine Dragons Emperor, who was leisurely watching the battle from afar, had an expression of immense joy on his face, his eyes fully focused on Sherfong, as if he had just seen a peerless beauty. Although Nine Dragons Emperor was indeed surprised at seeing Martial Dragon forced into a retreat, he was much more delighted at discovering the peerless equipment that made such a feat possible. Uncle Chin, order the ones below to obtain Black Flame's equipment. Nine Dragons Emperor instructed the old man beside him, his eyes shining brightly. Understood. The old man addressed as Uncle Chun immediately made a bow and left his position. A short moment later, the old man arrived with quick steps at the balcony of the private room, then abruptly shouted, "War Dragon Legion, listen up! Plunder every piece of equipment on Black Flame's body and leave nothing behind." Although the old man was quite aged, his voice was extraordinarily loud when he shouted. Practically everyone in the neighborhood had heard him. Is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion stupid? Didn't they see how Black Flame repulsed Martial Dragon in a single hit? Who could possibly kill him and plunder his equipment? Also, even if they plan on plundering someone's equipment, there shouldn't be a need to announce it publicly like that, right? Some ordinary players spectating from the sidelines ridiculed. When the members of Zero Wing heard the old man's words, they nearly spat out blood in anger. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was completely looking down on them. For a time, Zero Wing's members fought with even greater ferocity. Although the spectating ordinary players made fun of Nine Dragons Emperor's foolishness, none of the upper managers of other first-rate guilds were laughing. They knew full well just how powerful the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was. Despite the currently brief duration of the battle, the death toll was already extremely frightening. The battlefield, which initially had nearly 30,000 players, now had less than 20,000 players remaining. The majority of the survivors also belonged to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Even the War Dragon Legion had over 800 members still alive. Overall, the pavilion's losses were light. In contrast, Zero Wing's side, things were just terrible on this side. Many elite members had died, and only 200 or so Tier 1 players remained. Zero Wing had lost nearly half of its main combat power. If not for the Tier 1 NPCs, Zero Wing's situation would be much uglier. The gap between the two guilds was evident at a single glance. They simply could not be compared to each other. Black Flame repulsing Martial Dragon. What was there to celebrate? These people really think Black Flame has a chance of winning. Third Ghost sneered as he looked at the distant spectating ordinary players. That was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion Zero Wing was going up against a super first-rate guild in the virtual gaming world. Moreover, the pavilion had even sent out its War Dragon Legion this time around. Zero Wing had no chance of victory at all. Moreover, Martial Dragon was a peerless expert who had grasped a domain. Although Black Flame had the advantage in attributes, the gap was not so great that it was impassable. Any expert would be able to discern this point very clearly. Hence, Nine Dragons Emperor did not take Black Flame seriously at all and was fully intent on obtaining the swordsman's equipment. Inside Zero Wing's residence, Martial Dragon and Sherfong had already exchanged moves dozens of times. Every time Sherfong attacked, he forced Martial Dragon into a retreat. chipping at Martial Dragon's HP with each exchange. At this moment, Martial Dragon's HP was down to around 90%. However, Shifeng was not particularly happy about this situation. Neither was he angry about Nine Dragons' Emperor's plan to plunder all his equipment. He only felt helpless. Although Shifeng succeeded in suppressing Martial Dragon with his attributes, the Berserker was, after all, an expert who had grasped a domain. Since Martial Dragon knew that he could not win using brute force, he had gone with a softer approach to neutralize Shifeng's attacks. Negating Shifeng's power was practically impossible for ordinary experts. After all, Shifeng was an expert who had already set foot in the flowing water realm. If one wanted to negate Shifeng's power, they required inhuman levels of precision and confidence. The fact that Martial Dragon could achieve such a feat was all due to his domain. Of course, while Shifeng was helpless against Martial Dragon right now, the same could be said for the Berserker. After all, Shifeng could see through his attack trajectories. Whenever Martial Dragon tried attacking Shifeng, the latter would always take the appropriate defensive measures and force the exchange into a frontal clash between weapons. In a frontal clash, the side with lower strength would naturally receive damage and lose HP. Hence, Martial Dragon could only buy time. However, Martial Dragon was in no rush. Zero Wing was vulnerable. Fire Dance alone could not turn the situation around. This was not an arena. There was no need for players to fight one-on-one. If 3 to 5 legionnaires were insufficient, they could simply increase that number. Even if Fire Dance had powerful attributes, the War Dragon Legion could just treat her as a powerful boss and slowly grind her to death. You are the first person who has lasted this long against me. Unfortunately, this match won't go on for much longer, Martial Dragon said ruefully as he glanced at his surroundings. The number of Zero Wing members still alive was rapidly decreasing. After another 10 minutes or so, this war would come to an end. This outcome was all due to the difference in the number and quality of experts. Even with so many NPCs filling the gap, they were still far from enough. Indeed, this battle will not last much longer. Shifeng's heart ached over this situation as well. The losses Zero Wing had suffered in this war was simply too massive. Yet, instead of revealing a dispirited expression, Shifeng smiled, saying, "However, the victor in this war will still be us, Zero Wing. Do you not see the situation your guild is in right now?" Martial Dragon could not help but laugh when he heard Shifeng's words. However, shortly after Martial Dragon had spoken, the Berserker's expression suddenly turned grave. An ambush. Martial Dragon suddenly felt a killing intent that was even more intense than when Shifeng had revealed himself. Martial Dragon promptly tried to put some distance between Shifeng and himself. However, Shifeng did not allow Martial Dragon to do so, sticking closely to the Berserker at all times. In terms of speed, Martial Dragon was simply no match for Shifeng. Just as Martial Dragon faced Shifeng's barrage of attacks, the shadow of a figure suddenly appeared behind Martial Dragon. Scram! Martial Dragon had already been on his guard against this figure. Tightening his grip on his great sword, he swung the weapon towards his back with all his might, the weapon itself transforming into a streak of red light. Under normal circumstances, this sudden attack definitely would have caught the player who had appeared behind Martial Dragon by surprise. Dang! However, this red blade of light was easily blocked. "You are..." Martial Dragon finally managed to get a clear look at the ambusher and was stunned. This man had gray hair and a tall, robust body that was significantly larger than an ordinary person's. Also, this man was not a player but an NPC. Although this NPC was only level 40, lower than those level 50 Tier 1 guards, the pressure Martial Dragon felt from him was even stronger than what he'd felt from a High Lord. However, Martial Dragon had no time to ponder the identity of this NPC, because the moment this NPC swung his sword, over a dozen wind blades flew at Martial Dragon from all sides. Only Sherfong knew what this skill was. Tier 2 sword skill, Wind Roar. This skill could not be blocked and could only be dodged. But Martial Dragon no longer had time to dodge right now. In the blink of an eye, multiple wind blades devoured Martial Dragon, his 6,000 plus HP instantly bottoming out with not a single point remaining. The ambusher was none other than Sherfang's personal guard, Kite. Only at this moment, Kite had already recovered his original strength. No longer was he a Tier 1 swordsman, but a Tier 2 swordmaster instead. Chapter 556, Might of a Swordmaster. Chapter 556, Might of a Swordmaster. He actually died just like that. That's Martial Dragon. How could someone possibly kill him with one hit? When did that frightening NPC appear? For a time, the upper managers of the various guilds spectating the battle were stupefied. Commander, Martial Dragon's abrupt death stopped the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members' rising momentum cold. As the commander of the War Dragon Legion, Martial Dragon had never died, not even once, ever since he entered God's domain. Not even Hell mode team dungeons could end his life. The elites of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the members of the War Dragon Legion all admired Martial Dragon greatly, using him as their role model. One could say that Martial Dragon was the symbol of the War Dragon Legion, as well as the Legion's backbone. Now that their backbone suddenly disappeared, even the members of the War Dragon Legion were dumbfounded. They had never once thought that Martial Dragon would die. As if adding insult to injury, he was a casualty in a war of annihilation against a small guild. That damnable Black Flame. He actually has another hidden trump card. A chilling light flashed across Nine Dragons Emperor's eyes as he glared at Sherfong. However, even if you have the help of a level 40 Tier 2 NPC, you will all still perish today. Uncle Chin, head into the battlefield with Blood Dragon. Do not let Black Flame get away at all costs. The same goes for that Tier 2 NPC. Martial Dragon was renowned throughout the entire virtual gaming world. He was practically synonymous with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and was also the proof of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's strength. Yet now Martial Dragon had actually been killed in a war with a minor guild like Zero Wing. If news of this matter were to spread, the damage to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's reputation would be severe. At this moment, the only way to redeem the pavilion's reputation was to thoroughly consign Zero Wing to history and have everyone know what the consequences were for angering the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Presently, Zero Wing had only a small number of members left alive. On the other hand, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion suffered only minimal losses among its main experts. Although a Tier 2 NPC was mighty, fortunately it was just a level 40 NPC, roughly equivalent to a level 40 lord. With the number of experts in the War Dragon Legion, they could easily defeat a level 40 lord. Understood, the old man addressed as Uncle Chin bowed and departed. From an outsider's point of view, this Uncle Chun was only a butler of Nine Dragons Emperor. However, every upper manager in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion knew that this old man with a head full of white hair was not just Nine Dragons Emperor's butler. He was the third person to command the War Dragon Legion, Dust Dragon. However, this detail was something in the annals of history. Currently, most people had long since forgotten that this elderly man named Uncle Chin was the almighty Dust Dragon of the past. When the War Dragon Legion received the command, they immediately went into a frenzy. They no longer bothered targeting the elites of Zero Wing. Instead, hundreds of them encircled Sherfong and Kite. Every one of these hundreds of experts was level 27 or above, and they all wore top-tier equipment. Moreover, at this level, most players had at least some equipment with the Ignore levels attribute. In other words, members of the War Dragon Legion would not have to worry about level suppression when fighting Kite, a level 40 NPC. Normally, The War Dragon Legion members could trounce a level 40 field lord with just a single 20-man team. Meanwhile, hundreds of them were present right now. Blood Dragon, a branch leader of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and Dust Dragon, a former commander of the War Dragon Legion, were even leading the Legionnaires personally. Even if the enemy was a level 40 High Lord, they could still defeat it. Ha ha ha. Black Flame is doomed for sure this time. Rather than dealing a blow to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's momentum, he has instead angered the pavilion even more. Feng Shenyang could not help but chortle when he saw this scene. Not only is he surrounded by so many top-tier experts, but he also can't use any of his skills. If we 7 ghosts were in such a situation, we would still face annihilation even if all of us worked together, third ghost commented. Everyone had originally been fearful of Martial Dragon already. Now that they saw this scene, they finally realized just how powerful the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's true strength is simply too powerful. It really isn't something we first-rate guilds can hope to contend with. It seems that I'll have to make some changes to our future development plans. Galaxy Past felt helpless as he looked at the tightly packed members of the War Dragon Legion. Top-tier experts were individuals that large guilds would only rarely encounter. Yet, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion actually managed to dispatch 1,000 of them. With such power, who could possibly oppose the pavilion? Galaxy Past had even visualized the Star Alliance being in Zero Wing's place right now. In the end, he concluded that the Star Alliance would not fare any better than Zero Wing. In other words, not to mention the Phoenix Pavilion of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, just the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion alone was enough to annihilate the Star Alliance. The gap between a first-rate guild and a super first-rate guild was simply hopeless. Guild leader, look. Black Flame has begun taking action. Purple Eye, who was standing beside Galaxy Past, recalled him to the battle at hand. Zero Wing's destruction was inevitable. The only thing worth watching now was seeing how many experts of the War Dragon Legion Black Flame would manage to kill. As for escaping, that was practically impossible. As the guild leader, if Black Flame abandoned his own guild residence to escape, he would only turn himself into a laughingstock. His only option now was to fight till the bitter end. Either he survived by forcing his enemies to retreat, or he perished along with his guild residents. There was no third option. Without hesitation, Sherfong, along with Kite, dashed directly towards the oncoming army of experts. They did not bother taking a roundabout route to conduct guerrilla warfare. Has this Black Flame lost his mind? Galaxy Past watched Sherfeng's movement patterns with utter bewilderment. When the enemy had the advantage in numbers, one would normally apply hit-and-run tactics to avoid letting their enemies completely surround them. Applying such guerrilla tactics would yield tremendous results, especially when one's combat power was significantly superior to the enemy's. However, Sherfong had actually taken the initiative to charge into the enemy's encirclement. He was simply trying to get himself killed. Since you wish to die, let me grant you that wish. Blood Dragon revealed a sinister sneer. Back when the curse scrolls were used, he had been outside the effective radius of Dark God's descent. Hence, when Blood Dragon was only 30 yards away from Sherfong, he immediately activated charge. He then raised his sword, activating Heavy Chop as he swung the weapon at Sherfong. Meanwhile, Dust Dragon, who was a short distance away, had similarly used charge. He had timed his skill perfectly so that he would arrive just a moment later than Blood Dragon, preventing Sherfong from blocking both of their attacks. In God's domain, although a person might seem old, their bodies in the game remained strong. Hence, there was not much of a difference between Dust Dragon's current combat power and his combat power back when he was still in his prime. On the contrary, his combat experience far surpassed the ordinary person's. He was like a living fossil of the virtual gaming world. He had long since reached the realm of perfection in the control and usage of techniques. Looking to die? Sherfone could not help but smile when he looked at the two people swiftly approaching him. Kite was no ordinary NPC. He was a dark gold ranked personal guard, and he could easily beat up a player of the same level and tier. When Kite was still a Tier 1 swordsman, he was already capable of contending against a high lord of the same level. Contending against higher levels might be a different story, but with his strength back to that of a Tier 2 swordmaster, he could even go toe-to-toe with a level 40 Great Lord now. What did a level 40 Great Lord hint at? The final boss of a level 20, 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon was only a level 20 Great Lord. But there had yet to be a single person daring enough to go challenge such a monster, even until now. Out in the fields, a level 40 Great Lord would annihilate a 1,000-man team of level 40 players, not to mention a 100-man team. Meanwhile, the War Dragon Legion consisted of only several hundred players. Moreover, none of them was even close to reaching level 40 yet. They also did not possess any level 40 top-tier equipment, yet they still dared to come charging over. Their recklessness left Sherfone speechless. If he truly had to describe them, he would say that they were remarkably courageous. The moment Blood Dragon and Dust Dragon came rushing over, Kite moved in front of Sherfone. The Sword Master then swung his sword down at the two aggressors. Instantly, dozens of wind blades struck both Blood Dragon and Dust Dragon from all sides. In the blink of an eye, both berserkers were lying on the ground, already dead. Chapter 557 Qualifications to Become an Overlord. Chapter 557 Qualifications to Become an Overlord. What kind of NPC is this? Nine Dragons Emperor shot up from his seat the instant he saw Blood Dragon and Dust Dragon instant-killed, an expression of shock plastered over his face. Nobody had a better understanding than he did of Blood Dragon's and Dust Dragon's strengths. Although the two of them were not a match for Martial Dragon, no one was likely to be a match for them when the two of them were working together. Even a level 40 High Lord would not be able to kill both of them in a single strike. The only possibility was that this NPC was too powerful, so powerful that players simply had no way of resisting him. Kite, kill them all. Leave none alive. Sherfone no longer held back. He immediately commanded Kite to begin his slaughter. In the past, Kite was titled the Windbreaker. In the entire God's domain, very few personal guards possessed a title. The title itself, though, was only a title. It did not provide any bonus attributes or contribute to the improvement of the personal guard's combat power. However, having a title signified that an NPC was not an ordinary class, but a hidden class. Some hidden classes were weak, while some were strong. Windbreaker definitely ranked within the peak classes. In addition, as a personal guard, Kite himself also possessed frightening growth potential. Hence, Kite had become practically invincible when going up against an enemy of the same level and tier in the past. Back in the days, the lifestyle player that owned Kite had relied on this personal guard to become an existence that nobody in God's domain could ignore. Even super guilds did not wish to offend this lifestyle player casually. What about now? Back then, even a lifestyle player had managed to nurture Kite into a Tier 5 Sword Saint capable of overwhelming any Tier 5 player or NPC. Meanwhile, in this life, Sherfone was the one nurturing Kite. Not only could Sherfone provide greater financial support, but Kite's current growth potential was also higher than what he had in the past. Now, dealing with players of a lower level and tier was practically child's play to Kite. After Kite received Sherfang's command, he transformed into a fierce gale that swept across the members of the War Dragon Legion. The Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights of the War Dragon Legion hurriedly dashed to the forefront, attempting to block Kite's assault. Unfortunately for them, Kite was just too fast. With a simple leap, he arrived behind the Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights. He then used a Tier 2 skill, Wind Ferret, sending all players within 30 yards flying up into the air. In the next moment, Kite began brandishing his swords, shooting hundreds of wind blades outwards like a lotus flower that pierced the bodies of the players suspended in midair. Even though these players were shield warriors and guardian knights, their HP still fell by the thousands. In the blink of an eye, their 6,000 or 7,000 HPs bottomed out, though a fortunate few managed to survive Kite's barrage of attacks. However, as they were too high up in the air when they landed on the ground, the fall took away their last strand of HP. In just a moment, the War Dragon Legion had lost dozens of members. Seeing the scene where players fell to the ground like dumplings, one after another, everyone was utterly stupefied. Nobody had imagined that a Tier 2 NPC could actually be this mighty. Moreover, aside from him being strong, even Kite's combat techniques were more powerful than those of many experts. The Windbreaker is indeed amazing. It is no wonder he was able to deal with so many Tier 5 players as if they were little children in the past. Only Tier 6 God-ranked players were able to suppress him. Sherphone was delighted with Kite's performance. When it came to techniques, there were indeed players that could surpass Kite. Unfortunately, the precondition for this victory was that said player was similar to Martial Dragon, a peerless expert who had achieved 100% control over his own body. However, even in the entire God's domain, such experts were as rare as a phoenix's feather. Moreover, even if a player was superior to Kite in terms of combat techniques, as an NPC, Kite could completely overwhelm any player when it came to attributes. In front of absolute strength, all manner of trickery was useless. In the end, the amount of strength a player could display through their techniques was limited. It was just like how Sherphone, despite his techniques being inferior to Martial Dragons, was able to suppress the Berserker by relying on his attributes. Only in Kite's case, the NPC could trounce Martial Dragon because Kite's attributes were leaps and bounds above even Sherfang's. Such great strength was already beyond Martial Dragon's ability to withstand. Hence, Kite was able to kill Martial Dragon easily while Sherphone could not. In just a moment, Zero Wing had made a complete comeback from their previously disadvantaged situation. To the War Dragon Legion, which had a member count of only 1,000, having more than 100 of its experts killed was a significant loss. Most importantly, its casualties continued to increase. Despite 9 Dragons Emperor's attempts to pin down Kite by sending more elite players and experts, all his efforts were in vain. With Kite's speed, strength, and techniques, any player that had yet to attain their Tier 2 class would not even have the qualifications to delay him. Otherwise, the many first-rate guilds and super guilds in the past would not have feared him so much. Seeing how Kite was casually slaughtering the members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the spectating upper managers of the various large guilds were dumbfounded. With such an NPC guarding their guild residence, no guild is capable of threatening Zero Wing. Galaxy Past muttered as he looked at Kite. He then shifted his gaze toward Sherphone, who was leisurely observing the battle from the sidelines, his eyes filled with both admiration and envy. Although the status of a first-rate guild might seem preeminent, in reality, there was a massive gap between a first-rate guild and a super guild. If the Star Alliance managed to anger a super guild in the future, a repeat of today's scene was highly likely. However, if the Star Alliance had an NPC like Kite guarding its guild residence at that time, it would possess the qualifications to pick a fight with a super guild. Although they still could not afford to provoke a super guild, they would no longer have to live in fear like they currently did. As long as a guild's residence remained, and as long as the guild still possessed a large sum of funds and coins, then it would be a cockroach that would not die. In the virtual gaming world, it was not the powerful who were considered strong. Instead, it was those who managed to survive and was not afraid of any enemy that were deemed to be strong. After all, only by surviving would there be hope. It was just like how those super guilds had managed to survive until now. In the past, there were far more powerful existences than these super guilds. Yet, in the end, didn't they end up failing as well? Meanwhile, although Zero Wing was still weak right now, it already possessed the qualifications to become an overlord in God's domain. Hence, how could Galaxy Past not admire Sherfone? Purple, once we return, immediately mobilized the entire guild. Our Star Alliance needs an NPC like that as well. Galaxy Past's eyes were filled with desire as he looked at Kite. MHM. Purple Eye silently nodded in agreement. However, instead of looking at Kite, she was currently focused on Aqua Rose. At this moment, her eyes were filled with mixed feelings. Time slowly passed by. The battlefield grew more intense with each passing moment. Currently, only a small number of players from Zero Wing remained alive. As for the guild's most precious Tier 1 players, less than 100 remained alive. This time, however, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was not having a good time either. Due to Kite's appearance, coupled with Sherfong silently helping out his guild mates, the War Dragon Legion's numbers fell sharply. Currently, less than 400 legionnaires remained alive. Retreat! All of you retreat! 9 Dragons Emperor sent a command to the members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, no longer able to stomach this battle. Pavilion Master, Zero Wing, is about to be destroyed. Are we really going to retreat right now? Rage had long since overwhelmed many of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper managers fighting in the battlefield. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's prestige and reputation were also at stake here. How could they possibly be willing to retreat at a time like this? I said retreat. Are you unable to understand that? 9 Dragons Emperor suddenly said in a low tone, his gloomy voice chilling even his surroundings. 9 Dragons Emperor wanted to continue fighting this war as well. He even wished he could personally step onto the battlefield. However, he was a guild leader. He needed to consider the bigger picture. Although their side still seemed to possess the numerical advantage, in reality, they were already at a disadvantage. If this situation continued, instead of Zero Wing being destroyed, they would be the ones facing complete annihilation. In order to cut their losses, they had no choice but to retreat right now. Understood. Retreat. All members retreat. The members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could only sigh in dejection. Under the command of the upper managers, they swiftly withdrew from Zero Wing's guild residence. Chapter 558 After the War. Chapter 558 After the War. 1. We won. Everyone from Zero Wing was incomparably excited, and they all began cheering loudly one after another. Throughout this entire war, nobody had expected them to win. Even the large guilds watching from afar had long since made preparations to take advantage of Zero Wing's misfortune. Originally, other than super guilds, nobody else dared to oppose the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, they had dared. Moreover, they had even defeated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. They had achieved a feat that no guild had ever imagined was possible. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was actually defeated, just like that. The various large guilds spectating this battle fell silent. Other than shock, everyone felt amazement. Despite the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's overwhelming power, in the end, all those elite players and frightening top-tier experts suffered defeat at the hands of a single NPC guard. After we return, we must focus on developing our guild's guards. Galaxy Past had an excited expression on his face as he watched the retreating members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The true strength of a super guild was something no ordinary guild could ever hope to comprehend. Only first-rate guilds like them would know some secrets about super guilds. Although the opponent Zero Wing had defeated this time was not a super guild, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion strength was already on a par with those super guilds. Since Zero Wing could repel the attack of the pavilion, it could naturally repel the attacks of super guilds as well. Most likely, nobody in the entire God's domain had thought that. The first guild capable of going toe-to-toe with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would not be a first-rate guild, but a recently established guild like Zero Wing instead. However, this was still not the most exciting part. The most exciting part was that Zero Wing had shown everyone present the hope of contending against a super guild. In virtual reality games, the result of a war between guilds usually depended on players. However, God's Domain was different. Here, NPC guards could also determine the outcome of a guild war. In other words, the advantage a super guild possessed was no longer an insurmountable hurdle. If a guild's players could not repel an attack, they could just fill the gap using NPCs. At this moment, Galaxy Past wasn't the only one planning to focus on nurturing his guild's NPC guards. The upper managers of the various large guilds had also grasped this point. They all had the notion of developing their NPCs once they returned. As long as their guild residences had an NPC, like Kite protecting it, then their guild residences would be impregnable. That way, they could disregard those powerful super guilds. They could develop their guilds however they pleased. Although the members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were swiftly withdrawing, Sherfone had no intention of letting them off the hook. Instead, he immediately expanded on his victory, killing as many as pavilion members as he could. Every player present was an elite or above. The quality of the equipment they wore on their bodies went without saying. Each additional death was equivalent to obtaining another piece of good equipment. During the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's withdrawal, Sherfone and Kite managed to kill several hundred more players, obtaining a bountiful harvest, particularly of the life force points Sherfone collected. Damn it! 9 Dragons Emperor's heart bled when he saw his guild's elites and the experts of the War Dragon Legion dying one after another. Black Flame, just you wait. Sooner or later, I will definitely claim this debt. You won't be as lucky the next time we meet. After the war ended, Zero Wing's members also began collecting their spoils of war. Both guilds had suffered an immense death toll in this war. However, during the intense battle, nobody had the time to pick up loot. Hence, plenty of equipment littered the ground right now. This sight stirred greed and jealousy in many of the spectating guilds. However, not a single guild player dared to steal some equipment for themselves. The same held true even for the assassins who were in stealth. A large number of NPCs still stood guard near these drops, and everyone had already witnessed just how powerful these NPCs were. Naturally, nobody wanted to donate their own equipment to Zero Wing. At the same time, word of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's defeat spread at the speed of light. Practically all the discussions on the official forums mentioned this incident. It can't be right. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion actually lost? You must be joking. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion really lost. I have first-hand video documentation here, and you can have it for just 50 credits. A majority of the players in God's Domain was incredulous of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's defeat. The pavilion, which had remained unshakable all this time, had actually been defeated. It was a rout. Even the pavilion's most powerful War Dragon Legion had lost over half of its members. The damage the pavilion had suffered this time was simply incalculable. Starmoon City, inside Ouroboros's guild residence. Snow, Zero Wing actually won against the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, just like you guessed it would. Zhao Yueru's unblemished face was full of surprise when she received the latest news regarding the war between Zero Wing and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. "There's nothing surprising about this," Gentle Snow said, a bright smile appearing on her face. "Black Flame is no fool. Moreover, he has never done anything he was not confident about. Since he dared to pick a fight with the pavilion, he naturally had basis for his confidence. Only, I never imagined that the source of his confidence would be so powerful. We're in luck this time. Since we're allies with Zero Wing, those elders whom Chao Qinghua is planning to pull to his side will have to carefully reconsider their actions," Zhao Yueru laughed. Moments after Zhao Yueru said these words, The doors to the meeting room opened, and a few gorgeously dressed, middle-aged men and women entered. Seeing the arrival of these few people, Gentle Snow could not help but smile bitterly as she shook her head. Fate truly knows how to toy with people. These men and women were none other than Ouroboros's few, highly skilled, and influential elders. Normally, these elders paid little heed to the matters of the guild, focusing only on grinding, leveling up, and raiding dungeons. Even Chao Chunghua dared not offend these elders casually. Previously, Gentle Snow had tried inviting these elders for a discussion on some matters. However, they had simply ignored her overtures. Now, without even requiring her invitation, these people had taken the initiative to come looking for her. This situation left Gentle Snow speechless. Back then, she had only decided to become Zero Wing's ally to repay her debt to Black Flame. Now, however, it would seem that she was growing even more beholden to him. Instead, Guild Leader Snow, we truly apologize for before. The few of us have been busy raiding dungeons all this time, so we failed to meet up with you. Now, however, we are already clear on the guild situation. The few of us here have unanimously decided to support you fully. If Chao Chunghua dares to try to split up Ouroboros, he will have to go through us first before he can do so, the leading shield warrior declared, chuckling. Now that Zero Wing had defeated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, a super first-rate guild, its fame and status in God's domain were naturally far different from before. Prior to Zero Wing's appearance, the upper managers of various large guilds were secretly doing their best to forge connections with super guilds to increase their authority inside their own guilds. Many large guilds had even taken the initiative to curry favor with super guilds to obtain the protection of these super guilds. That way, if other guilds wanted to make a move on them, these guilds would have to think twice before taking action against them. After all, nobody wished to incur the anger of a super guild. Meanwhile, now that Zero Wing had defeated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the consequences were obvious. In the future, Zero Wing might very well become another super first-rate guild. When a man became powerful, those near him could ride on his coattails to success as well. Since Gentle Snow was an ally of Zero Wing, that meant that Gentle Snow had the support of what amounted to a super first-rate guild. As long as one was not a fool, they would know which side they should choose. White River City, Zero Wing's residence. Guild leader, I've already tallied up the results of the war. Here are the statistics, Aqua Rose said, a smile on her face as she handed over a list of data to Sherfone. How could there be so many? We've really made a fortune this time. The corners of Sherfang's lips twitched slightly when he looked at the list. Chapter 559, Growing Stronger. Chapter 559, Growing Stronger. The number of equipment on the statistical list exceeded 20,000. Most of the equipment originally belonged to the Zero Wing members who had participated in the war, so those had to be returned. In addition, they had to take into account the reward for killing enemy players, as well as death subsidies. However, even after deducting all the necessary expenses, they still had over 5,000 pieces of equipment remaining. Initially, Sherfong thought Zero Wing would only gain a slight profit from this war. After all, Zero Wing's army of over 10,000 elites had practically suffered complete annihilation. Only a few hundred elites remained alive at the end of the war. As for the Tier 1 core members, only several dozen survived. The compensation for the losses of over 10,000 elite members and hundreds of core members was astronomical. Having a surplus of more than 5,000 pieces of equipment surpassed Sherfang's expectations entirely. We are fortunate that the pavilion members' equipment is of excellent quality, unlike the previous battles we fought before when there were barely enough spoils of war to go around, even though our losses were not significant back then. At this moment, Aqua Rose was overjoyed. The guilds they had fought in the past were much poorer compared to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The enemy guilds back then consisted mostly of ordinary players, with only a small number of elite players. the equipment they could drop was naturally of low quality. Bronze and mysterious iron equipment was considered top-tier goods for those guilds. Now, however, the enemies they had killed were the elites and experts of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Naturally, the items they dropped were on an entirely different level in terms of quality. The majority of the equipment worn by the pavilion's elite members was level 20 secret silver equipment, with the weakest being level 20 mysterious iron equipment, and the strongest being level 20 fine gold equipment. As for the members of the War Dragon Legion, all the equipment they wore was level 25, with the majority being level 25 fine gold equipment, and the weakest being level 25 secret silver equipment. A few legionnaires even had level 25 dark gold equipment. Naturally, the items they dropped were astounding. Currently, level 20 bronze equipment was being sold for around 20 silver. Even mysterious iron equipment sold for around 40 silver only. However, the prices for secret silver equipment was a different story altogether. With the difference of just one rank, the price increased from around 40 silver straight up to around 90 silver. If it were secret silver equipment meant for MTs, the price would go further, up to 1 gold, 20 silver. This disparity was mainly due to the sheer difficulty in obtaining secret silver equipment. In level 20, 6-man party dungeons, even in Hell mode, there was only a fixed chance for secret silver equipment to drop. Only 10-man Hell mode team dungeons would drop secret silver equipment with 100% certainty, with a small chance of dropping fine gold equipment. Most players in God's Domain were just beginning to raid level 20, 10-man team dungeons, and the number of teams that could raid Hell mode was very low. With the tight supply of level 20 secret silver equipment, it was only natural for prices to be a lot higher. As for level 20 fine gold equipment, its prices were even more inflated. Each piece of such equipment sold for at least 4 gold. Normally, only 20-man Hell mode team dungeons would drop fine gold equipment with 100% certainty. Meanwhile, there was only a fixed chance for one to drop in hard mode. Hence, fine gold equipment was much rarer and its price much higher. If level 20 equipment was already like this, there was no need to mention level 25 equipment. For equipment, although an increase in 1 rank was equivalent to an increase in 5 levels, level 25 secret silver equipment was much more expensive than level 20 fine gold equipment. At present, each piece sold for 5 gold or more. Moreover, the supply of level 25 secret silver equipment on the market was extremely limited. People usually circulated such equipment within their own inner circles, and players would have to rely on their connections to purchase one. As for level 25 fine gold equipment, they were considered the best equipment currently available in God's Domain. Setting aside the fact that nobody would sell such equipment in the first place, if there were some available for sale, the price would be at least 15 gold. Currently, among the 5,000 plus pieces of equipment in Shurfang's hands, there were over 2,000 pieces of level 20 mysterious iron equipment and over 2,000 pieces of level 20 secret silver equipment. As for the remainder, over 600 pieces were level 20 fine gold equipment, over 400 were level 25 secret silver equipment, over 150 were level 25 fine gold equipment, and a total of 12 pieces were level 25 dark gold equipment. If converted to coins, all this equipment would be worth more than 10,000 gold. After fighting a single war, Zero Wing had made a pure profit of over 10,000 gold. Any guild would be celebrating after such a harvest. Not to mention, even if a guild had 10,000 gold, it would not be able to obtain so many pieces of equipment. If a guild wished to develop quickly, other than having experts leading its members, it was also essential to have equipment in the guild's warehouse. The amount of equipment a guild possessed determined the number of members it could sustain. Now that Shurfang had received such a huge influx of equipment, he could definitely advance Zero Wing further, absorbing even more members into the guild. Guild leader, should I place the equipment into the guild's warehouse? Aqua Rose asked. Organize them and place the ones with good attributes into the guild's warehouse. Hand over the remainder to Melancholic for sale, Sherfong instructed after giving her question some thought. A majority of the current players had already reached level 20 or above. Those who hadn't reached level 20 were either new to God's domain or just ordinary lifestyle players. Meanwhile, all the elite members in Zero Wing were level 25 or above, whereas ordinary members were either level 23 or level 24. Hence, their demand for level 20 equipment was not particularly high. Level 20 equipment was currently considered mainstream equipment in God's domain. Its popularity just happened to be at its peak. After more time passed, level 20 equipment would grow obsolete and lose its value. Hence, now was the best time to sell their excess equipment and maximize their profit. Currently, the Candlelight trading firm continued to expand every day. However, the variety of goods the firm sold was still insufficient. There was a limit to the number of players the firm could attract just by relying on the intermediate mana armor kits and lightstones. Only when the firm could sell good equipment in large quantities would it truly be able to hold its ground in Starmoon Kingdom. In Sherfang's previous life, many trading firms would sell the bronze, mysterious iron, secret silver, fine gold, and even dark gold equipment produced by its forgers. Only by following that example could the Candlelight trading firm maintain its shop's competitiveness. Soon after, Sherfong logged out of the game to rest. Time passed slowly. On the day after the great battle, the atmosphere surrounding White River City was no longer oppressive like before, and many players on the streets had begun talking about yesterday's war. Damn, I can't believe that, while I was at work during the day, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was actually defeated. I know, right? Zero Wing is OP now. If even a super first-rate guild is helpless against it, it would be even more impossible for other guilds. It is a huge pity that you did not get to watch that battle. That Dragon Phoenix Pavilion really deserves its title as a super first-rate guild. The number of experts they sent over yesterday could easily overwhelm any first-rate guild. However, Zero Wing still came out on top. Nobody could have imagined that they actually had such a powerful NPC guard. That one NPC killed hundreds of top-tier experts, all by himself. My eyes nearly fell out when I saw that scene back then. Now that Zero Wing has defeated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it will definitely become even more powerful in the future. I heard that Zero Wing has begun mass recruitment again. I failed their test the last time. I wonder if I can pass it this time? Previously, I thought about trying to join a super guild. Now, however, it seems that there won't be a need to do so. I'll go with you to apply for the test. The independent players filling the streets and alleyways of White River City talked fervently about Zero Wing, a fire of anticipation burning in their eyes. These players felt proud just thinking about residing in the same city as Zero Wing, a guild capable of contending against the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Compared to those flamboyant first-rate guilds, Zero Wing was far more powerful. In reality, such a reaction wasn't limited to just the players of White River City. The independent players of many other cities, other kingdoms even, began migrating to White River City one after another, every one of them hoping to join Zero Wing. In just half a day's time, Zero Wing completely recovered to its original strength. The number of elite players Zero Wing had right now was even higher than before the war with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Chapter 560, Times Have Changed. Chapter 560, Times Have Changed. Normally, the guilds involved in a guild war would have to undergo a protracted recovery before they could regain their peak. However, after Zero Wing's miraculous victory over the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, its prestige throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom soared. At this moment, not even the few first-rate guilds based in Starmoon Kingdom were a match for it. As a result, a large number of independent players swarmed to White River City in order to join Zero Wing. In no time at all, Zero Wing went from being an ordinary guild with 50,000 members to a large guild with over 80,000 members. Moreover, this was after Zero Wing increased the difficulty of its recruitment test. Most importantly, this number was still rising rapidly with no signs of slowing down at all. Zero Wing's development speed rendered the various large guilds in Star Moon Kingdom speechless. Currently, Zero Wing could already be described using the term overcrowded. All of this was a result of Zero Wing's future becoming limitless. Previously, although Zero Wing had attracted quite a lot of attention due to its various feats, at the end of the day, it was merely another small guild that was a dime a dozen in God's domain. It was an existence that would disappear in an instant should it accidentally anger a large guild. Hence, when independent players were choosing a guild to join, the first ones they would consider were definitely those large guilds instead of Zero Wing. Now, however, the situation had changed. Firstly, Zero Wing was already in existence that did not need to fear any other guild. Secondly, the treatment and benefits Zero Wing provided surpassed even those of first-rate guilds. Thirdly, there were all sorts of top-tier equipment available in the guild's warehouse. Just looking at the wide array of equipment would make one drool. Not to mention, the guild residents also had a large number of private rooms available for rent. Whether it was in terms of leveling speed or equipment upgrading speed, Zero Wing was much faster than every other guild. With so many advantages, everyone would naturally hope to join Zero Wing. Aren't you guys being too arrogant? You defeated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's raid only once. Among the large number of independent teams out there, the combat power of our Flying Eagles team is definitely ranked above average. We will be highly valued even if we join a first-rate guild. Yet, now that we are trying to join Zero Wing, only 2 of the 10 of us managed to pass your test. Aren't you looking down on us a little too much? A level 24 Guardian Knight demanded angrily. That's right. We hurried over to this place from far away and have spent a lot of money on teleportation fees. All because we want to join Zero Wing. Can't you lower the difficulty of the test by just a little bit? A level 23 Ranger complained. At the recruitment hall inside Zero Wing's residence, many players were voicing their discontent over Zero Wing's recruitment test. This situation was giving Aqua Rose a huge headache as well. She could not understand why Sherfong suddenly decided to raise the requirements despite these already being very high before, even higher than those of first-rate guilds. Yet now, Sherfong raised that bar even further. He was practically trying to drive players away from the guild. Guild leader, there are countless guilds in God's domain, and all of them are frantically trying to recruit members. Now that we have defeated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, we have the perfect opportunity to develop quickly. If we don't take this chance to recruit a large number of players while we are still popular, it won't be as easy to do so in the future. Can't you lower the conditions a little? Aqua Rose asked. Most of the players who had come from other cities were relatively skilled players back in their own cities. However, in order to better develop themselves, they had come all the way to White River City, specifically to join Zero Wing. One could say that these players were the cream of the crop of other cities, and rejecting them right now would be such a pity. I won't change this condition, no matter what. Besides, I did invite them over. They came of their own free will. In any case, the condition is there. Once they pass it, they can naturally join the guild. If they fail, there is nothing we can do about it. Zero Wing's resources are limited. Our guild isn't a garbage collection station. Moreover, Zero Wing is taking the path of the elite. There is no meaning in recruiting in bulk. Sherfong showed no signs of regret at all. Slowly he explained, "You have seen it for yourself. During the war with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the War Dragon Legion nearly annihilated all our elites. If we did not have a large number of NPC guards to assist us, the War Dragon Legion might have wiped us out. Hence, what we need to do now is not to increase the number of members we have, but to improve the quality of our members." Aqua Rose fell silent upon hearing Sherfeng's words. The gap between the two sides in that war was simply too vast. Not to mention the War Dragon Legion. Even the standard of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's elite members was significantly higher than Zero Wing's. Had the gap been smaller, Zero Wing would not have suffered such massive losses. Indeed, my mind must have been clouded before. I'll carry out your orders immediately, then. After Shifeng's lecture, Aqua Rose finally realized that she'd had her head in the clouds out of joy from their victory. Zero Wing had always been taking the path of the elite. It was precisely because of this that the guild's members managed to improve their strength so quickly. Despite having only 50,000 members, there were over 13,000 elite members in the guild. This was a very frightening ratio. Moreover, Zero Wing's success in developing from a small guild with only several thousand members to a guild with more elite members than even a second-rate guild was all because every guild member received a significant share of the guild's resources. Following which, Shifeng handed over all Zero Wing-related matters to Aqua Rose while he went to his forging room in the Candlelight trading firm. The demand for intermediate mana armor kits was just too high. The kits he had made several days ago were nearly sold out now, so he had to replenish the inventory immediately. During this period of time, Shifeng had been constantly busy developing the Candlelight trading firm, so he did not have time to do anything else. Notably, the time limit for his epic quest, Darkness Descends, was nearly up. Fortunately, the Candlelight trading firm was already well developed, and its fame had already spread throughout the entire kingdom. It would not take long to accumulate 30,000 gold. While a sea of players was applying to join Zero Wing, the situation on the Candlelight trading firm's side was also getting out of hand. Currently, White River City was flourishing. It was no longer inferior to Star Moon City. Moreover, during this period of time, the Candlelight trading firm had begun selling equipment in large quantities, enjoying great popularity from the public. As for the overwhelming trading firm, it had already been left in the dust by now. Inside the lively Candlelight trading firm, the various large guilds that had originally been planning to take advantage of Zero Wing's misfortune had all gathered here once again. This time, however, no one displayed the arrogance they had before, and they were all following the rules of the trading firm to the letter. Guild leader, do you really think Black Flame will be willing to meet us this time? Purple Eye asked as she looked at Galaxy Past. Since he has opened a trading firm, he will naturally want to do business. However, I am also not sure of Black Flame's personality. Previously, he challenged the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion without hesitation. This time he might really ignore us outright. Galaxy Past laughed bitterly. If I had known things would end up like this, I would have followed in Gentle Snow's footsteps before. I heard that Gentle Snow managed to purchase quite a number of intermediate mana armor kits, and they have long since made preparations to raid 50-man, large-scale team dungeons. Not only had the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion suffered a crushing defeat, but Nine Dragons Emperor was also forced to bring the War Dragon Legion back to the pavilion's main headquarters to recuperate. If even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion ended up in such a state, ordinary first-rate guilds like them stood no chance against Zero Wing at all. Now, the only thing they could do was wait. Shortly after Shifeng began forging intermediate mana armor kits, Melancholic Smile entered his forging room. Guild leader, many upper managers from first-rate guilds have come to the Candlelight trading firm. This time, they wish to meet and have a proper discussion with you. When you will have the time to do so. Melancholic Smile asked softly, "They're finally here?" Shifeng stopped what he was doing. Revealing a faint smile, he said, "Let's head over there and take a look then." Chapter 561 Business. Chapter 561 Business. Overwhelming Smiles Guild Residents. Overwhelming Smiles upper echelons currently filled the magnificent meeting room. Every one of them wore depressed expressions. Sitting at the head of the table, Feng Xianyang appeared utterly defeated. Zero Wing's victory over the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had dealt a psychological blow to every member of Overwhelming Smile. Originally, nobody had believed that Zero Wing could survive the Great War against the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Now, however, Zero Wing was like the sun at high noon, and many Overwhelming Smile members in White River City had already considered withdrawing from the guild. Ever since Overwhelming Smile began warring with Zero Wing, massive battles would ensue whenever the guilds met outside the city. Previously, they had maintained a balance against Zero Wing, fighting on equal footing. Now, Zero Wing suppressed them completely. Their morale wasn't the only thing that fell with each consecutive fight. Their levels were decreasing rapidly as well. On the other hand, Zero Wing grew more valiant and stronger with every passing fight. Right now, Overwhelming Smile's members no longer dared don their guild's emblem when they left the city, deeply afraid that Zero Wing's members would recognize them. As a result of this depressing situation, many players had begun withdrawing from Overwhelming Smile. Why do I have such bad luck? Back in the day, I had been adamant about joining Overwhelming Smile. If I had known something like this would happen, I would have remained in Zero Wing. At the very least, I would have been a party leader there by now. I know, right? Even being a normal member would be fine. Not to mention being a party leader. Many of Overwhelming Smile's members resting in the guild residence chatted among themselves. At this moment, the players that had defected from Zero Wing regretted their decision. It was especially true when they saw the Zero Wing members who had been less skilled when they left that could now defeat them easily. After only half a day, more than 3,000 Overwhelming Smile members in White River City had withdrawn from the guild due to Zero Wing's recruitment. One could just imagine how huge of a blow this was to Overwhelming Smile. However, the most damaging aspect was that more players considered defecting as time passed. Even some of Overwhelming Smile's middle managers began to express such inclinations. Do any of you have any ideas of what we can do about this? Feng Xianyang asked as he swept his gaze around the meeting room. However, none of the upper managers in the room answered Feng Xianyang's question. They remained silent. It was not because they did not wish to answer Feng Xianyang. Rather, they simply did not know what to say. Before this, their guild had recruited players in bulk and had even poached plenty of elite players from Zero Wing. Even now, their guild's member count greatly surpassed Zero Wing. However, when it came to an actual fight, they realized that having the advantage of numbers was of little to no use. Currently, whether it was in terms of levels or equipment, Overwhelming Smile was no match for Zero Wing at all. Even its momentum was significantly slower than Zero Wing's. What could they do in such a situation? Moreover, the war between their guild and Zero Wing was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much money they tossed into that hole each day, they could not fill it. If they continued this fight, they would eventually have to disband the guild altogether. A bunch of rubbish. Why do I even need you here? Feng Xianyang bellowed as he abruptly slammed his hand onto the table. Everyone in the room involuntarily lowered their heads, not daring to utter a single word. This won't do. I can't let things end just like this. Since the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has suffered defeat, it will definitely try to restore its reputation. Think of a way to make contact with the pavilion. Feng Xianyang said, a bloody glow flashing in his eyes. Angrily he declared, if Underworld and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion join hands, I refuse to believe that we can't annihilate Zero Wing. Meanwhile, in the Candlelight trading firm's first-floor reception hall, the upper managers of various large guilds had waited, unattended, for a long time now. This time, however, none of them dared to complain. Suddenly, the doors to the reception hall opened. Everyone inside the room turned their gazes towards the entrance, discovering Shifeng and Melancholic Smile entering the hall leisurely. Immediately, the upper managers of the various large guilds went up to Shifeng and greeted him with friendly expressions on their faces. Their current attitude was completely different from what it had been in the past. I already know what your goal is by coming here. I can indeed sell you some intermediate mana armor kits. However, I have a condition. If you aren't interested in my proposal, then you may just leave, Sherfong said straightforwardly, showing no signs of appreciation everyone's compliments. Ha ha ha. Guild leader Black Flame, please don't hold back. No one will complain even if you have 10 conditions, much less one. Galaxy Pass said, laughing. Right. Guild leader Black Flame. Tell us what your condition is. As long as it is within our capabilities, we will do it. The branch leader of Emperor's Light followed up. The importance of intermediate mana armor kits to dungeon raids was extraordinary. Currently, although the various large guilds present no longer had many problems raiding 20-man team dungeons, 50-man team dungeons were still forbidden lands for them. Meanwhile, it was precisely because Gentle Snow had managed to obtain a large number of intermediate mana armor kits beforehand that she had gained the confidence to begin raiding a 50-man team dungeon. Ignoring all else, just the level 25 fine gold equipment and set equipment one could obtain already made a 50-man team dungeons quite attractive to guilds. Not to mention, there were also various rare materials, forging designs, and other items. In God's domain, if a guild wished to surpass others, what did they need? Wasn't it equipment? If one likened a 20-man dungeon to a treasure chest, then a 50-man team dungeon was a mountain of treasure. Meanwhile, the intermediate mana armor kit was the key to reaching this treasure mountain. Naturally, the various large guilds present wished to obtain this key. Even if they had to pay a price, they could easily earn it all back from the dungeons. Hence, the various large guilds were very eager to obtain the kits. My condition is very simple. You will purchase each intermediate mana armor kit for 7 gold and 100 magic crystals. This is a reasonable price, right? Sherfong laughed. Players could easily obtain magic crystals from any dungeon. Only, the amount one could obtain varied with each dungeon. A party dungeon would drop very few pieces, while team dungeons would drop a little more. Currently, each magic crystal sold for around 2 or 3 silver. The reason for such a low price was mainly due to the fact that magic crystals had few uses. They were normally only used in alchemy processes. However, as guilds usually kept the magic crystals they obtained in their warehouses, it was not easy to purchase them on the market. Hence, Sherfong intended to trade for them. With a rough calculation, each intermediate mana armor kit would come to a total cost of 10 gold. This price was twice as high as the Candlelight trading firm sold them for. Okay, no problem. Ha ha ha. Guild leader Black Flame, I have no issues with this condition. I wonder how many kits Guild leader Black Flame is willing to sell? The various guild representatives immediately revealed joyous smiles. None of them had expected for Sherfong to put forward such a cheap request. Currently, although the Candlelight trading firm sold the intermediate mana armor kit for 5 gold per kit, on the black market, however, they cost more than 10 gold each. Even then, the demand for the kits still outstripped the supply. Now, they could buy the kits directly for 10 gold each. Immediately, the upper managers of the various large guilds began voicing their requested volume. I want 120 kits. I want 300 kits. I want 150. Every one of these upper managers could not help but wish they could empty the Candlelight trading firm stock of intermediate mana armor kits. Among them, the Star Alliance was the richest, with Galaxy Pass purchasing 500 kits in one go. However, Sherfong did not possess that many kits on hand at all. Hence, he had everyone sign a contract with him, requiring the pay up front. With the system bearing witness to the contract, no one worried about any potential issues. Over 100 guilds willingly handed over the money they owed. As for the magic crystals, they had already sent their subordinates to ship the crystals over. In just a short moment, Feng had earned over 30,000 gold. Of course, this profit did not come without a price. Feng was required to deliver the intermediate mana armor kits he owed within 5 days. Chapter 562, Divine Colosseum. Chapter 562, Divine Colosseum. After the upper managers of the various large guilds left the reception hall in high spirits, Melancholic Smile could no longer hold back as she asked, "Guild leader, will it really be all right to sell so many intermediate mana armor kits to these guilds?" It would have been fine if it were the basic strengthened armor kits. After all, the forging design for this item could be obtained through various means, so other forgers could produce them as well. However, the intermediate mana armor kit was different. Feng was the only person who could forge them, so the item's production was extremely limited. Moreover, they had only initially sold the intermediate mana armor kits with the intention of attracting business to the Candlelight trading firm. Now that the Candlelight trading firm's business has begun to take shape, there was no need to use the intermediate mana armor kits to attract more customers. By selling so many intermediate mana armor kits to other guilds, it would only serve to strengthen these guilds. This would just cause Zerowing more trouble. Since we are a trading firm, why shouldn't we do business when the opportunity presents itself? Feng laughed. Not to mention, I've already made a huge profit. I should at least allow others to pick up some scraps, right? Huge profit. Melancholic Smile was confused. If we sell the same amount of kits through the black market secretly, we will make more than what we just did. However, my goal isn't just to earn coins, but also magic crystals. Feng explained. Currently, there are few uses for magic crystals. Moreover, they can only be obtained from dungeons. However, the various large guilds normally keep the magic crystals they obtain for themselves. So, if we had to point out who possesses the most magic crystals, it would have to be these large guilds. But the Candlelight trading firm also has plenty of magic crystals. We even have an entire warehouse full of them right now. We have more than what we can use. Melancholic Smile grew even more confused. Have you forgotten the simulation device in the special forging rooms? Feng laughed. Immediately, Melancholic Smile's eyes glowed as she came to a realization. If one wished to use the simulation device, they needed to expend magic crystals. Meanwhile, the amount of magic crystals required varied depending on the material simulated. The more precious a material was, the more mana crystals were required. A simulation device could allow a lifestyle player to familiarize themselves with the production flow of an item swiftly, significantly increasing their success rate and production speed when it came to the real deal. Compared to experimenting and wasting actual materials, it was much cheaper to spend magic crystals. Currently, the Candlelight trading firm was developing in multiple cities. However, it severely lacked manpower, particularly advanced forging apprentices and basic forgers who were capable of producing advanced products. Despite the firm's efforts in recruiting lifestyle players from cities outside its sphere of influence, the number of players they had recruited was utterly insufficient. Currently, player demand for advanced products was growing exponentially. However, only basic forgers had a slightly higher success rate of producing items, such as level 20 bronze and mysterious iron equipment. Advanced forging apprentices could not produce such items at all. As a result, the other trading firms throughout the entire God's domain were also desperately recruiting and poaching basic forgers. Unfortunately, becoming a true forger was easier said than done. If one wanted to nurture a group of basic forgers, the money required to do so could bankrupt an ordinary small guild. If the Candlelight trading firm wished to quickly nurture a batch of advanced forging apprentices and basic forgers, utilizing the simulation device in the special forging rooms would be the cheapest way to do so. Only the amount of magic crystals required to sustain the simulation device for so many people would be astounding. Considering the situation again, Melancholic Smile found that the amount of magic crystals the firm had stored away was indeed insufficient. All right, in a moment, go and receive the magic crystals that those guilds have sent. I've also removed the restriction on the previously reserved special forging room. You can allow players with strong potential to train there. Saying so, Shifeng removed the restriction on the special forging room. Right, you should also purchase some magic crystals from time to time. However, make sure not to attract too much attention when doing so, lest people start hiking up the prices. Guild leader, rest assured, I will send people to purchase them from other cities discreetly. I won't let others find out about this. Melancholic Smile nodded, smiling brightly. This was not the first time she had to do such a thing. Melancholic Smile then departed from the reception hall. I can only lie to her like this for now. Shifeng released a sigh of relief as he watched Melancholic Smile's departing figure. In reality, he had an even greater purpose for collecting magic crystals in bulk. The Divine Colosseum. That was where magic crystals were truly valuable. In the past, everyone had treated magic crystals as garbage, as at the time, only certain items required magic crystals to produce. Moreover, these items required very few to produce. Hence, players would normally celebrate if they managed to sell the magic crystals they had obtained. However, nobody could have imagined that, the moment the Divine Colosseum opened, the prices of magic crystals would instantly soar by over 6 times. The Divine Colosseum allowed players to examine their strength, and it allowed players to undergo training provided by the system to improve their weaknesses. Moreover, one could also obtain rewards from battles in the Divine Colosseum. The Divine Colosseum also had many other functions. Due to the emergence of the Divine Colosseum, the players of God's Domain had obtained a systematic promotion ladder that allowed them to become experts quickly. Hence, the Divine Colosseum had been very popular among players. Players were required to pay a fee in order to use the Divine Colosseum. However, one could not use coins to make payments at the Colosseum, but magic crystals instead. Hence, prices of magic crystals skyrocketed upon the emergence of the Divine Colosseum. Even after a decade, magic crystals were still a powerful currency. They were worth as much as gold in reality. Otherwise, Shifeng would not have foolishly used intermediate mana armor kits to trade for magic crystals. If possible, Shifeng wished to turn all the coins in his possession into magic crystals. By the time the Divine Colosseum activated, the 30,000 gold in his hands would immediately become more than 100,000, or even 200,000 gold. However, in order to avoid attracting suspicion, he could only purchase them slowly and secretly. Over the following 2 days, Shifeng did not rest or log out of the game at all, as he ceaselessly forged the intermediate mana armor kits. By the time he had cleared his debt, he had risen from level 30 to level 32. He had actually managed to level up twice in 2 days. Moreover, this was after he had reached level 30. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to rise by 2 levels even after grinding for a whole week. Meanwhile, Shifeng's forging proficiency had also risen to intermediate forger. During this period, both Zero Wing and the Candlelight trading firm developed rapidly. It was especially true for Zero Wing. The guild's member count had finally broken past the 100,000 threshold, and it could finally be considered a large guild in the truest sense. On the Candlelight trading firm side, thanks to the simulation device, the firm had successfully nurtured several additional basic forgers during these past 2 days. As for the other guilds, they had also begun their competition over 50-man team dungeons. However, the thing that surprised everyone was that Overwhelming Smile had taken the lead, becoming the first guild to defeat the first boss in a 50-man hard mode team dungeon. As for Zero Wing, Aqua Rosa's team had only been the second to defeat the first boss after relying on their superior equipment. The perceived failure had disheartened Aqua Rose. Shifeng was not surprised at all. Overwhelming Smile had the aid of Warwolf, as well as several other true experts. In terms of the number of top-tier experts, Overwhelming Smile was far above Zero Wing. Moreover, 50-man team dungeons relied more on a player's combat techniques than equipment. It was only natural for Aqua Rose's team to lose. It should be about time to turn in the quest. Sherfong looked at the coins that filled his pockets. He could not help but look forward to the quest reward given by the Star Streak trading firm. As one part of an epic quest, it had been extremely difficult. If he had not possessed the advanced book of magic, it would have been impossible for him to complete this phase of the quest. Chapter 563, Epic Treasure Chest. Chapter 563, Epic Treasure Chest. Just as Sherfong finished tidying up the intermediate mana armor kits he had forged and was about to head towards the Star Streak trading firm to complete his quest, Melancholic Smile suddenly rushed into the room, obviously agitated. Why the hurry? Did something big happen? Sherfong could not help but ask. People from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion are here. Melancholic Smile hurriedly said, They say they must meet with you. Moreover, they wish to hand you an item personally. They say that this item will be a huge help to you, and if you do not take a look at it, you will regret it in the future. Regret it, huh? Sherfong laughed. This Dragon Phoenix Pavilion truly is interesting. I've just defeated them and already they're sending gifts? Let's go see what they're up to then. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild. Although it had suffered massive losses in its war against Zero Wing, with the pavilion's background, it should have already recovered most of its losses. As for the possibility of the pavilion starting another war with Zero Wing, that was highly unlikely. Hence, the fact that someone from the pavilion had come looking for him confused Sherfong. He had no idea of what the pavilion was up to. After entering the reception room, Sherfong noticed that the pavilion had only sent one person to meet with him this time. However, the moment Sherfong saw this person, he was immediately shocked. Why is she here? Sherfong looked at the girl who approached him slowly, the scene of many legendary wars that occurred in his previous life surfacing in his mind. This woman was none other than the protagonist of those legendary wars, Phoenix Rain. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was split into two pavilions. One was the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion, while the other was the Phoenix Pavilion. Of the two, Nine Dragons Emperor controlled the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion, while Phoenix Rain managed the Phoenix Pavilion. Although Nine Dragons Emperor looked quite young, he had merely managed to retain his youth due to the technology of this era and exercise. In reality, Nine Dragons Emperor's real age had long since passed 35. Even so, the fact that Nine Dragons Emperor had been able to become the pavilion master of a super first-rate guild at the age of 35 showed that he was a promising talent. However, Phoenix Rain was even more amazing. Despite still being in her early 20s, she had already become the pavilion master of the Phoenix Pavilion. In the past, her deeds in the virtual gaming world had been legendary. As a result, the time when Phoenix Rain had reigned over the Phoenix Pavilion had been hailed as the pavilion's golden age. During that time, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had rapidly grown stronger. At present, Phoenix Rain was the reason that everyone considered the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion as a guild that was closest to becoming a super guild. Even the extraordinarily mysterious great pavilion master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was willing to allow Phoenix Rain to succeed him, becoming the great pavilion master. Currently, Phoenix Rain wore a bright red mage's robe, the robe showcasing her exquisite figure. Every one of her actions carried an air of bewitchment, causing others to submit voluntarily. Hello, Guild Leader Black Flame. This young woman is known as Phoenix Rain, the Phoenix Pavilion Master of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Phoenix Rain beamed a flourishing smile at Sherfong. This smile alone had captivated Melancholic Smile, who stood beside Sherfong. As for Sherfong himself, however, other than his initial surprise at seeing Phoenix Rain, He did not react even in the slightest to the woman's mesmerizing smile. Seeing Shifeng's reaction, Phoenix Rain's smile became more pleasant as she said, "Guild leader Black Flame, let's have a seat and chat properly, shall we?" Shifeng nodded, his mind very calm. He did not treat Phoenix Rain as if she were some unreachable existence. Shifeng's dull reaction was not because he had mental issues. Instead, his mind was far from ordinary. It was merely a smile. It was still not enough to make him blush or cause his heartbeat to quicken. "Phoenix Pavilion Master, you previously mentioned a gift for me, and that I will regret it if I don't take a look. May I know just what kind of item Phoenix Pavilion Master offers me?" Shifeng smiled calmly. "Guild leader Black Flame really is impatient. We've only just met, yet you're already so straightforward. I don't even know from where I should begin," Phoenix Rain complained as she sent Shifeng a resentful gaze. Sighing, she said, "However, since you've already asked, it would not be right to refuse." Phoenix Rain then took out a treasure chest that flashed with a purple glow, carefully placing it on the table. "Behold!" The moment Phoenix Rain said so, Melancholic Smile, who sat beside Shifeng, was stupefied. "This is an epic treasure chest." Melancholic Smile dared not believe her own eyes. There were plenty of treasure chests in God's domain. However, the majority of them were common treasure chests. One would be lucky if they encountered a bronze treasure chest, whereas obtaining a mysterious iron treasure chest would make them rich. If one encountered a secret silver chest, they would become the envy of many. As for fine gold and dark gold treasure chests, Melancholic Smile had yet to see what they even looked like. Meanwhile, an epic treasure chest was a legend. The purple glow surrounding the treasure chest before her was indeed the glow effect unique to an epic ranked item. Hence, Melancholic Smile recognized it immediately. "Correct! This is indeed an epic treasure chest," Phoenix Rain said. Her lips curled up into an enchanting smile. Unhurriedly, she said, "Our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion encountered this item accidentally. In order to obtain this chest, we sacrificed tens of thousands of lives. I wonder if Guild leader Black Flame is satisfied with this gift?" Phoenix Pavilion Master sure loves to joke. "I'm certain there is nobody in the entire God's domain who would not be tempted by an epic treasure chest. Naturally, I am no exception." Shifeng had also used omniscient eyes to appraise the treasure chest. There were no signs of forgery. This treasure chest before him was a bona fide epic treasure chest. Shifeng had only encountered dark gold treasure chests several times by chance. As for an epic treasure chest, this was also Shifeng's first time encountering one in this life and his past. In the past, Shifeng had never even heard of any news of epic treasure chests. That's right, he had not received even the slightest bit of information regarding epic treasure chests. Shifeng had even doubted that epic treasure chests existed in God's domain. Now that Phoenix Rain had brought an epic treasure chest as a gift for him, he wondered if he were dreaming. Dark gold treasure chests had a fixed chance of containing an epic item. What about an epic treasure chest, then? Shifeng did not even dare to think about it. At the very least, an epic item would drop. There might even be an extremely tiny chance that it might contain a complete legendary item. Legendary item. They were very limited in God's domain. In the past, every player who owned a legendary item was in existence, ranked at the game's apex. Just owning the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath had allowed Shifeng to have an unmatched advantage in terms of attributes. Even a monstrous existence like Martial Dragon was forced into a stalemate against him. Moreover, he had been unable to use any of his skills during that fight. If his skills weren't sealed, he could definitely beat the living daylights out of Martial Dragon if he activated Dragon's power. On the other hand, had Martial Dragon possessed a legendary item, Zero Wing would have definitely perished in the war before. I'm glad that it has attracted your attention. Initially, I was worried that Guild Leader Black Flame will not be satisfied with this. Phoenix Rain revealed an expression of relief. She looked nothing like a legend. Phoenix Pavilion Master, just tell me what you want. I don't believe that anyone would gift me an epic treasure chest for no good reason, Sherfong asked after calming down. Ha ha ha. Guild Leader Black Flame is indeed smart. There are no free lunches in this world. What I need Guild Leader Black Flame's help with is simple. I would not ask you to do something that will displease you. Moreover, this matter offers no harm, only benefits, Phoenix Rain laughed. However, I will require you to sign a contract before I can tell you. Otherwise, we will have to forget about this altogether. Only it would be a pity for this epic treasure chest. Sherfong fell silent. He could not understand just what Phoenix Rain was trying to do. Chapter 564, Demon Queen. Chapter 564, Demon Queen. Phoenix Rain did not grow anxious at the lack of response from Sherfong. She simply sipped her black tea as she waited quietly for Sherfeng's answer. It was as if she were not afraid of Sherfong rejecting her offer whatsoever. An epic treasure chest was incredibly precious. One could say that it was far rarer than an epic item. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had been lucky to stumble upon it by chance. To secure it, they had even paid a colossal price. As for what one could obtain from an epic treasure chest, even if an epic item with bad attributes dropped, its value would still be significant. There was no need to mention how much the chest would benefit a guild if it contained something even better than an epic item. Just using it as a gimmick would allow a guild's reputation to soar, not to mention letting an expert equip it and enter a dungeon. As there was a limited number of players allowed to enter a dungeon at a single time, the quality of players entering a dungeon would significantly impact the rating progression. If a guild allowed one of its experts to equip an epic item, the total damage of any team said expert joined would instantly rise to a whole new level. Naturally, the team's raid progression would be much faster than other guilds, having a significantly higher chance of obtaining the first clear of a dungeon. The team could also challenge dungeons that other guilds found impossible to raid. The amount of money one could save from the losses the team suffered while raiding the dungeon would be massive. No guild with any ambition would let this golden opportunity slip through their fingers, much less the extraordinarily ambitious Zero Wing. Can Phoenix Pavilion Master tell me the method to open this epic treasure chest? Sherfong asked after pondering for some time. Although it was his first time seeing an epic treasure chest, he had not forgotten the treasure chest traits due to his excitement. In God's domain, the higher ranked a treasure chest was, the more difficult it would be to open. Although Sherfong had no idea how stringent the conditions were to open an epic treasure chest, he knew that even a dark gold treasure chest required a key. It was impossible that an epic treasure chest would have no requirements. The moment Sherfong asked this question, Phoenix Rain could not help but carefully reevaluate her opinion of Sherfong. I did not expect Guild Leader Black Flame to remain so calm despite seeing an epic treasure chest. It would seem that 9 Dragons Emperor did not lose without reason, Phoenix Rain praised. Any ordinary person's first reaction when seeing a treasure chest would be to claim it for themselves. Even the guild leader of a first-rate guild, someone who had undergone the tempering of many storms, would grow excited should they encounter an epic treasure chest. It was simply impossible to stay calm. After all, the potential benefits one could gain from an epic treasure chest were almost limitless, so much so that it could be the turning point of a guild. Hence, how could anyone possibly stay calm when an epic treasure chest was within their reach? Yet, Sherfong had not forgotten the fact that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Indeed, just as Guild Leader Black Flame has surmised, there is a condition to open this epic treasure chest. However, this condition should not be difficult for a guild like Zero Wing to meet. Even if it isn't possible now, it will be in the future. It is only a matter of time. Phoenix Rain came clean without trying to hide anything. May I know what the condition is for opening this treasure chest? Sherfong smiled bitterly. How could he not tell that Phoenix Rain was trying to hide something? This was an epic treasure chest. Just a dark gold treasure chest already required a dark gold ranked key to open it. However, a dark gold key was even rarer than the dark gold treasure chest itself. If an epic treasure chest required an epic key to open, Sherfong could do without it. Phoenix Rain frowned slightly. She did not think Sherfong would be so adamant for an answer. Although an epic treasure chest was indeed tempting, she had held the chest for a long time now. Unfortunately, she had no way to open it and could only stare blankly at the glowing chest. Otherwise, who would possibly use such a priceless item as a bargaining chip? However, she never expected that Sherfong would not take her bait. Forget it. I believe that if I don't tell you, you will most likely refuse to negotiate, Phoenix Rain sighed. Truth be told, the condition for opening this treasure chest is relatively simple. One only needs to gather 88 mana stones. I have investigated the mana stones somewhat. They only drop from 100-man dungeons with a certain probability. Of course, it will not be possible to gather 88 pieces within a short time. However, with 0 wing strength, collecting them will only be a matter of time, right? Mana stones. Sherfong hurriedly suppressed the excitement in his heart, not daring to reveal it. I have also heard of this item before. However, I heard that they are extremely rare. Obtaining just one would require a tremendous amount of effort, let alone 88. At the very least, it would take several months to collect that many. Previously, in order to remove the seal on the Destroyer of Immortality, he had discovered a method to obtain mana stones that did not require raiding 100-man hard mode team dungeons. Although 88 mana stones was not a small amount, and he would be required to spend a lot of money, it was still much easier than trying to obtain them from 100-man dungeons, betting on that meager 2% drop rate. Guild Leader Blackflame. Although you will only be able to open the treasure chest after 1 or 2 months, an epic item will still be extremely rare after that much time has passed. Not to mention, epic items aren't the only thing you can obtain from an epic treasure chest. If Guild Leader Blackflame obtains a legendary item, at that time, you will have truly made a fortune, Phoenix Raid hurriedly explained when she saw Sherfeng's disappointed expression. You are correct. However, Sherfong muttered, revealing a troubled expression. However, when he saw Phoenix Rain trying her best to push the treasure chest onto him, he was inwardly exhilarated. Indeed, just as Phoenix Rain had said in the past, even after 3 months since God's domain launched, dark gold items were still as rare as a phoenix's feather, not to mention epic items. Back then, only super guilds and a few extremely lucky guilds possessed epic items. As for fragmented legendary and legendary items, there had been no news whatsoever about these items. If Sherfong could obtain an epic item in 3 months' time, he would make a huge fortune. After all, one could continue to use an epic item to a very high level. There was no need to worry about it becoming obsolete during the initial stages of the game. Guild Leader Blackflame, you should know that my request of you will not be difficult to complete. Moreover, it is something that will benefit you as well. I even offer you this epic treasure chest as a gift. Yet, you still try to make excuses to put me off. Are you really that afraid that I will eat you up? Phoenix Rain smiled brightly, revealing a charming expression. Watching Phoenix Rain act in such a way, even Sherfong felt his willpower faltering. She really is deserving her title as the Demon Queen. Sherfong inwardly sighed. If anyone else stood in his place right now, Phoenix Rain might have conquered them already. Although Phoenix Rain appeared charming and gentle on the surface, her beauty and melodic voice capable of even toppling cities and countries, Sherfong knew just how terrifying the woman was. If anyone dared write her off as a pin-up, they must suffer some sort of brain damage. Even the insufferably arrogant Nine Dragons Emperor feared Phoenix Rain. After pretending to hesitate repeatedly, Shifeng finally slapped his thigh and said, "All right then, I agree to your proposal. However, if the conditions you state are in any way unfavorable to Zero Wing or the Candlelight Trading Firm, I can only apologize to you in advance." I knew Guild Leader Black Flame would be a pleasant person to work with. Phoenix Rain hurriedly said, "However, I don't want others to know about this matter. Only you and I are allowed to know. May we move to a more private location?" "Okay, follow me then." Saying so, Shifeng led Phoenix Rain to a VIP reception room. The room offered luxury and comfort. Moreover, it was also not possible for others to listen in on their conversation. Chapter 565 The Offer. Chapter 565 The Offer. The VIP reception room on the second floor was like an entirely different world. The rich fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds filled the room. One could also see green mountains and blue creeks in the distance. The space inside this room looked just like the garden in paradise. As expected of a 2-star shop, it actually offers such an impressive location. Phoenix Rain expressed her admiration as she surveyed her surroundings. If Phoenix Pavilion Master likes it, you can easily obtain one for yourself. Although a 1-star shop has less space and available environments to choose from, this garden environment is also available in a 1-star shop, Shifeng laughed. God's domain was not considered a different world without reason. While nearly everything that could be found in the real world existed in God's domain, things that did not exist in the real world could also be found here. In God's domain, the available activities were not limited to just killing monsters and leveling up. They could also enjoy a leisurely life here. However, the extremely realistic sensations that God's domain offered was not its most attractive aspect. Instead, it was the time dilation. This was the greatest scientific creation of mankind in this century, and only God's domain had managed to implement this function. No other virtual reality game had achieved this feat. This was also the main reason for God's domain's popularity. The flow of time in God's domain was twice as slow as that in the real world. In other words, God's domain's players could theoretically live twice as long as ordinary people in the real world. Moreover, activities such as learning, relaxation, and resting could all be done in God's domain. People could have more time to do what they wished inside the game world. In the real world, there were only 24 hours in a single day. An ordinary student like Shifeng would normally commit 5 or 6 hours of their day to study. Sleep also occupied roughly 9 hours. After deducting the time spent eating and other necessary activities to sustain one's life, a student like Shifeng would only have around 5 or 6 hours of free time. Meanwhile, each day in God's domain had 48 hours. In other words, a student in God's domain could possibly have up to 30 hours of free time, 5 times that of ordinary people. Who wouldn't want to live such a life? Not to mention, the main God system was constantly expanding the world of God's domain, allowing this virtual world to become more realistic, interesting, and mysterious. Who wouldn't be tempted by something like this? Guild Leader Black Flame must be joking. Although I really wish to obtain a house like this for myself. Unfortunately, ordinary shops are no good. Such an environment is only available in luxury shops. Meanwhile, constructing a luxury shop requires 1,000 gold. I already wish I could spend 1,000 gold as if it were 2,000. So where would I possibly find so much money laying around to construct a luxury shop? Phoenix Rain shook her head, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes as she surveyed the room's elegance. Even large guilds had their own troubles to face. A small guild had few members, so it was relatively easy to manage. Thus, the guild required less money to sustain it. On the other hand, it was extremely complex to manage a large guild that had a large number of members. A super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was even more frightening. There were many aspects that required money. It was especially true during the initial stages of the game. It was like investing into a bottomless pit. Fortunately, guild residences allowed the pavilion to earn some money through guild quests. In addition, the trading firms and the raiding teams that had already taken shape had also begun to profit the pavilion, allowing them to invest less as a result. However, in terms of extravagance, no one throughout all of God's domain could compete with the Candlelight trading firm. Phoenix Pavilion Master, nobody will be able to listen in on our conversation here. You should be able to state your condition now, right? Although Phoenix Rain had presented herself weak all this time, Sherfong refused to believe that the woman was as simple as she made herself out to be. For just one simple condition, she had personally run all the way from the Black Dragon Empire to White River City and had even gifted him an epic treasure chest. Before I reveal it, I hope that you will first sign this confidentiality contract, Phoenix Rain said. She then revealed a contract that she had prepared, placing it on the table. Quite seriously, she said, "It is not that I do not believe Guild Leader Black Flame, but this matter is simply too important to take risks. If a third party discovered this situation, it would not benefit either of us." Sherfong picked up the contract and gave it a careful read. Indeed, it was a very common confidentiality contract. Under the surveillance of the main god system, it was impossible to reveal any secrets covered by a confidentiality contract in the game. Of course, the main god system could not control any leaks in the real world. "Aren't you afraid that I will reveal it outside of God's domain?" Sherfong asked. "I believe that Guild Leader Black Flame is an intelligent person, so please don't ask such a foolish question," Phoenix Rain said, her hand covering her mouth as she chuckled softly. "It was just a joke." Sherfong then signed the contract. The moment Sherfong finished his signature, the notification sound of the system immediately rang by his ears. System, contract established. If either party violates the contract, the violator will be banished from God's domain. Although the system's female voice sounded crisp and pleasing, its words would give anyone goosebumps. Banished from God's domain. Moreover, there was only one condition. Any player who wished to live in God's domain would not dare violate this condition. After hearing the system notification, Phoenix Rain smiled at Sherfong as she said, "In reality, my condition is very simple. I just wish to obtain a portion of the Candlelight trading firm's shares, but in my own name, not the Phoenix Pavilions, and, even more so, not the Dragon Phoenix Pavilions. Of course, I will provide even more benefits. The simplest would be land for shops. You should know that reputation is required to purchase a good plot of land in every city. Although one can obtain it through sub-sales, the strategic plots of land in every city are not something an ordinary guild can obtain easily. Currently, Zero Wing might have secured the best plots of land available in Starmoon Kingdom's 2 largest cities. What about the important cities in other countries? If the Candlelight trading firm is to grow, it will require a larger market. I am sure that you will not be satisfied with just ruling over these 2 cities, right? I can provide this convenience. I can allow the Candlelight trading firm to obtain the valuable plots of land available in the main cities of many kingdoms and empires. In addition, I also have plenty of connections that can enable you to obtain raw materials cheaply, as well as provide you with the forging designs and recipes obtainable from dungeons. You won't have to worry about collecting and purchasing these things yourself. Of course, this matter will be carried out discreetly. I will not reveal my involvement. More importantly, I am not your enemy. 9 Dragons Emperor might have a grudge against you, but I do not stand with him. To be more precise, I stand with you. May I know what Guild Leader Black Flame thinks of my proposal?" At this moment, Sherfong was silent. Phoenix Rain's proposal was indeed generous. A super first-rate, Guild's background was extraordinary. Compared to him, Phoenix Rain would have a much easier time obtaining the golden lands of the major cities in the various kingdoms and empires. Moreover, it was also impossible for him to get players of other kingdoms to resell their lands. Nobody would be so foolish as to give away their benefits to someone else, particularly to the Candlelight Trading Firm, a trading firm with massive advantages. Moreover, just as Phoenix Rain had said, she was not his enemy. On the surface, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion might seem like a single guild, but in reality, the pavilion was two guilds joined as one. If not for that mysterious great pavilion master maintaining the balance, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion might immediately break into two separate guilds. How many shares do you want? Sherfong asked. Since it is I who have come in search of Guild Leader Blackflame for cooperation, I will leave that decision up to you. Phoenix Rain giggled. I believe that, after seeing my sincerity, based on Guild Leader Blackflame's personality and reputation, you will not take advantage of this young lady, right? Chapter 566. Epic Treasure Chest Secured. Chapter 566. Epic Treasure Chest Secured. Sherfong fell silent upon hearing Phoenix Rain's words. Negotiations were normal when one sought cooperation, and people would normally strive to obtain the greatest benefits for themselves. This might seem like a smart move, but contrary to popular belief, it placed one at a disadvantage. As neither side knew the other party's bottom line, the one to make the first offer would reveal their bottom line to their opponent. Moreover, after Phoenix Rain had said as much, how could he possibly take advantage of her? Even after a long moment, Sherfong did not answer. However, Phoenix Rain was not anxious in the slightest. On the contrary, she leisurely admired the scenery. 20%. What do you think? Sherfong finally said after pondering for some time. 20%. Phoenix Rain was stunned, looking at Sherfong as if saying, Are you kidding me? The connections the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion possessed were exactly what the trading firm needed most, as having a wide range of connections meant that more people would purchase the trading firm's products. Not to mention, the Candlelight Trading Firm would also get its hands on a large supply of raw materials, recipes, and forging designs. These were items that a trading firm lacked the most. Currently, although the Candlelight Trading Firm's range of influence had grown quite wide, it only had control over two truly useful cities. One was White River City, while the other was Star Moon City. If the Candlelight Trading Firm worked with her, it could spread its influence to dozens of major cities. The profit it could rake in at that time would surpass its current income dozens of times. Meanwhile, the only things the Candlelight Trading Firm could offer in this cooperation was coins and products, such as the intermediate mana armor kits, light stones, and basic strengthened armor kits. Aside from that, there was nothing special about the Candlelight Trading Firm. Yet, Sherfong had only offered her 20% of the firm's shares. Normally, anyone else would willingly offer 50% or even 60% of the firm's shares. That's right, 20%. This is the most that I can offer. If you cannot accept this amount, we can let it go at that, Sherfong said earnestly. Phoenix Rain did not know that, before this, Sherfang's offer to Gentle Snow was only 15% of Zero Wing shares. Moreover, this included the annexation of Ouroboros. Although Phoenix Rain could provide far more connections than Ouroboros, currently such things were unnecessary to Sherfong. Cooperating with Phoenix Rain would provide him with a massive advantage during the early stages of the game. However, at its core, a trading firm relied not on connections, but on the products it sold. To become iron, the metal itself must be strong. Take the overwhelming trading firm, for example. Even though it possessed more connections than the Candlelight Trading Firm, so what? If not for the Flame Dragon Potion, the overwhelming trading firm would have long since lost its competitive edge. As long as a trading firm possessed a product unique to itself, there was no need to fear a lack of customers. For example, if the candlelight trading firm sold an epic item, even players from other kingdoms and empires would willingly foot the exorbitant teleportation fee to visit the trading firm. Most importantly, the candlelight trading firm possessed an advantage that no other trading firm possessed, and that was the special workshops available only in 2-star shops or above. With these workshops, the candlelight trading firm could nurture a large number of forgers and other lifestyle players. Not only was this method efficient, but it was also cost-efficient. Although it was a good thing to have many connections, it would be meaningless if the trading firm could not keep up with production. It was like looking at a treasure chest that one could not obtain. Both the intermediate mana armor kits and the fire dragon potions had very low production volumes. The number of people that could actually purchase them was very low. The main reason behind the candlelight trading firm's triumph over the overwhelming trading firm was mainly the common product, known as lightstones. Phoenix Rain's offer was only icing on the cake. The fact that Sherfong was willing to offer her 20% of the candlelight trading firm's shares was entirely because of the future development potential between them, not because of the immediate profits. Guild leader Blackflame really is confident in the candlelight trading firm. If so, I am relieved. Phoenix Rain smiled as she said, "All right then. Since I was the one who told Guild leader Blackflame to make the offer, I won't go back on my word. If it's only 20%, so be it. When the time comes, I will send someone discreet to contact you. In addition, I will also send you reports on the cities of other kingdoms and empires. If Guild leader Blackflame wishes to develop further in whichever city or acquire certain items, you can notify that person. That person will handle everything for you." Following which, the two signed a contract to seal the deal. Phoenix Rain's decisiveness had surprised Sherfong slightly. "Phoenix Pavilion Master, don't you feel that you are suffering a loss here?" Sherfong asked, laughing. Any normal person would undoubtedly refuse such a seemingly harsh offer. They would choose to develop their own trading firm instead. At the very least, they would be in control of said trading firm. However, even after his firm statement, Phoenix Rain had accepted the offer without hesitation. "A loss?" Phoenix Rain shook her head. With an innocent gaze, she said, "I don't feel that way at all because I can tell that you, Guild leader Blackflame, feel yourself suffering an even greater loss. To put it bluntly, even though I have clearly offered you such benefits, you still don't seem to care all that much and have offered me such a low price. The only reason I can think of for such a reaction is that the candlelight trading firm is still hiding some secret that I do not know of, and that its true value is much higher than what I have offered you today. In that case, shouldn't I be even more accepting of your offer?" Phoenix Rain's words left Sherfong completely speechless. She was truly deserving her title as the Demon Queen. With her existence, it was no wonder why even super guilds had acknowledged the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion status. After Phoenix Rain quietly left, Sherfong looked at the epic treasure chest left behind by Phoenix Rain, a grin appearing on his face. He was fully capable of opening the epic treasure chest. Throughout this transaction, no matter how one looked at it, he was the one who had come out on top. If Phoenix Rain discovered this, she would certainly be disappointed. "I wonder what kind of item I can get from an epic treasure chest," Sherfong muttered, anticipation growing in his heart. In his memories, he had never even heard of an epic treasure chest. As for what he could obtain from one, he could only guess. Regardless of what item it would be epic ranked at the very least. However, how could a single epic item satisfy him? In order to reap the greatest benefit from this epic treasure chest, Sherfong decided not to open it immediately, but to wait. The involvement of luck when opening a treasure chest was too significant to ignore. Currently, Icarus's heart was only dark gold rank. It had yet to reach its evolution limit. Moreover, he was only a short distance from upgrading the necklace to epic rank. With a little more time, He was confident that he could collect the remaining life force points required and upgrade the Icarus's heart once more. After all, dark gold rank was only the standards of mortals. Meanwhile, epic rank belonged to the extraordinary. There was a qualitative difference between the two. When the Icarus's heart reached epic rank, it would provide far more luck. His wisest option was to open the epic treasure chest at that time. The first thing he needed to do was collect plenty of magic crystals. The magic crystals required to produce 88 mana stones was no small number. Not to mention, there was also the Divine Colosseum, which would reveal itself in the future. That place was a bottomless pit meant for devouring magic crystals. Following which, Sherfong stored away the epic treasure chest and left the VIP reception room. He then headed towards the Star Streak trading firm. Originally, the Star Streak trading firm had been the most flourishing trading firm in White River City. However, with the rise of the Candlelight trading firm, the Star Streak trading firm's popularity had begun to roll downhill. Currently, the only reason that players still visited this place was to purchase some common products that only NPCs sold. Even so, the Star Streak trading firm still offered Sherfong a lot of benefits. An NPC had established the Star Streak trading firm. Including White River City, it had shops in a total of 8 cities. Moreover, unlike player-owned shops, there was no city tax on the goods available in its shops. Hence, Sherfong still sold some advanced goods at the Star Streak trading firm, though that was only limited to the shops located in cities, without the Candlelight trading firm. "Your Excellency Yi Feng, you've arrived!" Anna, who was currently busy with work, hurriedly greeted Sherfong when she saw him enter the president's office. "Yes, please notify President Henry and tell him that I have completed the task he entrusted me with." Sherfong nodded in reply. He then said, "However, I want to change my remuneration." Chapter 567, Give or Take. Chapter 567, Give or Take. As soon as Anna heard these words, she left the president's office to invite President Henry over. After watching Anna leave, Sherfong examined the documents on the table. These documents were the business listings of the Star Streak trading firm's purchases, shipments, and other such dealings. However, all of these dealings had been organized by Anna herself. Anna was an NPC who possessed 91 intelligence. Such NPCs were extremely rare in God's domain. If she became a guard, her potential would be nearly limitless. Hence, Sherfong wished to negotiate with Henry. The quests that NPCs commissioned were not without room for change. It only depended on whether or not the player involved possessed the strength to make such changes. Previously, the reward they had agreed upon was a Tier 4 magic scroll that would allow him to reach the Dark Den easily and obtain the Bible of Darkness. However, Sherfong felt that something was amiss. No matter how one looked at it, the task of managing the Star Streak trading firm was one part of an epic quest. The reward for completing it should not be limited to just the tool required to proceed to the next phase. If it were so, what's the difference between obtaining a reward and not obtaining one? Thus, Sherfong felt that he could fight for more, as there might be some mysteries hidden within. It was especially true for the assistant, Anna. After the battle with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the various large guilds in God's domain had begun thinking of ways to obtain powerful NPC guards. However, how could powerful guards possibly be that easy to find? Take Anna, for example. She was an extremely powerful guard. However, who would possibly believe that a weak and delicate young lady like her could become a guard with vast potential? If Sherfong had not accidentally looked at Anna's attributes, he, too, would not have realized that she was so capable. If he allowed Anna to become an adventurer with her intelligence, she could reach astonishing heights. Although she would not be as powerful as Kite, she might still become a fine gold ranked guard. Dark gold ranked guards were legends in God's domain. Based on Sherfang's understanding, only a few people had managed to recruit dark gold ranked guards in the past. The guards owned by the majority of the players in the game were bronze or mysterious iron rank. Even finding a secret silver ranked guard was considered lucky, not to mention fine gold rank. Although a fine gold ranked guard was not invincible against enemies of the same tier and level, it was still significantly stronger than monsters of the same tier. Fighting players of the same tier and level would be even easier. Furthermore, Anna was a magical class. The majority of the NPCs in God's domain were physical classes. Magical classes were very rare. Magical classes were different from physical classes. They could not be used against bosses and could only attack from the rear line. To a guild, however, a magical class's value far surpassed a physical class. Magical class NPCs knew plenty of AoE spells and possessed strategic-level, large-scale destruction spells. In a guild war or against field bosses, these NPCs were frightening existences. Hence, the various large guilds would usually prioritize magical class NPCs as their personal guards. Because of this, on the market, the value of a bronze-ranked magical guard could rival even that of a mysterious iron-ranked physical guard. If Anna were a fine gold-ranked magical guard, she would be no less valuable than Kite. No matter what, I must obtain Anna. Sherfong grew excited just thinking about it. As a Viscount, he only had 2 slots for personal guards. If he could fill those slots with a dark gold-ranked physical guard and a fine gold-ranked magical guard, a combination like that would have scared people to death in his past life. With the presence of these 2 personal guards, defeating a field boss of the same tier would be an effortless task. After Sherfong had waited in the magnificent and grand president's office for some time, the dignified and elegant President Henry entered the room. However, behind President Henry was a level 180 tier, 3 berserker. Sherfong could not help but frown slightly. Whether it was among players or NPCs, a tier 3 class was considered a big shot. In White River City, such an NPC would be at the same level as an overlord. Although the Star Streak trading firm was one of White River City's top trading firms, it definitely could not afford to hire a level 180 Berserker King as a guard. Your Excellency Yi Feng, you have truly surprised me. I did not expect that you would actually complete this quest so quickly. Henry chuckled. Here, allow me to introduce you. This man beside me is the Berserker King Schneider. He is an expert our trading firm has invited from Starmoon City to annihilate the Black Scorpion Core. Greetings, Your Majesty Schneider. I am Yi Feng, an adventurer. Sherfong introduced himself. In response, however, Schneider only glanced at Sherfong without saying a word. He showed no signs of being interested in Sherfeng's acquaintance. However, Sherfong was not bothered by Schneider's reaction. In truth, NPCs in God's domain were largely similar to real humans. A tier 3 Berserker King NPC like Schneider was considered a powerful force in a city like White River City. On the other hand, Sherfong was only a tier 1 player. In Schneider's eyes, he was no different than an ant. Humans would not speak to ants. Schneider's attitude towards Sherfong was normal. In the past, while Sherfong had been working on a quest, even though he was a tier 3 Sword King, a tier 4 NPC had robbed him. One could say that Sherfong had long since grown accustomed to such behavior. Of course, if Sherfong were currently a tier 3 player, Schneider would not be treating him so coldly. In the past virtual reality games, NPCs had always felt distant, detached. It felt as if NPCs and players lived in 2 different worlds. However, the NPCs of God's domain were different. They were extremely lifelike. If a player treated these NPCs as stupid and useless objects, then these NPCs would grant said player the full experience of passing through hell. May I know what Your Excellency wishes to discuss with me? Henry asked, not paying any heed to Sherfong and Schneider's exchange. I want to make a deal with you, Sherfong stated. Laughing, he continued, "Well, I have been responsible for managing the Star Streak trading firm. Anna has helped me significantly. It was only because of her that I have lived up to your expectations and reached the goal of earning 30,000 gold. Hence, I now wish to recruit Miss Anna as my personal assistant. Naturally, I am willing to pay the appropriate price. Aside from the 30,000 gold you have requested, I am willing to offer an additional 3,000 gold. May I know what you think of this offer?" Anna, who stood beside Sherfong, was stunned, her delicate mouth parting as she stared at Sherfong in disbelief. The advanced NPCs working at the trading firm only made a monthly salary of several gold. Yet, Sherfong had offered 3,000 gold to poach her. Anna wasn't the only person who was shocked. Even Schneider, who had paid Sherfong no mind, was awestruck. As a Tier 3 Berserker King, he had only been offered 1,000 gold to deal with the Black Scorpion Core. That was enough to allow him to purchase an epic item to increase his strength. Naturally, if he could recover the Star Streak trading firm's stolen merchandise, he could earn a bonus. Even then, however, he would not earn as much as 3,000 gold. At this moment, Schneider no longer looked at Sherfong as if he were an ant. His gaze towards the lair had softened. Henry squinted his eyes as he evaluated Sherfong carefully. After a short moment, he sighed, smiling as he said, "Your Excellency, Feng, it is not that I do not wish to let Anna go, but our Star Streak trading firm simply cannot do without Anna. Just like how Your Excellency has taken a liking to Anna's talent, it is only because of her that the Star Streak trading firm has its position today. Please forgive me for refusing your offer. 5,000 gold." Sherfong made a new offer without hesitation. To NPCs, this was an astronomical price. Such an amount of money was sufficient for the Star Streak trading firm to hire several hundred advanced NPCs. This won't do. As you can see, Anna is responsible for so much daily profit. For the sake of the trading firm, I am afraid I cannot accept your offer, Henry said, his expression revealing his struggle. Merchants were all about profits. This held true in both the real world and the virtual world. 6,000 gold. I won't go any higher. If you still refuse my offer, I can only choose to hire Mr. Schneider beside you and have him take Anna's contract for me by force, Sherfong said as he looked at Schneider, grinning. Chapter 568, Epic Rank Tool. Chapter 568, Epic Rank Tool. The moment Sherfong said these words, Schneider's eyes suddenly glowed. It was obvious that the Berserker King was tempted. The Star Streak trading firm had only offered him 1,000 gold as remuneration for getting rid of the Black Scorpion Core. However, the captain of the Black Scorpion Core was a Tier 3 expert. It would not be easy for him to secure a victory. Not to mention, the captain of the Black Scorpion Corps also had plenty of underlings. On the other hand, taking a single contract from the president of the Star Streak trading firm would be child's play, and the remuneration he would obtain was 6 times what the Star Streak trading firm had offered him. Sure enough, there is room for negotiation in this quest. Seeing Schneider's tempted gaze, Sherfong knew that he was in for a show. As one part of an epic quest, how could the final reward possibly be limited to a ticket leading to the next phase of the quest? Moreover, a Tier 3 NPC would be considered a big shot in whichever city they visited. Such a character would not appear in a small place like the Star Streak trading firm for no good reason. At this moment, Henry could no longer remain calm. Hurriedly, he said, "Your Excellency, Yi Feng must be joking. Since you are so sincere, I believe that Anna will have a better future if she follows Your Excellency." After Henry agreed, he immediately took out Anna's contract. Sherfong also handed over 36,000 gold without hesitation. This was all of the capital currently in his possession. If not for the Candlelight trading firm and guild residents earning him quite a lot of money these past few days, he would not have had so many coins. After this transaction, he was a pauper once more. However, Sherfong did not mind. Coins were meant to be spent. Otherwise, by the time players reached higher levels, the value of gold would depreciate. Moreover, this exchange had been a bargain. After all, he had only spent 6,000 gold to obtain a possible fine gold ranked guard. In the past, even mysterious iron ranked physical guards went for over 1,000 gold. The price was equivalent to an epic item of average quality. If it were a secret silver physical guard, that price would multiply by tenfold, reaching over 10,000 gold. Meanwhile, the cost for a secret silver magical guard would multiply by another 10. In other words, the value of a secret silver ranked magical guard was at least 100,000 gold. Even so, the supply of secret silver magical guards was practically non-existent. Anyone who discovered such guards would keep them for their own. Nobody would be so foolish as to give a secret silver magical guard away, to say nothing of fine gold ranked guards. After Sherfong obtained Anna's contract, the sound of a system notification rang out by his ears. System: Anna's favorability towards you has increased by 30 points. Your Excellency Yifeng, this is the Tier 4 magic scroll that President Henry promised you. Anna said as she revealed a tattered scroll surrounded by a flashing purple glow. Although the scroll looked worn, the magic power contained within caused even Schneider, a Tier 3 Berserker King, to palpitate with fear. There was even less of a need to mention Sherfong, who was only a Tier 1 Blade Saint. The power within a Tier 4 magic scroll was the equivalent of a full-powered blow from a Tier 4 class. It could easily and heavily injure a Tier 4 class. It could even wound a Tier 5 class, not to mention Tier 3 classes or ant-like Tier 1 classes. A magic scroll that has survived through the ancient times is extraordinary. It can practically rival the strength of an epic item. After receiving the scroll, Sherfong examined the item. Immediately, he discovered just how powerful this Tier 4 magic scroll was. Sherfong had seen plenty of Tier 3 magic scrolls, and had also used many before. However, this was his first time seeing a Tier 4 magic scroll. Normally, magic scrolls were consumable items. They would become useless after one use. However, this magic scroll that had been passed down from ancient times could be used multiple times. But there was a limit to how many times it could be used and conditions for each use. Position Teleportation Scroll, Tier 4 Magic Scroll. Allows player to move to any desired location, unable to teleport to certain special locations. Can be used a maximum of 10 times. After each usage, requires 5 mana stones to replenish the scroll's magic power. Cooldown, 3 days. Current uses 0/10. 10 uses. In order words, it was the equivalent of having 10 Tier 4 position teleportation scrolls. This magic scroll was even more valuable than an ordinary epic item. With this scroll, I can access areas that can't be reached with my current level. Sherfong stored the position teleportation scroll with a satisfied expression, overjoyed. As a reincarnator, he knew many secret locations throughout God's domain. Only he could not reach those locations due to the limitations of his current level. However, with this position teleportation scroll, he could easily travel to those secret areas that had boundless treasures. God's domain was massive. The higher level a map was, the fewer teleportation magic arrays it would have. As for locations with bountiful opportunities and treasures, there were practically no teleportation arrays there. Players had to rely on their own 2 feet to reach these maps. God's domain's hidden maps were an example. The system map would not display these areas, and players had to uncover these secrets on their own. Every secret location was a huge treasure trove. It was the equivalent of a large field dungeon. A guild could raise its strength swiftly in these maps. Hence, scrambles over such secret locations had frequently happened in Sherfeng's previous life. There were also many guilds that had risen to prominence due to these secret locations. However, it was not easy to travel to a secret location, as one would encounter many dangers on their journey. Even an elite team had a high chance of facing complete annihilation, not to mention ordinary players. Only when players exceeded the level of these maps could they adventure to some low-level, treasured lands. Meanwhile, with the position teleportation scroll, Sherfone could teleport directly to his target. Although he would still face plenty of danger after arriving, he would face significantly less than he would by traveling there on foot. After completing the quest, Sherfone did not hurry to complete the final phase of the epic quest Darkness Descends. Instead, he led Anna to the Adventurers Association. If players wished to recruit an NPC to serve as their guard, the NPC first needed an adventurer class. However, most of the NPCs in God's domain were ordinary people. They did not possess an adventurer class at all. Hence, if players wished to recruit such NPCs as their guards, they needed these NPCs to register at the Adventurers Association. At the same time, they were also required to select a specific class for these NPCs, allowing them to learn and train to become an adventurer. Only then could these NPCs become a player's guards. At this time, Sherfone entered the Adventurers Association's main hall. Despite it being daytime right now, there was still a large number of players present. A simple glance told Sherfone that there were several hundred players here. Of course, these players had not come to the Adventurers Association because they had too much time on their hands. They had all come here specifically for their NPC guards. Due to Zero Wing's famous battle, many players had discovered a never-before-seen road to success. Even if their personal strength was lacking, they could nurture a guard to improve their own strength. If a player wanted to recruit a personal guard, they had to become a baron in their city first. They would then obtain one slot to recruit a personal guard. However, a lot of time was required to become a baron, and many players could not wait that long. Hence, they would first look for some NPCs they thought highly of and try to deepen their relationship with these NPCs. That way, by the time their reputation reached a sufficient amount, they could immediately reach out to these NPCs and recruit them as their guards. In God's domain, the higher tiered an NPC was, the more difficult it would be for a player to deepen their relationship with said NPC. Of all the NPCs in God's domain, ordinary civilians were the easiest to form a relationship with. However, it was not easy for the inhabitants of God's domain to become adventurers. If a player could help an ordinary civilian become an adventurer, their relationship with said NPC would deepen significantly. Fortunately, players had that ability. Only whether an NPC was actually capable of becoming an adventurer depended on their own potential and attributes, and this was information that players had no access to. In addition, players had a limited number of recommendations per week. After using up their recommendations, they had to wait another week before their chances refreshed. Therefore, when choosing ordinary NPCs, a player's foresight was extremely important. If a player was unlucky, they could only search for other NPCs. If they were lucky, then they could begin deepening their relationship with said NPC earlier. There sure are a lot of people here. Sherfone could not help but laugh bitterly when he saw the long line of over 100 players. This could be considered a form of digging his own grave, right? Chapter 569 SSS Rank. Chapter 569 SSS Rank. The Adventurers Association's review of an NPC's ability to become an adventurer was a tedious one. The first evaluation was of the NPC in question's various attributes, followed by a test for the NPC's suitability of the various classes. Only after these two tests were complete could the Adventurers Association determine whether an NPC was suited to become an adventurer or not. In total, each NPC's review lasted roughly 2 minutes. Watching players happily enter the testing room with their chosen NPCs and leave in tears made many of the players in line grow anxious. Isn't the success rate a little too low? Out of the 20 people I have seen enter the testing room, only one came out with a successful result. And even then, the strength of that person's NPC was only mediocre. It really makes you wonder how Zero Wing managed to obtain such a powerful NPC, a male cleric with a pointed nose said, sighing. It is possible that Zero Wing recruited an NPC who was already an adventurer to begin with. My teammates had already come here to recommend their own NPCs. However, only 3 of the chosen NPCs became adventurers, though they received low ratings. They don't really have any significant potential, a burly male berserker complained. Unfortunately, nobody on my team is even a baron, so we can't recruit any guards or see the NPC's exact data. We can only confirm their standards based on the evaluation. I heard that the best guard Overwhelming Smile has managed to recruit is only Mysterious Iron rank. I wonder if the NPC that spent more than half a day searching for will become an adventurer? If it's a success, I'll make a fortune. The players queuing up to have their chosen NPCs tested discussed Zero Wing's guard Kite. They all hoped that they could luck out and encounter an NPC like him as well. At that time, luxury cars and beautiful ladies would be within their grasp. This was not an exaggeration. The various large guilds purchased powerful guards through the virtual trade center at astronomical prices. Even bronze guards sold for 100 gold or so, whereas mysterious iron guards sold for 500 gold. As for secret silver rank, the price would multiply by tenfold. If those coins were converted to credits, it was enough to allow an ordinary person to live the rest of their lives without working. However, even now, no one had offered any mysterious iron guards for sale, much less secret silver. A moment later, a ranger left the testing room with an excited expression. Loudly flaunting to his own party members, he said, "Ha ha ha! Let's head to the Rose Bar. I'll treat everyone to a cup of ice-fire wine." Rose Bar was one of White River City's high-class bars. Meanwhile, the ice-fire wine was a must-try drink, and it was extremely popular among players. However, the drink was not cheap, with each cup costing 10 silver. Even elite players only occasionally ordered a cup to sate their addiction. If they drank a cup every day, they would become a pauper very quickly. "Sure, but what was your test result?" one of the ranger's teammates asked curiously. "My NPC can become an adventurer. Moreover, he even obtained a B rank rating for the Shield Warrior's evaluation. They say he'll become a powerful shield warrior in the future." The ranger boasted. "Lucky. This is by far the highest rating I've heard of. Our party's success will rely on you in the future," an elementalist said excitedly. The watching crowd looked at the ranger enviously when they heard about his NPC's rank. They could not help but wish they could snatch the ranger's chosen NPC for themselves. Unfortunately, the main god system had long since set it, so that the NPCs that had been recommended by a player would receive protection. Within 10 days, no other player could increase their favorability with the NPC in question. Hence, it was not possible to steal an NPC from another player. A period of 10 days was enough to allow a player to deepen their relationship with an NPC significantly. If one worked hard, they could even accumulate sufficient reputation and become a baron. Normally, in order for an NPC to become an adventurer, they needed to receive a D rank rating or higher on a particular class. B rank rating? Sure Phone could not help his surprise. In truth, the evaluation given by the Adventurers Association's test could not completely determine an NPC's potential. It was only a rough estimation. It was just like how one would receive a pass on a test, but in reality, the passing mark for the test ranged between 60 and 100 marks. The same principle applied to the Adventurers Association's test. The test was very general, so the final results would not always be accurate. It could only determine the upper limit of an NPC's potential, not their actual potential. Normally, NPCs that received a D rank would end up a common guard with limited growth potential. These NPCs were not worth the time it took to nurture them as personal guards. Only D-rank NPCs who were specialized in certain attributes could become bronze guards. However, the chances of finding those NPCs were very low. In other words, a D-rank NPC's potential ranged between common and bronze rank. However, only after these NPCs became guards would one know their exact growth potential. Meanwhile, C-rank NPCs could become mysterious iron guards. As for B-rank NPCs, they had a strong chance of becoming bronze guards and a certain probability to become mysterious iron guards. There was also a relatively good chance for B-rank NPCs to become secret silver guards. Unless one had somehow offended the main god system in their previous lives, there was almost no chance for a B-rank NPC to end up a common guard. Of course, A rank stood above B rank. Extremely few NPCs would receive this rating. Even in his previous life, Shifeng had never personally encountered an NPC who had received an A rank. An NPC with an A rank was a dragon or phoenix among men. As for an A rank NPC's potential range, it was between bronze and fine gold rank. In the past, out of all the NPCs he had recommended, the highest rating he had obtained was B rank. After recruiting said NPC as his guard, he fortunately had ended up with a secret silver guard. This time, however, Shifeng already knew Anna's base attributes. Based on his guard's attributes in his previous life, Shifeng was sure that Anna would receive a very high rating. Lord Viscount, I apologize for the long wait. Please follow me, the test officer said respectfully after glancing at Shifeng. A Viscount was already a grand noble in White River City. They were far more powerful than ordinary nobles. Not only could they recruit 50 ordinary guards, but they also had 2 slots for personal guards. Shifeng nodded and followed the test officer into the testing room. Lord Viscount, based on the Adventurers Association's rules, each test will cost you 10 silver. As my lord is a Viscount of White River City, you can enjoy a 20% discount. So my lord only needs to pay 8 silver per test, the test officer explained uneasily as he arrived before the test apparatus. Here. Shifeng readily handed over 8 silver coins, inwardly cursing the Adventurers Association. Magic crystals powered the test apparatus. How much was a magic crystal worth on the market? Moreover, each magic crystal could be used dozens of times. Yet, the Adventurers Association charged 10 silver for every test. In other words, the Adventurers Association earned a profit of dozens of times the actual cost. It was far more profitable than any other industry. However, it was due to the fact players were required to spend money on many aspects of the game that allowed the coins of God's domain to remain extremely rare and valuable. Following which, Anna walked up to the test apparatus and began her potential evaluation. Time seemed to crawl by. However, even after 2 full minutes had passed, the test apparatus had yet to produce a conclusion. On the contrary, due to the test apparatus consuming too much power, the test officer had no choice but to replace the magic crystal powering it. 1 crystal, 2 crystals. In the end, Anna's test used a total of 5 magic crystals. At this moment, the test officer had also turned pale. Meanwhile, the result displayed showed that Anna was suited to become a summoner, and her rating for the class was SSS rank.